Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite worlds get rewritten. This video includes a short self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling. If you love powerful, what-if stories, you're in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. We will see second part: what if Harry Potter became a dark Slytherin? Let's dive in. Here is short summary. When the wards around Privet Drive fall, Harry Potter is taken, and returned forever changed. Casting aside his old mask, he embraces Slytherin cunning, uncovers forgotten secrets of the Hogwarts founders, and steps onto a darker path where manipulation, power, and strategy may be the only way to win the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry, Severus and Salazar, Hogwarts, Chamber of Secrets, Potions Lab. It had been 2 weeks in the chamber since Severus had received the dressing down from Salazar Slytherin. Being called a coward didn't sit well with Severus, but like any Slytherin he made plans and waited until the opportune moment. He honestly thought he was too old for Harry, and believed the boy deserved someone who could show him love. Someone who would get on a broom and fly with him, do childish things and let him experience his inner child. He hated flying, and preferred his feet firmly planted on the ground. While it was true that most people Harry's age or even older than him would love being in the spotlight as the boy who lived's partner or spouse, not everyone was like that. Surely there would be another who didn't care much for fame and loved Harry enough to reject the media as well. Thinking like that also raised his hackles. He didn't want anyone to have Harry, he wanted him for himself. Which brought him through an entire circle. The clincher was that he'd always been a selfish man when it came to things he saw as his: potions, spells, his books, and most importantly, Harry. "Slice them as thin as possible," said Severus, watching Harry closely. His ingredients had already been done. He had started before Harry so he could keep an eye on him between the breaks in his own brewing. "And keep the juice in them," added Salazar, watching them with a wistful air. If there was one thing he missed about being alive, it was definitely brewing potions. Regretfully, there was nothing that could be done about it. He could, however, make sure that the potions he'd created in his life were known and that ones long since forgotten were remembered. "How can I keep the juice in them?" asked Harry. It seemed like an impossible task. "Don't move them, and when you are putting them in the potion, use your knife to lift them up," said Severus, before Salazar could comment. He instead nodded his head. In agreement with Severus, it was the best way to preserve the juice and allow the potion to be more potent than the original recipe. Harry did as he was told. Once they were thinly cut, he used his knife to scoop them up sideways and into the potion, juice and all, stirring the potion 7 times, anti-clockwise. Once that was done, he removed the stirrer from the potion and cleaned it. Laying it aside, he moved his book closer, and began to scribble in the margin what he'd been told that deviated from the original. At one time he had contemplated writing, "property of the half-blood Potter," in his copy for a laugh, but even he had to admit it just did not have the same ring to it as Prince. It did make him grin like a loon. Much to everyone's confusion, he had never elaborated on what had amused him. "This is the last potion in the book," said Harry, disappointed as he looked at the last pages only to find them about the potion and its effects. Sighing resignedly, he turned back to the recipe so he could see what he was doing. Not that there were many stages left to go, just 3 more ingredients and it would be left to set. It was a healing salve, and it was the modified version that Sev had used on him, not the one in the book, but they were similar enough. "It is," stated Severus, surprised by Harry's disappointment. Sure, he had been wrong about Harry not being able to brew potions, but he hadn't even contemplated the fact Harry actually liked brewing. He has assumed he was just putting it up with it. After all, he had agreed on the stipulation that he be taught potions as well as how to defend and fight, as Harry put it, like a Death Eater, which he was doing very well with. "There's plenty more where they came from," said Salazar smugly. "See the desk behind you?" "Yes," said Harry without turning around. He was already familiar with everything in this potions lab. "Under it there is a small lever. Press it inwards, there's 2 books in there, said Salazar. What? No Parseltongue, teased Harry, smirking in amusement. Very droll, replied Salazar sardonically. Harry walked over to the table, kneeling down and looking under it, not wanting any disgusting surprises. The table had been down here for a long time, anything could have made its home under the table. His fingers brushed around the area he knew the lever was, until he found a bump in the otherwise smooth wood. He pressed his palm into it, until the wood gave way, and fell open. 2 books were inside the secret compartment. They were covered in a grayish cloth. Removing them both, he replaced the compartment cover, listening to it click back into place. What was it with old desks and like a dozen secret compartments built into them? Even the Muggles had done it back in the day. Grabbing a hold of the books, he stood up and made his way back over to Severus, standing away from the potion he was currently brewing. He looked at the time on his watch after he put the books down gently, before hastily grabbing onto his next required ingredient and began to quickly yet efficiently cut it into squares, instead of also slicing it as the recipe said. He then stirred the potion 6 times, clockwise, before cleaning the stirrer. With excitement he moved back over to the books, and carefully removing the cloth he found the unbound yet magically sealed book. He was very much aware of the honor that was being bestowed upon him by even being able to see these books. His fingers trailed over the writing. Salazar Slytherin had written this. He was truly amazed. He felt Severus at his back, and had to bite his tongue to stop himself reacting to the close proximity. He didn't know why he was so attracted to Severus, but both Rowena and Helga said you couldn't help who you were attracted to or loved. It was one of the many mysteries of human nature that nobody could give an answer to, even now. He found he had to agree, he must be a masochist, being attracted to someone who would never like him back. Lycanthrope, muttered Harry, his eyes widened when he caught sight of that one word. It was impossible, Hogwarts hadn't been sitting on top of a bloody cure. He refused to believe that. He was getting more used to the Old English they used back in the day, but it still took him a few minutes to get used to the language. How could he not get used to it when he had read a dozen books down here written in it? The occlumency book included, although it wasn't referred to as such in the book at all. Interesting, murmured Severus, half distracted by Harry's bare neck. He stopped the urge to and bite at that smooth unmarked skin in front of him. You created something that would basically take hold of the werewolf gene and twist it so they become an animagus instead. Harry asked, looking up at Salazar wide-eyed. Yes, replied Salazar, confused by their stunned looks. It was tested, inquired Harry. With this perhaps Remus would get better. Of course, scoffed Salazar. I wasn't a dunce, he added indignantly. They were, you know, fine during the full moon. Or did their animal self take over? Asked Harry. If you read the book it will tell you, said Severus, not lifting his head from the book. They will have animal tendencies, but all animagi have them as well. They will be in full control of their mentality. Salazar revealed, his tone smug. Why wasn't this published? Asked Harry. What Salazar had created would change the magical world, especially for the so-called dark creatures. They would finally be able to have a life. There was no such thing as published works back in the day. As I've said before, you just let word get out that you have a potion that does thus and such, and people came to you, said Salazar, eyeing the teenager. Your work was your life. If you gave it to someone else, then you lost that work. The world is very different now. Would you let me get it published? In your name, of course. I wouldn't take credit for something someone else has done, wondered Harry, gazing at the book reverently, wondering what other wonders awaited him. You were too Gryffindor to do that, sneered Salazar, but there was no bite to it. You may publish the works. Are all the ingredients available today? Asked Harry, seeing Severus inspecting the recipe. There was silence for a few minutes as Severus combed through the 3-page recipe. Yes, although it takes 8 weeks to brew, dozens of stages. I've never seen anything like it, answered Severus. Despite his words there was excitement in his tone. He really couldn't wait to sink his teeth into this potion. It's a complicated potion because it deals with genes. You are changing them, not just making something better, Salazar told them. Indeed, replied Severus. Can we start now? Asked Harry, his green eyes glittering in anticipation. We are better leaving it for 5 hours, that way the potion will only require our attention twice at night during the stages, Severus said as he mentally calculated in his mind, before nodding grimly he had it right. That's true, commented Salazar, smirking at the Slytherin. He was extremely smart, but he already knew that. He'd spent months in his company, he had a dry wit that he really appreciated, and it was brilliant to banter with someone without them taking it into their bleeding hearts to be insulted by it. Harry and Severus, Hogwarts, Chamber of Secrets, bedroom. The potion will need his blood in the 3rd stage, said Harry, looking up from the book, staring across at Severus who's sitting across from him. The couch was his bed, at least this week. They took turns, mostly because Harry felt guilty about having the bed all to himself. It wasn't exactly where he wanted Severus to be, but he could dream, couldn't he? Sometimes it being a hormonal teenager, this was one of them. He didn't know why Salazar called it the 3rd stage when it really should have been broken up into more stages. Speaking of Lupin, what did the letter say? Asked Severus. He'd been meaning to ask for a fortnight now. He told me about the will reading, that Sirius had made me the heir of the Black estate, and that it was impossible to push a marriage contract through with someone who has black blood, said Harry softly. He didn't tell me what happened if they try though. If we go up tomorrow we might find out. What do you plan to do? Inquired Severus. About what? Dumbledore or the Black estate? Asked Harry. The estate, now that you know your full responsibilities, stated Severus. As much as he loved being down here, he would be glad to get his bed back full time. He wasn't exactly young anymore, and it was decidedly uncomfortable sleeping on a couch, especially for a man of his height. His legs couldn't fully lie across it, so they were left dangling off. It hadn't been funny when Harry laughed about it either, although he got his own back after all. Harry was growing tall with all the nutrition potions he had been giving him, filling out. Of course he hadn't thought ahead to how attached to Harry he would get now that he didn't look like an unfed waif. So really, Harry was having the last laugh at his expense. Harry snorted. Full responsibilities. Sirius didn't do it, so why should I? Because you are better than him, stated Severus sharply. You've never ducked out of your so-called responsibilities to others. You aren't about to begin now. Harry stared at him stunned. You want people to treat you like an adult, that is the way to go about it, added Severus, arching an eyebrow at the look on Harry's face. He'd always told the truth, whether they liked to hear it or not, so why was the boy acting so dumbfounded? He would have said it was an ugly look on Harry's face if he wasn't so drawn to him, and his green eyes just added to that affect. Even if I remove someone from the Black family, why would they care? They are married, they no longer use the Black name. Harry asked, deciding not to reply to that statement. He knew Severus was right. Severus rolled his eyes. It's not as simple as that. Not only can they never access any vaults to do with the Black estate, but they lose a portion of their magic. Specifically the Black inherited traits they have. Plus it's humiliating to be struck off the family line. But Sirius was cut off, Harry pointed out. The family tree, yes, from getting money from the vaults, yes, but not officially disowned at Gringotts. He was next in line for the Black estate. They weren't crazy enough to remove him completely, replied Severus. He wouldn't have been able to name you heir if that had been the case. That's true, I did wonder about that, said Harry thoughtfully. It said there were stipulations about allowing someone back though, so I thought maybe that's all it was. Sirius was the last remaining Black heir, so they would have had no choice but to let him get the estate. That is true enough, but considering he was in Azkaban when Orion Black died, I doubt he was in any condition to sign the forms. Even when he got out he couldn't have been seen in Gringotts without the authorities finding out, responded Severus. He had to have done something. How else could he have sent me that firebolt? Wondered Harry. Quidditch magazine subscription, answered Severus promptly, lying down on his back. Wouldn't that require his name put on it? Harry retorted. Not necessarily. Your name, his vault number, and a signature. Severus' voice had turned extremely sardonic. He couldn't believe they were having a conversation about Sirius Bloody Black. Harry was beginning to heal, to move on from the unexpected loss. Perhaps it was because he no longer felt he needed a father figure, not that he would ever consider Black a father figure. He wouldn't have trusted Black with a dog, never mind another human being. He was growing up, maturing. It was a good thing with the state the war was going to get into. I've never done that, mused Harry. In fact, I've never seen a catalog. They are easily requested. I shall endeavor to find a few for you, or ask Dobby to pick up a few, volunteered Severus. Thanks, said Harry, smiling shyly at the wizard. He didn't know where he would have been if it wasn't for his help. He blinked when he saw those black eyes flare in an emotion he wasn't familiar with. It made his stomach feel funny, as if butterflies had made themselves at home there. Was Helga right? Did he love Severus? Time seemed to have stopped as they both gazed into each other's eyes, Harry searching and Severus penetrating. Harry gathered up his Gryffindor courage, and yes, he was a Gryffindor by blood and by choice, but he was a Slytherin by nature and also by blood. Throwing the covers aside, he stood up and almost wanted to crawl back onto the bed, but he forced himself forward. He would find out once and for all if this was possible. If not, then he would have made everything awkward between them forever. Brushing those thoughts aside, he became aware that Severus was watching his every move as if he was a SKE, ready to strike. Using his seeker reflexes, which had become more difficult lately since he had filled out, he straddled Severus and clumsily said him, but with his enthusiasm he was more than making up for it. Only when he felt Severus' arms around his back did he fully relax and let out a relieved puff of air before his lips were claimed again. Severus may be under him, but he was clearly taking control, and Harry let him since he wasn't as experienced. Eventually the need for air drew them apart. Harry leaned his head against Severus' shoulder, feeling elated, nervous, relieved, and worried all at once. "Do you want to move to the bed?" Harry asked, then feeling Severus tense he added, "Well," babbled, "really, I mean we well to sleep." "Just to sleep. That is acceptable," said Severus. His back and legs would certainly benefit from it. Of course, being closer to Harry was exhilarating to say the least. Yet Harry didn't move from where he was, and Severus would never admit it, but he enjoyed the weight of another beside him, especially with his interest poking into his stomach. Almost as if Harry read his mind, he jumped up and blushed a furious red before leaving for the bathroom. Severus' laughter trailed after him. He shouldn't have laughed, but Harry's embarrassment was so ridiculous, it wasn't as if Harry had something he hadn't seen before. His blush, however, had made his own interest even worse. Thankfully he could control it, unlike the 17-year-old. "Molly and Arthur, the burrow, master bedroom. Where are you going so early?" asked Molly, looking at the clock next to her bed as she heard and felt Arthur getting up. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Blearily she sat up, yawning tiredly as she watched her husband get dressed. He didn't reply. That was when she began to worry about him. "Arthur, why are you getting up so early? You don't need to be at work for a few more hours." Moving her covers aside, she slipped her feet into her worn slippers as she got up and walked around the room to look at her husband. "I told you I was going to speak to Harry today, and I meant that," said Arthur firmly. "Well, he won't be up yet. It's summer, just like Ginny and Ron aren't awake yet," said Molly admonishingly. "At least get some breakfast. This isn't a conversation you want to have on an empty stomach. Breakfast is served at 7 in the Great Hall. There's ample enough time to relax a little." "You're right, Molly, Harry won't be up yet. Breakfast first it is," stated Arthur, but he was definitely going to speak to Harry today about the marriage contract. If it wasn't what Harry wanted, he would summon the contract and rip it up. It hadn't been signed yet, that much was obvious, otherwise he and Molly would have been notified by Gringotts. The fact it hadn't been signed already made him think Albus wasn't as bad as he'd feared. Perhaps it was what Harry wanted after all, but if it was what he wanted, he still needed to talk to him. Marriage was a big step to undertake, especially for a boy that wasn't even out of Hogwarts yet. He would be responsible for Ginny financially as soon as they married, so it meant being responsible for her schooling, both her tuition and her school supplies. Ginny wouldn't be at Hogwarts on a scholarship if they married. They wouldn't allow it with Harry being Lord Potter, of the Potter estates. "I'll go and make breakfast," said Molly kissing him on the cheek before grabbing her robe and hastily getting dressed. Arthur shuffled over to the bed and sat down, putting his socks and then shoes on. He had just tied them when he jumped 5 feet in the air as his wife let out an ear-shattering scream of shock. Grabbing his wand he bolted down the stairs, almost tripping up but regaining his footing on the banister. "Molly," called Arthur, hastily making his way into the kitchen with wand raised, but he found no sign of an intruder or anything of the kind. Looking around just to be sure, his eye caught sight of the clock and found all his family was safe. Looking at his wife, he silently demanded an explanation for the scare as his erratic heartbeat slowed down to a normal pace. She had in her hand a letter from Gringotts. What had made her scream so harshly? "Molly," demanded Arthur, quite frankly astonished and worried by his wife's deathly pale face. She looked as though she'd been stunned quite literally where she stood without falling over. Seeing as he wasn't about to get an answer from her, he took the letter from her clenched hand, prying her fingers off it one at a time. He almost wanted to leave the letter, not read it, and just bury his head in the sand. He knew he wasn't going to like what he saw. It had to be bad for his wife to be near catatonic. Unfortunately he couldn't, he had to read the letter. Taking a deep breath, Arthur turned it around and stared down. His jaw dropped as soon as he saw the letter, his eyes going wide with disgust and revulsion. There had to be some sort of mistake. This couldn't happen. He'd seen the contract, he knew who he had signed for, unless, oh no, one of the Potters must have made stipulations on their estate to stop instances like this happening. "What do we do?" croaked Molly, her body trembling with terror, knowing without needing to be told, it was useless. There was nothing they could do. Well, there was one thing, but Molly and Arthur would have never wanted to do such a thing. Disown their daughter. In doing so she would no longer be Ginevra Weasley, she would be nameless and disgraced, unwelcome in the magical community. Unable to hold herself up, she slumped onto the kitchen table, her eyes closed in hopes that she was having a nightmare. "Morning, Mum." "Morning, Dad," said Ron, coming into the room, yawning tiredly, rubbing his eyes to get rid of the sleep. He frowned when he saw his parents standing there looking heartbroken. "What's happened? Is it Bill, Charlie, Percy, the twins?" he whimpered, terrified of the answer. He almost wanted to run up the stairs and deny anything had happened to his older brothers. "No," exclaimed Arthur, quick to soothe his son of his fears. He realized they did look like they'd lost someone close and had to pull themselves together. They couldn't let their children see them like that. They were the ones who had to be strong. Plus they didn't want to worry them any more than they would be. "Nothing like that, just something your mother and I will have to work out together." "Then what's wrong?" inquired Ron. "Is there something I can do to help?" His request was serious. He was no longer a young boy oblivious to everyone's worries and fears. It had taken quite a while, but Ron finally had learned to feel empathy for others. "No, son, there isn't," replied Molly, placing the letter into her apron, before wandering over to the cooker, and soon the clattering of pots and pans were heard as she began to automatically make breakfast for everyone. Her mind churning over what she'd learned. What the hell was she going to tell her daughter? What about Harry? This was a disgrace. People were going to be so disgusted about this wedding. He was an old man, surely they could circumvent it. It required Ginny having an heir. It wasn't doable, so surely that's enough grounds to cancel the contract. "Dad, what's going on?" asked Ron, sliding into his seat, watching his father cautiously. "Well, we might as well tell you, since it will probably be in the newspaper soon," sighed Arthur. "But we will tell you all together. This primarily involves Ginny." His stomach heaved slightly. The smell of food did not help matters at all. How was his daughter going to take this? She loved Harry. This was going to devastate the pair of them, if it was what Harry wanted, of course. He would need to call into work and let them know he wouldn't be in. He couldn't leave Molly to face this alone. Molly let out a little sob, but managed to keep herself remarkably composed. This was her little girl. The little girl she didn't think she'd have. Not only had Ginny been a surprise child, a girl to boot, but she had been too old to be pregnant, even by witches' standards. It had been a very draining pregnancy, but so very worth it as the first female in the Weasley line in generations was born. The little girl she'd longed to have, dreamt about her marrying a handsome young man, having children. Now this had to happen. Ron wanted to argue, to know what was going on and what was wrong with Ginny, but he refrained, he would know soon enough. Ginny was always usually up before him actually, but he'd been woken abruptly, he didn't know why. In his dream state he'd heard his mother screaming and it had woken him up, without him consciously realizing it. It was 15 minutes before Ginny came down the stairs. Breakfast was ready by then, but the silence spoke volumes to Ginny as she stared at everyone. What's going on? It was usually much louder in here, bustling even if it was just the four of them. Everyone was imitating gargoyles, not that she cared much what was wrong. She had gotten her way, she would soon marry Harry and have more money than she'd ever dreamed of. She'd settle into a lush, lavish manor and invite all the girls in her year to her home, let them see what she, Ginevra Weasley, had become. She would play the perfect dutiful wife, wait on Harry screwing up, and then get out of the marriage, taking the child and making sure he couldn't get into her home. With half the Potter fortune she wouldn't need for anything in life, and she could have all the men she wanted or desired. Then again, a child could get in the way of that, but she wouldn't want Harry to have it. He wanted a family, so to get more from him than half the vaults she had to make sure he was broken and desperate to see the child. It would be the only one she had. She wanted to keep her figure, definitely didn't want to end up like her mother. "Ginny, dear, why don't you sit down?" said Molly, placing a plate of food next to her, not that it would be getting eaten. Ginny frowned. What's wrong? She became increasingly concerned now. What if her father had decided against the contract? No, Dumbledore would have signed it. Straight away. They didn't have long before he turned 17 and would take up the mantle as Lord Potter, which meant Dumbledore would no longer have control of him, guardian or money-wise. "I'm so sorry, Ginny," said Arthur quietly, looking at his daughter heartbroken. "Tell me what's going on," cried Ginny, her eyes wide with genuine fear. What could make her father look so apologetic and hurt? Why was he apologizing to her? She didn't understand, but she had a feeling whatever it was she wasn't going to like it at all. The Potters must have placed a clause on the Potter estate. "It prevents magical guardians from taking advantage of anyone under their care," said Arthur slowly, so his daughter could understand. "Taking advantage?" asked Ginny. A sinking feeling began to make itself known. The contract was null and void, wasn't it, which meant she would have to try and woo the boy herself. She wasn't going to give up now, was she? Hell, she'd already planned everything, down to exactly what she wanted in her new home. She wasn't giving it up, she couldn't. She wanted that money and Harry was easy pickings. Taking a deep breath, she stared at her dad wondering why it would hurt him so badly. He had been against the marriage contract to begin with. "What has Dumbledore done?" asked Ron, staring suspiciously now. "The clause is quite vicious in regards to deciding how to deal with the perpetrator," said Arthur, ignoring both questions for now. His wife had such a grip on his hand he almost wanted to yelp in agony. "Sometimes it's a hefty fine, other times they demand full restitution by taking the vaults and properties." "Fine," gaped Ginny, her heart pounding like a drum. If she had been fined, then she would need to get a job to pay it back. If she didn't, then she would end up in Azkaban. They took 70% of the paycheck to pay it all back. There was absolutely no getting out of it. "What did you do?" Ron managed to get out through his choked-up throat. "What the hell did you do?" "Language, Ron," said Arthur sternly. Regardless, he went on to tell him the full truth. No doubt the paper would publish a screwed-up one. Albus was going to have a tough time repairing his reputation. A lot of people will distrust him after this. "Albus came here asking if we would sign a contract for Ginny and Harry to marry. I was reluctant at first, but taking their feelings into consideration I signed it. Albus as his magical guardian had the contract drawn up." "Wait, whose feelings?" asked Ron confounded. "Harry and Ginny," said Arthur, not sure why Ron was so confused. Harry was his best friend. "Harry doesn't like Ginny, not like that," snapped Ron. "Yes he does. He's just waiting for the right time," huffed Ginny. She was beginning to fear everything would blow up in her face. "Harry doesn't want you, Ginny. You have to stop with this silly obsession. He's not some stupid hero from a romance novel or a hero from your childhood." He's a boy. A really boy with feelings, and he doesn't like you pawing at him, snapped Ron, defending his best friend with fervor. Ronald Weasley, shrieked Molly, don't you dare talk to your sister in such a fashion. Why do you believe that, Ron? Has he said as much? Asked Arthur, more level-headed than his wife. You say he's like a seventh son to you, but you obviously don't know the first thing about him, stated Ron, shaking his head. Why do you say that? Asked Arthur, hurt by his son's accusations. He will never want or like Ginny. He's gay, he likes his own gender, said Ron. If I lose my best friend because you wanted Ginny to marry Harry, I'll never forgive any of you. Ron, whined Ginny, looking ready to burst into tears. That won't be necessary, Harry won't be marrying Ginny, said Arthur wearily, closing his eyes and feeling decidedly so much sicker. Rubbing his tired eyes, it seemed he had much more to apologize for than he first thought. He didn't know Harry, and apparently he gave his daughter too much credit as well. He should never have listened to the begging of his wife and daughter. Now look at them, the Weasley name was in ruins, it would be dragged through the mud by the entire magical community. They might be able to salvage the situation, but he honestly didn't see how. He had been taught by his father to always stand by your family, no matter what. With them you can get through anything, he'd insisted. He wondered inwardly what he would think now of this situation. Would he still be saying that? Or would he be demanding something else entirely? Ron bit at his lip savagely. He would have to write to Harry right away. He couldn't risk his best friend thinking he had anything to do with this. He was so mad. Harry didn't deserve this. He wanted a family, yes, but not at the expense of happiness with a partner of his own choosing. Of course Harry hadn't come right out and said he was gay yet, but he knew it was the same way Charlie had looked at boys when he had first realized he was gay. How much is the fine? Asked Ginny desperately. A fine isn't how the clause has decided to work, said Arthur, getting back to the original topic, still staring at his daughter sadly. The marriage contract wiped Harry's name from it and replaced it with someone else. Someone else. I have to marry someone else, yelled Ginny, puffing out indignantly. She was going to absolutely make Dumbledore's life hell. She had not agreed to this. Dumbledore must have known about Harry's preferences, he must have. This was why he'd made the contract in the first place. She had been so stupid to play along with him. All she'd seen was the money. She should have known better. Merlin, damn him. Who? She spat sourly, having no intentions of going through with it. She didn't care who it was. The person who requested the contract, whispered Arthur. Ginny's mouth fell open as she gazed at her father, completely dazed. Blinking rapidly, she shook her head and said, who? Her mind unable to comprehend the statement. Albus Dumbledore, said Arthur, looking away from his stricken daughter only to find Molly sitting with tears streaming freely down her face. He patted at her shoulder ineffectually, just trying to give her comfort, while he just wanted to go to bed and start the day over again, this time without that piece of paper making an appearance. I should have listened to you, Arthur, wailed Molly, seconds away from having a nervous breakdown. But he's old, protested Ginny. I can't. It can't make me. Isn't there a way for you to stop it, Daddy, please? She wailed, genuine tears running down her face. He was powerful for sure, but he was so old, it was utterly disgusting. There is nothing I can do, Ginny, short of disowning you, leaving you nameless, said Arthur, which he absolutely refused to do. Ron screwed up his nose in disgust. The image that came to mind made him feel perverted. Yet on the other hand, he felt as if Ginny deserved this. She had lied to their parents, getting them to believe Harry loved her to sign that contract. She must have been really good, since he knew how his dad hated marriage contracts. He'd often spoken about how arctic it was. If he had been there he would have been able to stop it. Dumbledore deserved this too. He wouldn't be able to remain as headmaster of Hogwarts, not having to marry a child young enough to be his great-great-great-granddaughter. He would lose his reputation and standing in the magical community. Wait, why isn't Dumbledore here? Asked Ron curiously. Surely he would be here to try and soothe the situation. He had no doubt he would try and get his mum and dad to disown Ginny to negate the contract. He obviously hasn't had time to read the letter yet, sighed Arthur tiredly. Daddy, whined Ginny. "I can't marry Dumbledore. Please, there must be something, anything." "There is nothing we can do," said Molly, swallowing thickly before running around the table and bringing her daughter close. "I'm so sorry, Ginny, I'm so sorry." Obviously she was blaming herself. "Can't she just marry someone else first?" asked Ron curiously. He didn't know much about marriage contracts. "Magic won't allow it to take hold. Technically speaking, she's betrothed to Albus," said Arthur weakly. There truly was no way out of this. He felt defeated, a failure as a man and father, unable to protect his daughter from this travesty of justice. Just then the flow flared to life. None of them had to look to know who it was, as the multicolored robed elderly wizard stepped out, his face that of stone. The family just stared back stonily. Ginny still had tears tracking down her face. She was quite frankly terrified her parents would disown her just as much as she was of being married to Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore was fuming mad. He had never felt like this before in his life, and needless to say he was finding it difficult to control himself and his magic. He stared at the four Weasleys. His eyes for once weren't twinkling. He was undeniably annoyed that his plans had gone so wrong. After he had dealt with the Weasleys he would be going to Gringotts to find out why it had happened. He knew there was no such clause on the Potter vaults. He had been friends with both Charles and James Potter, and he had his ways of extracting information from people without them getting suspicious of him. "Ronald, Ginevra, upstairs now," demanded Arthur, his eyes like ice chips. Ron started at his dad in surprise. He was never called Ronald unless he was in trouble, and usually by his mother. His dad was always the more laid-back one. He'd never punish them, at least he'd only seen anyone punished once by his father. The twins, for the time they tried to get him to swear an unbreakable vow when he was younger. He'd laid into their backsides so hard the twins couldn't sit down for a fortnight without wincing in pain. Of course it was only as he grew up that he realized just how bad it was, when he found out what exactly an unbreakable vow was. The twins had been pretty young themselves, and part of Ron always hoped that they hadn't really understood it as well. It wasn't the kind of thing you did to siblings, no matter how annoying they were. Knowing he wouldn't be here for this, he hoped the twins had left some of their products in their room. Making a show of being reluctant, he slid out of his seat and thumped up the stairs, heading straight for the twins' old room and rummaging for an extendable ear. He'd just managed to plug one in when Ginny passed the twins' room. At least Ron assumed it was Ginny since he could hear his parents downstairs. "You will fix this by the end of today, otherwise you will consider yourself no longer welcome here," threatened Arthur, his brown eyes filled with fire that one didn't normally see in the overly friendly wizard. "Arthur, you must know I did not expect this to happen," protested Albus, extremely surprised by the ultimatum being delivered by Arthur Weasley. He'd always thought the wizard had absolutely no backbone. He never stood up for anything. He was too kind, and Albus found it frankly pathetic. He knew it wasn't just the Burrow either. He would withdraw himself and his elder children from the order. He wasn't stupid enough to think the elder boys would still attend. The family were very loyal to one another, especially their parents. He couldn't afford to lose 6 order members. The others would wonder what the hell happened and maybe even follow the patriarch of the Weasley family. "My problem is that it did happen," hissed Arthur. "You lied to me. You led me to believe that Harry was signing the contract." "This better be fixed," Molly added, wringing her hands in her apron, looking devastated. The tears were dried to a crust, but it was still clearly apparent that she was upset. "I'll do what I can," sighed Albus, looking devastated himself. He hadn't expected this when he got up this morning. He couldn't afford to lose the support of the Weasleys, but he had a feeling it would be happening. There was no way to get out of the contract, and they knew it themselves as well as he did. He was at a loss. He didn't understand how it happened, unless the 2 Potters had lied to him, which he didn't see happening, unless they'd been aware of his true nature. No, that wasn't possible. Nobody saw through it. "No, you will fix this," demanded Arthur. "We must discuss what happens if I cannot fix it," said Albus softly, trying to soothe them, but it didn't work. They just got steadily redder in the face. "If it cannot be fixed, we do not want to see you again," said Molly, siding with her husband, who meant more than anything else in the world to her. Her husband and children, she might make stupid decisions, but she really did just have her children's futures in mind. She was in the wrong, but Arthur was taking the blame on himself, and that wasn't fair. She had been badgering him, and Arthur couldn't say no to her, she knew that. No, this blame was solely her own. She'd known Arthur couldn't tolerate marriage contracts, he felt they were so diabolical. She did too, but she wasn't so outspoken about it. All she'd seen was her daughter being happy, and having what she wanted, what Harry wanted, and she would have money, a life she couldn't give her. "What about your daughter?" asked Albus. "This needs to be corrected for her sake." Arthur and Molly just stared at him, still furious, deciding not to repeat themselves. "Very well," sighed Albus, still standing up. "I will go to Gringotts and see about this situation being rectified. If not, we will have to come up with an alternative plan." Hopefully Gringotts would be practically empty so he could be safely within Hogwarts walls when the news reached the prophet. Which it regretfully would. If someone in the ministry hasn't already told them, gossip would have them checking and confirming it. Either way, the news would be circling like wildfire. Whether he wanted it or not, people were going to go nuts, and his reputation would suffer. If there was one thing he wished he could do, would be to go back and stop himself from doing this. He would have to come up with something, especially for the press, and make it known he hadn't wanted this. He stepped back into the flow, and this time he shouted his location to the leaky cauldron. Molly let out a broken, desperate sob. "I'm so sorry, Artie," she said, burying herself into his chest. "This is all my fault. If I hadn't begged you to do this, it wouldn't be happening." "It's all right, Molly Wobbles," said Arthur, using her nickname, patting her on the shoulder. "Are you still going to visit Harry?" asked Molly, not able to meet his eyes as she sat up straight again. "I have to. He might not want to speak to us again, but we cannot let Ron be blamed for our mess up." "Ginny isn't going to be speaking to us, never mind Ron giving us the cold shoulder too," admitted Arthur Weasley. Ron felt a moment of regret thrumming through him when he heard his father's words. His dad was going through enough right now without worrying about him. Reluctantly he removed the earwig from his ear, and suddenly he couldn't hear downstairs. Leaving it in Fred and George's room, he went up to his own and quickly got dressed. He was hoping his dad might let him go too and see Harry as well. He definitely wouldn't be going to Grimmauld Place today. Hermione would be disappointed. Until she got the entire situation from him, then she would not believe him. Even seeing the paper wouldn't make it real for his girlfriend. Even after all the years of seeing Dumbledore in action, manipulating them, she refused to see him in a bad light. What kind of headmaster let his students risk their lives? He hadn't spoken to Harry or Hermione about it, but his mum and dad, if they'd known, they would have blown a gasket and removed him from Hogwarts. His mum and dad almost had during his second year for that whole chamber fiasco. They were really protective of Ginny since she was their only daughter. He was protective too, in a certain way. She was his sister, his little sister, but she'd gone too far lying as she had. That's not to say he wasn't worried, he was, but she'd sort of brought it on herself. Hopping on one leg, he successfully managed to get his other maroon sock on with great difficulty and then jammed his feet into his shoes. He paused only for a second before he was bounding down 2 flights of stairs and landing in the kitchen. If he had been any longer, he realized his dad would have been gone before he got down. "Can I come, Dad? I want to see him," said Ron, giving away that he'd been listening to their conversation. Arthur didn't even have it in him to be exasperated that his son had listened in on them. "Very well, let's go." Molly was going to talk to their daughter, so it was perhaps for the best that Ron wasn't around for that. Taking a hold of Ron, and apparating them both to Hogwarts, Arthur realized with a feeling of nostalgia that he wouldn't be doing this anymore. Ron would be taking his apparition test, the same as the rest of his brothers this year. He would be able to apparate on his own. He would no longer need his parents to take him anywhere, or have to use the Flow network. Hopefully though Ron wouldn't overdo it like the twins, who had apparated absolutely everywhere, even to different rooms in the same house. Sheer laziness, but the novelty had worn off quickly, thankfully. Molly had given them more lectures that month than ever before. "I am sorry, Ron, for any trouble this has brought on you," said Arthur as they walked up to the school. he didn't use a spell to bring the coaches down. He needed time to think about what he was going to say to the teenager. Truth be told, he was speechless. Ron said nothing, but he was greatly disturbed. He'd never seen his dad so down before. He obviously felt really bad, and hopefully Harry would realize that. The 15-minute walk to the school was in silence, Ron throwing his dad sideways glances now and again to see him deep in thought. At least Dumbledore wasn't here. He could only imagine what his dad would do if he lost his composure. His scuffle with Lucius Malfoy when he was 12 came to mind. Will Dumbledore actually be able to fix it? Asked Ron. He knew a lot growing up in the magical world, but things dealing with contracts and the law side of things, no. Percy probably knew it all, maybe even Bill and Charlie, but he was clueless still. No, Ron, he won't, confessed Arthur, rubbing his eyes tiredly. There is no way out of contracts. It's why I always stressed to you growing up not to sign things. And he'd done something worse. Well, his daughter wouldn't be lying again for a while. How could she have told him Harry loved her if he wasn't even the slightest bit interested? Or had she been genuine in thinking Harry wanted her? Some misinterpreted signs. Hopefully Molly would find out. He honestly needed an answer of how this had all come to be. So what is going to happen? She'll really have to marry Dumbledore? Asked Ron, gagging slightly at the mental image that was just disgusting. I'm afraid so. There is only one other alternative, and I do not want to go down that road, said Arthur grimly, shaking his head. Wait, there's a way to stop it. How? Asked Ron, almost stumbling on the last step, surprised and shocked that there was actually a way to avoid this. The way they were talking, you would think they had no way out. He didn't understand why, with all the threats and commotion it was causing. To stop the contract, Ginny would need to be disowned legally, said Arthur tonelessly. Oh, said Ron. Well, it looked as though Ginny would have to marry Dumbledore. There was no way his dad would disown any of them, no matter what they did. He doubted even Ginny would want to be disowned rather than marrying Dumbledore and separating after a year, although no self-respecting wizard would want to marry her after she was free. Of course, widowed wizards and witches were allowed to remarry. It was just wrong if the partner was still alive. When you marry in the magical world, it was meant to be for life, whether you liked it or not. I'm beginning to like the goblins, a lot, said Harry smugly, still chortling gleefully. It was a huge weight off, that he couldn't be forced into marriage. He had been terrified of such an occurrence. He missed his godfather a great deal, but he was glad to be the head of the Black family. It meant his future was truly his own. Dumbledore could go screw himself for all Harry cared. I'm not surprised, drawled Salazar, surprised that Rowena had given in and told them. She was getting old, mentally at least. She would never have done that while she was alive. They always were a devious lot. So, are we going up today? Asked Harry, looking over at Severus, smirking in vindictive pleasure. Severus shifted, unnoticed by Harry, but both Salazar and Godric both were suppressing smirks as Severus eventually answered. Of course, as if I'd miss this. It wasn't often Albus Dumbledore was outwitted, and the fact it was a 17-year-old doing the outwitting made it even more hilarious. Rowena had said that Dumbledore wouldn't be able to marry Harry and Ginny together, that Orion Black had put a clause on his vault so that nobody could take advantage of any of his heirs. As Harry had so aptly put it, thank you, Orion Black. He was a very possessive man, and he would make that clear to Harry. Nobody else would touch him, and if they did, they would find themselves in a world of hurt. By his own urging they hadn't done much, which he was thoroughly regretting right now. Yet he didn't think Harry was ready for that yet. Not only was he just discovering his ability, but full stop. Harry had only ever had one K.S., and even at that he hadn't enjoyed it. He hadn't even known the pleasure of masturbation. Why it had taken so long he didn't understand. He himself had lost his virginity at 13. I'm surprised nobody has asked about me. For all they know you could have me tied up in the dungeons, said Harry, shaking his head. Pity you aren't, said Severus, arching an eyebrow, watching Harry turn red and ignore the statement. Oh, Harry would learn sooner or later. It was better to reply with a witty repartee than blush and ignore. It was so much more amusing when they flushed and acted completely embarrassed. Especially when they looked as good as Harry did right now. Unsurprisingly, he didn't stick around. He slid into the bedroom and closed the door with a soft click. "You'll really need to get him to be more Slytherin about that," declared Salazar, wanting to laugh uproariously. "It's too ridiculous to be cute. Cute is for 12-year-olds, not 17-year-olds. "He does indeed," stated Severus, and he had a perfect way to get him used to it, and get a lovely view of how red he could turn him. He was calm and composed in face of Voldemort, yet mention and he's spluttering and stuttering like a 10-year-old. Oh no, that wouldn't do at all. He would have been eaten alive in the ski-s den. "It isn't completely his fault," Severus did concede softly. No, it isn't," Rowena snapped sharply at the men who thought it was fine to talk about such things. Everyone was different. Not only has Harry had many other things to deal with, the family that raised him allowed him to be woefully ignorant. That sobered Godric, Salazar, and Severus right up. What Rowena said was true. It was the family's duty to make sure children understood everything to do with and everything in between it. Even his father, who couldn't stand him half the time, had done it, even if it was the single most embarrassing moment of his life. At least he hadn't been ignorant. In fact, he couldn't remember a time when he was ignorant of anything he needed to know to survive. His mother had told him everything she could about the magical world. He lived in the Muggle world, so that came naturally, even if for each moment he was there, he wished he was in the magical world. Then, of course, his father told him everything he needed to know about. He had never stumbled upon anything without knowing about it. Perhaps it would be prudent to give him a book on the subject. "He is a bit too old to want to come to an adult and ask," suggested Helga. Although she and Ro had spoken to Harry about partners and how the heart couldn't help who it chose, and attraction, it didn't explain the dynamics, and that needed to be done. "I don't have any down here," said Salazar. He'd been well aware of the pleasures of by the time he built the chamber and moved everything he cherished down here. As he'd told Harry, they married extremely young back in the day. In some ways they were still children when they married and had children of their own. At least by this day and age's standards, Salazar personally thought the whole thing was annoying for most part. "No, Poppy will have what I need," said Severus. "I'll ask for a few today." "I don't suppose you would put an empty frame up so I can speak to her in her office?" Helga asked, her voice tinged with hope. As much as she loved conversing with Harry and Severus, or even Ro, Godric and Sal, she would love talking to someone about healing. Or even get into a heated debate about them. Now that would be something she'd truly cherish. "I'll ask her. I doubt very much she will say no," answered Severus wryly. "Arthur Weasley will be in the Great Hall looking for Harry in 20 minutes, said Rowena. Interesting. I wonder why he will be here," frowned Severus, his eyes going to Rowena, who suddenly wouldn't meet his eyes. "There is something you aren't telling me, isn't there?" "There might be," Rowena said, still not meeting his eyes. Salazar and Godric looked at each other and grinned. It made more sense now, and it wasn't because she was getting old at all. The best bit obviously hadn't been revealed yet. They knew, because this had been pulled on them before. It must be big. They couldn't wait to find out just how big it would be. It was just too damn bad there wasn't a single portrait in the Great Hall so they could be there when the music begun. Even getting close enough wouldn't help. The school was empty of people, no gossips or other ways to find out. They would have to rely on Harry and Severus for any information unless Rowena took pity on them and spilled the beans. "Excuse me," murmured Severus, without a thought. He was so used to treating them as if they were real that it came out without him needing to remember to say it. Standing up, he walked to the bedroom door, which was only 6 to 7 feet away from the couch he was sitting on. To think this had all begun with Salazar Slytherin coldly demanding who Harry was. Life could be funny when it wanted to be. Perhaps after Harry had read the book he might suggest they take it further. Biting his lip, inhaling sharply, he needed to get Harry, and a cold shower for him before they went up. "Harry," called Severus, when he didn't see him in the bedroom. "Arthur Weasley is coming to see you, 20 minutes. The flushing of the toilet and opening of the door had him looking at the bathroom door expectantly. "Why?" asked Harry suspiciously as he closed the bathroom door. "Your guess would be better than mine," stated Severus, in all honesty. He didn't know Arthur Weasley as well as Harry did. He couldn't stand people, period. I've only ever really spoken to him twice, you know, if you don't count the customary greetings. He told me about black being free, and of course we spoke a good bit during the Quidditch World Cup, but he's just my friend's dad. I've never really spoken to him all that much, said Harry, staring blankly. So I have no idea why you would think my guess is better than yours would be. Then you'll have to wait to find out, replied Severus sardonically. It's probably to do with the whole contract thing, but why would he want to talk to me about it? Wondered Harry, shrugging his shoulders before grabbing his cloak and putting it on. Not like I care, as long as I do not have to get married. Indeed, stated Severus, rolling his eyes. It was true enough, he too wouldn't care as long as he wasn't being forced into a marriage he didn't want. Let's go then. Oh, he, muttered Harry, turning back and raiding the bedside cabinet for his Gringotts key. The woman in the shop was bound to be wondering where the hell he was packing all those sweets. Sniggering inwardly, he straightened up, still smirking as he moved towards the door. Quite finished? Asked Severus. Why, yes, your majesty, drawled Harry sarcastically, if you would permit it. Shall we leave? You should be lucky Hogwarts isn't currently in session, Severus said, amused. I should. Should I? Best watch what I say when it does start back up. Does that mean we won't be able to see each other? Asked Harry, stopping. He hadn't thought about that. It is not proper to be together. There are only a few reasons that it's allowed, which you would know if you'd read Hogwarts, a history, said Severus pointedly. Not this again, muttered Harry. I need to read that damn book so it can't be used against me. Is that all it takes? Asked Severus, whispering seductively into Harry's ear before moving. Not fair, Harry croaked, as Severus walked away after practically making him hard. Life isn't fair, Severus stated as he continued moving, finding himself affected too, but he wouldn't do anything, not until Harry had read the books he'd give him. The comment Severus had casually made about the reasons it was allowed in the reading of Hogwarts, a history, was already gone. He had no reason to dwell on it. It wasn't the same for Harry, however, who now wanted to read it more than he ever had. He didn't want to lose Severus, not even for a year while he attended for another year at Hogwarts. They might not have done anything yet, but Harry liked having someone in his life that he could rely on, talk to, someone that would give it to him straight, that didn't treat him like the boy who lived. No, Harry didn't want to lose Severus, so he would do what he must, read the book and find out how to keep him. There was no other alternative. Ron couldn't help but find it odd being in Hogwarts during the summer. It was so empty and abandoned looking. Usually you couldn't go anywhere without bumping into people. During lessons it was even worse. Even the ghosts were curiously absent, and there were always a dozen of them around all the time, even during dinner. Realizing he'd fallen behind, Ron ran to catch up with his father, who was walking quite fast. Looking at his dad, he realized he was very pale. He obviously wasn't looking forward to this conversation at all. Would Harry ever be able to forgive his dad? Would he even want to be friends with him after what his family had tried to do? He prayed Harry didn't blame him for something not of his doing. Yet a snide thought hit him. That's exactly what he'd done to his fellow classmates, just because of their own parents. Come on, Ron, don't dawdle, said Arthur, opening the doors to the Great Hall with difficulty but succeeding. Usually magic did it for you. How odd, every time he went near the doors they opened at a touch. You never actually had to bodily shove the door open. Maybe it was different during the summers. Coming, said Ron absently, sliding into the Great Hall, watching the door shut immediately instead of staying open. Something wrong with the doors? Inquired Arthur, smiling at Minerva, but it was brittle and tense. Is everything all right, Arthur? Asked Minerva, standing up and striding towards him, looking deeply concerned. His face wore a look almost identical to the one she'd seen on Albus' face. He had been hiding something, she'd known it, but what? And what did it have to do with their fellow Order member? No, it isn't. I'm sure you will be finding out about it soon enough. I'm here to speak to Harry, Arthur revealed, tired beyond belief. Is everyone okay? Asked Minerva, praying that the Weasleys hadn't lost a member of their family. Arthur merely nodded grimly. They were alive if that counted as okay, and he wasn't sure what could be done to save his family. Harry will be here soon. It's a good job you came at breakfast. It's the only time we see him, Minerva revealed, but it wasn't demanded that residents take any meals in the hall during the summer. She was surprised Harry wasn't spending more time out of Severus' rooms, but considering what he'd been through, it made sense he would need time to recover. He was different though, quieter, less irate than he was a few days ago. I see, said Arthur. Ron frowned at that information. Why wasn't Harry exploring Hogwarts? Why would he stay cooped up? He absolutely hated being stuck in one place longer than a few hours, probably due to the fact his family tried to keep him in one place and forget his existence. This was so far from Harry's normal character that he was really alarmed. He wanted to blame Snape, of course. Yet he couldn't do that, could he? Since it was Snape who'd practically rescued him, he'd told the others where he was. It wasn't the first time Snape had saved Harry. He didn't get it. Snape hated Harry more than any other student, yet he was constantly saving his life. Adults were complicated, and he hoped he never ended up like that. War changed people, but to that extent. Snape wasn't just a figure in the war though, was he? He was a spy. That would change someone, wouldn't it? It was dangerous having so many people knowing. While he was here, he realized he should maybe look for a book about occlumency. Purebloods usually learned that before entering Hogwarts. Unfortunately, with so many brothers, it had been a subject that got discarded very early on. Bill and Charlie had learned. Percy had drifted from the family, so he didn't know if he had, but he might know. Take a seat, there's more than enough to go around, said Minerva, guiding both of them to the head table. Thank you, Minerva, replied Arthur, but he didn't move any of the freely available food to a plate. He hadn't been able to eat any of his own wife's breakfast, never mind anything here at Hogwarts. Even Ron didn't dig in, and his son had never missed an opportunity to eat. Not hungry? Inquired Minerva, now becoming even more suspicious and concerned. Arthur had never been the really silent type. Well, at least he wasn't compared to Severus. He was usually a joyful fellow, albeit slightly quiet compared to his wife. Right now he did look as though he had just lost his favorite thing in the world. Not really, replied Arthur solemnly. What time does Harry usually come? Asked Ron, leaning forward so he could see his Transfiguration teacher properly. He's usually here by this, admitted Minerva, staring at the clock on the wall. Ah, speak of the devil, she added, seeing the doors open and Severus and Harry walking in. Harry, I would like to talk to you, if you have a minute, said Arthur, his weary eyes staring into impassive green ones. All right, said Harry. That look wasn't a good one on Arthur. Privately, please, Arthur questioned, not sure if Harry would want to speak to him alone. He certainly had no trouble telling the Order what he thought of Albus Dumbledore. He only wished he had taken it to heart. He was such a fool. Follow me, said Harry, turning and walking away, his face impassive. Arthur turned to Ron and said, Stay here, I'll be back when we are done, he told him sternly. Ron nodded solemnly. He didn't really want to be there for that conversation anyway. He loved his dad and he didn't want to choose between them. He didn't want to, but he might have to. It was a choice he hoped didn't come into play. Arthur didn't even wait for his son to agree before he was walking out hastily, trying to keep up with Harry, who was walking quite swiftly towards an unused classroom. This will do, said Harry, opening the closest classroom he could find, which was just a few doors down from the Transfiguration classroom. He closed the door behind the nervous wizard, watching him jump. He shouldn't have gotten so much amusement out of it, but he did. He twitched when he felt what he swore was someone walking past him. It was just that feeling he got when he was using his cloak, and trying to avoid detection. It couldn't be Dumbledore, so it was either Severus or someone else in the Order maybe. He continued to listen and look around the room cautiously. He stiffened slightly when he felt a finger at his neck, so it was Severus, then. What do you want? Inquired Harry, facing Arthur and crossing his arms. Arthur opened and closed his mouth wordlessly, staring at the young man in a new light. He had changed so much since he'd spent any amount of time with him. Really, the longest he'd ever spent was during the summer before Ron and Harry's 4th year. He had taken them both to the Quidditch World Cup, and he'd stayed over afterwards. He had been working, so he hadn't spent that much time with him individually, and with so many kids, he hadn't spent as much time as he wanted to with him. He was rather intimidating, especially with the cool steely look in his eyes. It reminded him of someone, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Well, Harry frowned. He didn't think he'd seen Arthur Weasley at such a loss for words, not even when he tried to find the right words to tell him not to go after Sirius Black. His neck prickled slightly, which made him want to turn around and try and find out where exactly Severus was now. "I am so sorry, Harry, I truly had no idea," whispered Arthur, rubbing his sweaty palms on his trousers. "No idea about what?" replied Harry, impassively, making Arthur work for the apology he so obviously wanted to give him. You don't know," said Arthur, wide-eyed. If that was true, what was with the dark attitude he had? "About?" asked Harry. "The contract," spluttered Arthur. This conversation wasn't going the way he hoped. The urge to sit down was strong, but there wasn't a chair in the room. "I wasn't aware of any contract in my name," revealed Harry sardonically. Arthur blinked, realizing who Harry was actually reminding him of: Severus. No, he had been like that before, when speaking to Dumbledore days ago. It was as though Harry had just had enough of it, and he wasn't about to let anyone get away with anything he perceived as something done wrongly against him. "There was, but it didn't work," whispered Arthur, ashamed. "That's a good thing, otherwise I wouldn't have been responsible for my actions," sniped Harry, his green eyes glinting coldly. "Why?" he then demanded in a deceptively quiet voice. "It was a very grievous mistake on my part. I listened and led with my heart instead of my beliefs," sighed Arthur quietly, shaking his head as if he could dislodge his mistakes and make everything all right again. "A grievous mistake? Nearly ruining someone's life is a mistake?" Harry asked, his voice strangled as he tried to maintain his composure. He slammed his mental shields up as far as they could go, keeping himself composed. Almost right away he felt calm. It certainly had been something worth learning. Well, it wasn't quite like that," stuttered Arthur, sweat beginning to gather at his brow. "Then what was it like?" snapped Harry, glaring at the red-headed wizard. He had almost ruined his life. "And for what?" "For what?" "A serious lapse in judgment," said Arthur. "It may very well cost us the Weasley reputation." "I saved your damn life. And you were eager to sign my life away," hissed Harry. "Not just yours, but you damn daughter as well. You owe me 2 times over, and this was how you wanted to repay me. And all you care about is your reputation." "No, Harry, no, I am genuinely sorry for what happened. If you want to blame us and hate us, then there is nothing I can do to stop you. I beg that you don't blame my children for what happened, especially Ron. He's more furious than you know," said Arthur quietly and desperately. He prayed that Harry wouldn't blame Ron for what happened. He had a feeling Ron was serious about not speaking to them again over this. "If it's any consolation, I had planned on coming to speak to you today about the contract. I took what my daughter said at face value. She will pay for her lies," he added, looking forlorn. Harry stared at him, and as angry as he was at the situation, he couldn't remain angry at Arthur. Not only had he been good to him, well, in small ways, he had taken him to the Quidditch World Cup, and did let him stay at the Burrow. He liked it there, who wouldn't? All the food he could eat, constant company, and the feeling of normalcy in the magical household. It was the complete opposite to the Dursleys. It honestly couldn't get any more different. In the end he knew who this was down to, who he really should be furious at: Dumbledore. He couldn't let Arthur away with it though, not completely. He had tried to marry him to Ginny after all. "I wish there was something I could do, or say that would help," stated Arthur, unnerved by the constant silence. He would have preferred shouting, roaring, and accusations to this. He honestly did wish that he could think of something that would make Harry forgive them, but he realized what he had done was unforgivable. He was man enough to admit his mistakes and face them though. "There isn't," scoffed Harry. "Nothing he said could make it better. If he hadn't had the help of the goblins at Gringotts and of course Orion Black's forethought to protect his future heirs, he would have had to marry Ginny Weasley." He didn't get how the wizard could have done that. Marriage contracts were so outdated, archaic, that they shouldn't be used anymore. I realize that, but I had to apologize and let you know that I wish I hadn't done it, replied Arthur, his brown eyes brimming with regret and sadness. I wish you hadn't either, said Harry grimly. You know nothing about me, yet you decided to sign that damn contract. That's what Ron said, Arthur admitted wryly. Just know you are like a seventh son to me. I know you might not believe that, but in time I hope to prove to you that I mean it. I'm pulling my family from the Order, severing all ties to Albus Dumbledore. I see, stated Harry, inwardly impressed that he would actually do that. It seems that the adults had finally realized Dumbledore didn't give two hoots about anyone, just his own plans. I have to go, I have the entire family coming. We need to inform them of what happened and decide on a course of action, admitted Arthur. Do you wish to attend? He had meant what he said. He did think of Harry as family. If I go anywhere near your daughter, I don't think I'd be responsible for my actions right now, stated Harry, warmth bubbling in his chest despite his reservations. I wouldn't blame you, Arthur said, sighing softly. Ginny wasn't going to be very popular in the Burrow today. And Ron didn't do anything, said Harry firmly, which was probably a first, he thought disingenuously. Thank you, Arthur replied, relieved beyond belief. Harry nodded curtly, remaining standing there. Eventually Arthur awkwardly turned around and walked away. You could practically see the proverbial tail tucked between his legs. He's drugged with a potion, stated Thin Air, in Severus' voice. What kind? Asked Harry, his tone cautious. Did he even want to know? Severus appeared, wand in hand, and a piece of medical scan parchment in his other. How had he successfully managed to cast that spell without either of them hearing or seeing the paper coming from the wand? Then again, this was a spy. First and foremost, if anyone could successfully cast it and remain hidden, it would be him. Although he had sensed him, he wasn't sure why, but he had. I think you can guess, said Severus. It's little wonder he signed the contract. Harry sighed. I swear I could strangle him, muttered Harry irately. Go talk to Mr. Weasley. I need to speak to Poppy for a few moments, demanded Severus. Who said I wanted to talk to him? Asked Harry, surprised. Severus just gave him a look until Harry smirked at him a little sheepishly. I will see you in the Great Hall when I'm done, if you intend on going straight back down the chamber. I think perhaps you should write to Remus Lupin and see about him coming down to the chamber in a fortnight. That would be the best time to take the blood from him according to Salazar, between the moon cycles. I'll write to him, agreed Harry, before he left the unused classroom. It was time to talk to Ron. Hospital wing, Severus, Poppy and Helga Hufflepuff. Severus, what are you doing here? Asked Poppy, entering her office. Nobody usually went in there. She'd definitely been surprised when the wards went off alerting her to someone's presence in there. She'd had to rush there. A lot of confidential information was in her office, hence the reason for the wards. It couldn't be regarding a student since it was the holidays, and of course he had the medical information for all the Slytherins. I need 2 of your best education books, catering towards Muggle-borns as well as purebloods, stated Severus. Harry. Poppy retorted shrewdly, before she moved over to her shelves and began searching for 2 of the best books she had. Why wasn't he in the class? Demanded Severus, looking around the room thoughtfully. I believe he was in the hospital wing unconscious at the time, the Dementor attack, said Poppy thoughtfully. Why didn't you take him aside? Asked Severus, frowning. Poppy should have known better. Truthfully, with everything else that was going on, it was the last thing on my mind. I was overworked with those damned Dementors being in a school full of children. Sneaking in because they didn't want to be embarrassed for some odd reason. As if it was something to be embarrassed about. She said, shaking her head. Sometimes teenagers didn't make any sense whatsoever. A lot of them couldn't sleep because of them, and depression had been overwhelming the students. She'd given out more doses of cheering potion than in the rest her career. It wasn't one of the best ideas, agreed Severus. He'd had his own Slytherins coming to him. It didn't help that Draco was constantly mocking everyone who reacted even slightly negatively towards them. It didn't surprise him that his godson wasn't affected. He doubted the boy had a single bad memory worthy of causing him to be affected, or making the Dementors interested in him. It was the worst idea in history, stated Poppy, finally selecting 2 books off the shelf. she passed them to Severus, knowing they were in good hands. "Indeed," said Severus dryly, shrinking the books and placing them in his cloak pocket. "I have someone who wishes to be placed here in the hospital wing to talk to you. There is one condition: you cannot inform anyone about it, they will know to make themselves scarce whenever someone is near." "Who?" inquired Poppy, curious, sitting down in her chair and observing Severus in expectation. She was half wondering why Severus wanted to give Harry books about UAL education. How the hell did he even find out that Harry hadn't been in the class during his 3rd year? She would have loved to have been a fly on the wall to hear that conversation. Severus didn't answer, merely removed an empty frame, at least it was for now, and enlarged it to its correct size. A sticking charm later, the frame was sitting nicely across from Poppy's desk. He wasn't surprised that as soon as he let go, the woman made an appearance. "It can't be," gasped Poppy, gaping at the portrait in obvious shock and denial. "Healer Poppy Pomfrey, may I introduce you to Lady Helga Hufflepuff?" "Helga, this is Poppy," stated Severus, smirking at the look on her face. It was the same one he was sure had been on his face when he had heard and seen Salazar Slytherin for the first time in the chamber. "Hello, Healer Pomfrey, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been dying to talk to someone about healing for such a long time," she confessed, smiling sweetly at the stunned woman, patiently waiting on her, gathering her scattered wits. Dear Merlin," stuttered Poppy unprofessionally. "He didn't go by that name, you know. He preferred Emrys, sometimes Merthin, only his enemies called him Merlin," stated Helga informatively. Severus watched as Poppy pursed her lips. He'd never in his life seen her loss for words, and he had known her the majority of his life. Needless to say, he was watching what was happening in front of him and thoroughly enjoying himself. Why haven't you appeared before now?" asked Poppy, staring between Severus and Lady Helga, flummoxed. "We were frozen a long time ago," said Helga softly. "It is thanks to Severus and Harry that we are unfrozen." Who would dare freeze? Poppy felt angry. Such disrespect was horrific to even contemplate. "Dumbledore," stated Severus, his voice deceptively soft. "No," she rasped. Why would he do such a thing? She knew better than to think Severus was lying, even for a joke, since she had known the wizard since he was 11. If anything, Severus had no filter. He said what he thought. It was a good job he was such a competent wizard, or he may have regretted some of the things he said, as well as had more frequent trips to her hospital wing. "Does anyone really understand him?" muttered Severus sardonically, giving her a "your guess is as good as mine" look. "My assumption is to discredit Slytherin and divide the students. I cannot think of any other reason, unless it was pride. They would have always been more revered than him, and everyone would have looked to them instead of Albus." Poppy wanted to deny that Dumbledore would do such a thing, but the evidence did speak out against him. He had disrespected Hogwarts and the founders by freezing them. There could be no good reason for his actions. "Just keep it quiet, otherwise they will be frozen again," said Severus sharply. He would look into ways to prevent them from being frozen, but for now, they would just have to keep them hidden. "Of course," said Poppy, anything to get to talk to Helga Hufflepuff. Honestly, she had so many questions she wanted to ask. "Very well, I must depart," stated Severus, nodding his head at both women before he left the hospital wing. Albus Dumbledore stalked towards Gringotts. It was early, so there was hardly anyone there, just a few wizards and witches idling around. He paid them no mind. Instead, he made his way towards a teller, trying to keep himself from exploding violently. He was unable to believe the ultimatum Arthur Weasley had given him. After all he'd done for that family, giving them money so their kids could attend Hogwarts, making sure they got grants to get Hogwarts things. And this was how they were going to repay him. By severing all ties to him, as if he was someone so easily dismissed. Oh no, if Arthur and Molly did that, well, their lives would become increasingly complicated over the next few years. Nobody dismissed him without consequences, Albus thought savagely, as he finally stepped up to the teller. "I need to speak to Griphook, immediately." Albus bit out tersely, in no mood for pleasantries, especially with goblins. In his opinion, he felt as though it was their fault, the stupid creatures. He couldn't lose the Weasleys. Without them, he knew the others in the order would begin to waver from his side. He needed them, on his side. Hopefully they would disown the girl, and surely they knew it was the right thing to do. He had too much to do himself, without marrying the girl. He certainly didn't want to pay for her Hogwarts tuition, and the things she needed for Hogwarts this year. He had an order to run, which required money, something he couldn't get from Potter anymore. He hated having to dip into his own money. Damn black to hell, if he'd survived he would still be getting the Black and Potter fortunes. Wait there, grunted the teller, yelling in gobbledygook to the security goblin, which in turn nodded grimly and moved off. The other security goblin remained where he was, his beady black eyes roaming around looking for any sight of trouble. Follow me, said Griphook, appearing after a few minutes with the security goblin, who took up his post once more. Griphook didn't wait for Dumbledore, just turned back around and moved towards his office again. Only once his back was turned did he let the vicious grin appear on his face for the entirety of the short walk to his office. By the time he was facing Dumbledore again, he looked blank as ever as he allowed the old man entrance into the room, which he sauntered into as if he owned the place, causing Griphook to snarl silently at his back. "What can I do for you?" Griphook asked as he tried to contain his fury at Dumbledore's disrespect. Not even the knowledge that he had prevented the old wizard from ruining a boy's life could make the anger any less potent. "The contract between myself and Ginny Weasley, I want it stopped, at once," Dumbledore told the goblin gravely. He wasn't leaving until it was sorted. "I'm afraid all contracts are unvoidable, even we do not have the power to sever them," said Griphook, taking great delight in the loss of the old fool's composure. He wasn't afraid of the old man. If he tried anything he would be barred from Gringotts, and nothing would give him greater pleasure than to be the one to give those orders. "You must do something," snapped Albus, unable to help himself. His icy blue eyes stared at the goblin. He needed out of that damn contract. "There is nothing that can be done," replied Griphook once again, calmly as ever. "Then find a way," snarled Albus, his magic flaring in warning. "You may try and find one, but like many people in the past you will fail. You marry or you lose your magic. It's as simple as that," said Griphook, watching as Dumbledore got steadily redder in the face. If there was ever a moment he wished to use a wizard's invention, it would be a pensieve, so he could show everyone this. Albus, nostrils flared before he abruptly stood up and left the office, the door banging harshly as he left. Albus erected his mental shields, trying to calm himself down. He would need to pass himself off as shameful, remorseful, if he had any hopes of getting out of this with his reputation intact. He would need to look into getting the contract cancelled, but he knew even as he planned on trying, that it was a lost cause. There was no way out of magical contracts, not unless you wanted to lose your magic. That was not something that he wanted happening any time soon. He'd rather marry the girl, and his reputation be damned. He couldn't lose his magic in the midst of a war. It was tantamount to putting his hands up and allowing himself to be killed. He walked calmly from the main lobby, ignoring the stares he could feel boring into his skull. His paranoid mind was already wondering if they knew. What could he do to prevent this becoming common knowledge? How did he keep people on his side? Without the Weasleys' understanding, the public was going to crucify him. The potion obviously wasn't working. Arthur was acting too opposed to what he was suggesting to still be influenced by it. The ministry would have a copy. He needed to get in there and remove it. The longer he went without people finding out, the better it was for him. Damn Potter to hell, he somehow always screwed up his plans, thought Albus bitterly. He was supposed to need his help during his first year, so he could save the day. Instead Potter had already saved himself. Then everything continued to go pear-shaped from there. This year was turning out to be the worst in history. He would have found a way to dispose of the boy if he thought he wouldn't be sending the entire magical world into servitude under Tom Riddle. If only he'd had the forethought to have the boy dealt with. Unfortunately he hadn't expected him to get so damn powerful. It had been the beginning of his mistakes, many mistakes when it came to dealing with powerful people. Even if it turned his stomach to even think of them as such. Nobody was more powerful than him, and he would prove it to everyone. "Accio blank parchment, ink pot and quill," called Harry, once he was halfway back towards the Great Hall, waiting patiently for the items to come to him. Since he hadn't stipulated whose items were to come, magic would just pick up the items that were closest to him. So it wasn't a surprise when not a few seconds later the required items had come to him. Probably from the Transfiguration classroom if he was to guess, not that he really cared at the moment. He just wanted to get a letter written off to Remus to meet him at Hogwarts in a fortnight, maybe his birthday or rather, his official birthday. He was finding it increasingly difficult to keep up. He was in his mind 17 years old, off age. Hell, by the time he was finished with the chamber he could actually be 18 to 19 years old, depending on how long they remained down there. Plucking the summoned items out of the air, he made his way to the Great Hall, his mind wondering just what Ron had said to his family. It warmed his heart that Ron was growing up and actually doing the right thing, instead of what was easiest, and unclouded by a constant anger and jealousy. "Harry," called Ron upon seeing his friend entering again. His dad hadn't come back. "Where's my dad?" he asked confused. "I have no idea," said Harry. "He left before I did, so I assumed he was making his way back here." Hopefully Arthur wasn't about to do anything incredibly stupid. "Are you angry with me?" he asked, as he approached Harry. He knew how Harry got when he was angry, and he certainly didn't want that to happen to him. The thought of blowing up like a balloon was quite frankly terrifying to even him, who knew he could be fixed in a jiffy with magic. Although at the time he'd gotten a great deal of amusement from the tale when he was 13, whatever Marge had done, she'd probably deserved it. "You didn't do anything," said Harry, smiling wryly at his friend's hesitance. "In fact, I heard you're really angry at your parents. Did you know before it all happened?" "No," cried Ron indignantly, ignoring the looks he received from the teachers. "I had no idea, not until they got that letter from Gringotts and told us. I would have told them about Ginny. Dad is furious with her for lying." "Told them what about Ginny?" Harry asked, his tone pensive. "That she's completely delusional. She thinks you love her, Harry, and you're just waiting until you're both old enough. It's scary and disturbing, and I had no idea what to do. I thought it was just infatuation, that it would fade with time, and I thought it had until yesterday." "She knows now that you'll never love her, or any female for that matter," said Ron. Harry flushed bright red. "You know," he croaked, completely surprised. "Of course, you're like Charlie. There were similarities between you both. From the way you reacted to a K.S., and I noticed you looking at 7th years, even Cedric when we were in 4th year," whispered Ron, his face filled with sympathy. "I knew you had no idea how you felt, or even understood that you were gay. If I told you, you would have gone into denial mode. I thought it would be best for you to discover it yourself. It was driving me mental when you took a girl to the Yule Ball, then said Cho. I had to stop myself yelling at you for something that wasn't your fault." "You knew. But why didn't you say anything when we fell out?" asked Harry, his brow drawing together as he tried to figure Ron out. This was a new side of his best friend that he hadn't seen yet, and quite frankly a side he never thought he'd see. It shouldn't have surprised him. Ron was brilliant at chess, seeing steps ahead, strategic moves. "Harry, I know I was immature, but I'd never really do anything to hurt you. You do know that, don't you?" said Ron, pained at the thought of Harry thinking so little of him. "You did hurt me though," Harry pointed out confused. His best friend had turned his back on him when he needed him most. Hell, he hadn't really had Hermione at that time either, since Hermione had basically tried to stay out of their conflict. "I know, I was stupid and immature, but I did get over it," said Ron. Sure, it took him a few months to see past the haze of jealousy. He'd been an idiot to believe it in the first place. It took Harry being chased by a bloody dragon to make him realize there was no way his best friend would have entered himself into a Triwizard tournament. Part of him had known it all along, but unfortunately teenagers led with their emotions, not common sense. "You did," agreed Harry, moving to sit down at the Gryffindor table, which was empty of anything since it was the summer holidays. Ron followed and sat down opposite him, his freckled face filled with relief that Harry wasn't blaming him. Placing the inkpot on the table, he opened it and dipped his quill into it. "Did Dad tell you what was happening?" asked Ron, his voice quiet again. All the teachers were straining to hear their conversation. "That your family was getting together for a meeting." Yeah, said Harry, looking at Ron curiously, his letter momentarily abandoned. No, Harry, there's always consequences for trying to put a marriage contract together, if there is a stipulation added in somewhere stopping magical guardians from marrying the heir off. It's been like that for decades, ever since a magical guardian forced his daughter and the one he was looking out for, the heir of a big family, to marry. He got his hands on the fortune, but forgot to realize that when they married the boy became the head of his family, he got nothing, and he was furious about it. He tried to hold his daughter and their unborn child against his son by marriage, but he just got himself a cozy cell in Azkaban, explained Ron. What kind of consequences? Asked Harry, frowning in concern. He might not like Ginny very much, but Azkaban. That must have been what Arthur was talking about, how she wouldn't get away with it, and it would tarnish the Weasley reputation. And why does something like that affect the whole family? Shouldn't it only be the one that caused it? Sometimes wizarding laws confuse the hell out of him. Anything from reimbursement, a fine, or even forced to get a taste of your own medicine, magic has its way of ensuring it happens, explained Ron. No, the entire family has to deal with the fallout. Like my dad likes all muggle things, so my mum puts up with it. By pureblood standards it's not the proper way to behave. We are all considered blood traitors by the Dark Pureblood Society. It's just the way things are, although it's not as bad as it used to be. We should still be able to get jobs. Back then there wouldn't even be the slimmest glimmer of a chance. So what happened? A fine? Asked Harry. No, said Ron, grimacing. He might be angry with his sister, but he wasn't sure she deserved what was going to go down. Moving closer, he whispered into Harry's ear, not able to say it louder than the tiniest whisper. The contract removed your name and replaced it with Dumbledore's. They have to marry or lose their magic. If that happens, they will be completely disavowed by magical society. Not even family can help them, or they will suffer the same fate and what amounts to banishment. Leaning back, he got a good look at the look on Harry's face. Ron had such a desire to laugh at it, but it so wasn't the time to feel any sort of amusement. Isn't that illegal? Harry managed to choke out. He literally wanted to be sick right now, and be obliviated. The image that brought to his mind was one he didn't want to see again, ever. No, depending on what he had in the contact for you, they might even need to have a child together, said Ron, his face now pasty white, making his freckles stand out against his pale skin. The thought of having a niece or nephew with Dumbledore as a father was disturbing enough. The old wizard was old enough to be their great-great-great-grandfather. Is that even possible? Asked Harry, screwing up his nose, gagging painfully, grimacing at the rancid taste of bile coming up his throat. Yes, your grandparents were really old when they had your dad, Ron pointed out, without thinking. I think there's a big difference between my grandparents and of course Dumbledore and Ginny, said Harry, feeling very odd saying the word grandparents. It was certainly not a word that was common in his vocabulary. He hadn't known either set, not his father's parents or his mother's parents. In fact, he didn't even know what the hell had happened to them. He liked to think they had died before he was born, not during his childhood. The thought of them being alive and never visiting would have left a cold hole in his heart. There is, agreed Ron. I better get going, my brothers will be here by now. I'll flow home. If you see my dad, will you let him know? But I think he has gone back home though. All right, murmured Harry, nodding his head, but he didn't move from his spot. Harry, if I asked, would you like me to visit on your birthday? Asked Ron, still half sitting, half standing. I'd like that, grinned Harry, but it wasn't at the request to visit, it was at his secret life in the chamber and the fact he was already 17. I'm glad you weren't caught in the contract, Harry, said Ron honestly, standing fully now. Me too, added Harry honestly. I'll owl you, said Ron, moving towards Minerva McGonagall. Ron probably wanted to use the antechamber to flow home. It had been a while since he was in there, not since the day his name was called out during the tournament proceedings. That unfortunately wouldn't be a year Harry would forget in a hurry. Staring down at the blank parchment, he sighed before writing to Remus he'd probably scared the crap out of him with his previous letters. Saying he was leaving for a fortnight, it might have been that amount of time for him, but thankfully it hadn't been for Remus. He quickly scribbled out a letter to Remus, making sure to point out how important it was to see him on his birthday, for him to come to Hogwarts. He liked to think that Remus wanted to see him on his 17th birthday, even if he couldn't afford some extravagant gift. He didn't want any gift if he was honest, he would just like someone to acknowledge his special day, even more so since it was his 17th birthday, which was a momentous occasion in the magical world. Sort of like turning 18 in the Muggle world, or was it 21? It didn't matter, either way, he would greatly like for Remus to be there. "I assume you are nearly done?" inquired Severus, watching as Harry calmly turned to face him. He was beginning to use his magic to sense around him instead of his ears. Which was a good thing, most people didn't do that. In fact, there was only a few wizards he knew that did, Remus Lupin, but that was more to do with his wolfish tendencies and Albus Dumbledore. "Almost, I just have to get this sent away," said Harry, proceeding to fold the letter. "Have you eaten?" demanded Severus with a scowl on his face, purely for the benefit of the overly curious teachers. "Not yet, I can't stomach anything here," admitted Harry. He could feel the looks the teachers were throwing him. Looks of pity, curiosity and a sadness, as if he were a bloody ghost. "Very well, go send it. I will be with you in 5 minutes," stated Severus, before turning on his heel and marching down the great hall towards the teachers, rolling his eyes inwardly as they began to hastily eat their breakfast and talk with one another as if they hadn't been trying to eavesdrop. Did they think he was born yesterday? Evidently, as they didn't even have the grace to look sheepish. "How is he, Severus?" asked Minerva, giving Harry another glance, her eyes filled with worry. He was so different that it was almost a shock to her system to see it. Only to see him standing up and walking out of the great hall without eating. "He needs to eat, he's so thin." Severus had to suppress the smirk. Thin indeed, they had no idea, just like always. They only saw what they wanted to see, or see Harry only when it suited them. Of course, he was being a bit of a hypocrite, since he had only seen Harry as his father, but he had always, emphasizes on always, looked out for and after him. He'd saved Harry more times than he cared to remember, especially as his feelings progressed. He was taking it slow, extremely slow. Harry had never been in a relationship before, so he had to make sure he wasn't going to invest in something and only end up a passing thought. He inwardly knew Harry wasn't like that, but he was too guarded from hurt from the past to let himself go. No, Harry wasn't thin, he was becoming a gorgeous man with regular exercise and food. In fact, when they were in the chamber, only he got to see the real Harry, not just because Harry dropped the glamours, but the real person under the persona he'd created. "I'll make sure he eats, and he's recovering as well as can be expected," stated Severus, as if his interest in the conversation fell below zero. He placed a large helping of breakfast food onto his plate, and quickly began to eat. He had no interest in staying in this hall longer than necessary. He had a very good book he wanted to get back to and the potion for Lupin. "Do you know what's going on with Albus and the Weasleys?" inquired Minerva quietly, as she absently ate her breakfast. "What do you mean?" asked Severus, playing clueless, eating his food faster. He really wanted to get away from them. He had barely been able to tolerate them before he went into the chamber, but now, he liked the privacy and solitude the chamber offered to him. He'd always hated teaching, but being able to brew potions, even having the time to invent his own, made him loathe the thought of returning to Hogwarts full-time. He would miss it, that's for sure. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't become too reliant on the chamber. Neither he nor Harry could afford to. "Albus has been acting oddly. I saw him practically running towards the flow network after getting a letter. He hasn't been back since. It's going on 3 hours now," said Minerva, greatly concerned for him. Arthur then shows up, wanting to speak to Harry. Something was gravely wrong. "I see," said Severus, allowing a frown to filter across his features for a few seconds before his face went blank. He found it difficult to keep his laughter in check. Dumbledore's schemes had failed and the old fool was obviously trying to salvage the situation. He would have loved to be in Gringotts when Dumbledore was told just how the contract was voided. That he had absolutely no control over Harry anymore, and it was thanks to the goblins. Which was oddly out of character for them. They must hate Dumbledore a great deal to involve them with human affairs. The sudden hoots of around 6 or 7 owls had him looking up. He had to admit, being in the chamber, this was what took getting used to. No paper, no way of knowing what the news was, but ironically enough it wasn't needed, since nothing had happened. It was just he was used to reading over the newspaper as he ate his breakfast each morning. Now it felt odd for him to be actually going for it. Shaking off his thought, he removed the paper and laid it flat out as he took a drink of his cooling coffee, only to spit it out, coughing and hacking to get his breathing under control. Albus Dumbledore tried to wed Harry Potter and Ginevra Weasley. Contract null and void, instead Albus Dumbledore to marry Miss Weasley. Thankfully his reaction had gone unnoticed, as all of them were in a state of suspended disbelief, and like himself Minerva had choked on her own coffee. "Looks like you have your answer, Minerva," said Severus, his voice slightly off due to the fact he'd almost hacked up a lung moments ago. "This is impossible," said Minerva, not believing her eyes. No, the Daily Prophet had to have it wrong. Unfortunately she couldn't say that. The black and white copy of the marriage contract was quite literally staring her in the face. The child was 16 years old. It was wrong on so many levels. Minerva's stomach rebelled, dangerous against the food she'd eaten. "Unfortunately not," murmured Severus. The entire contract was on display, the stipulations that he had tried to force on Harry now tied to himself. "A child," screeched Minerva. "Excuse me," she added, her hand clasped over her mouth as she quickly left the great hall, trying to get to her quarters before her food was expelled from her stomach. "What was he thinking?" said Phileas, shocked. "Getting his own way, as usual," said Severus, leaving the remains of his breakfast as he left the great hall. This must have been what Rowena was talking about. He would never doubt her again. The main question in his thoughts was, did Harry know? He would soon enough, since he had brought the newspaper so he could read it at a more leisurely pace. "Ah, Severus, how is Harry?" asked Dumbledore, accidentally grinding the boy's name out, but thankfully Severus seemed too distracted to notice, or so he assumed. "Fine," droned Severus, a mask of boredom on his face, which suggested he was sick of being pestered about the boy, especially during his summer holidays. "Have you seen the newspaper this morning, Albus?" "No, why?" asked Dumbledore, a sinking feeling going through him. "I'm afraid there is not good news in it," said Severus, his masks fully up, but his eyes were watching Albus for every reaction intently. "Excuse me," said Dumbledore, turning tail and practically running towards the stairs. Up and up he went until Severus couldn't see him any longer. Evidently he was going to his office. No doubt an owl was waiting with the newspaper there for him. He almost felt sorry for whatever owl that was up there. Hopefully Fawkes could calm the old fool before he removed the owl's leg with the paper. Smirking freely, he made his way up the stairs as well, his pace quick but unhurriedly. Harry had to go all the way to the top of Hogwarts to the Ollery, after all. Although he had spent more time than he meant to in the Great Hall, no doubt Harry would relish the memories he could show him. Checking the corridor for ghosts and teachers, when he was sure nobody was there, he slid inside the girls' bathroom. He was getting more used to going in there. He doubted he would do it if the school was in session. Just in case, the students did sometimes use the bathroom. The thought was laughable, with a bloody female ghost cackling and coming up and down the pipes. The only reason he could see someone using it was out of desperation, ignorance of what awaited in there or a dare. "Do you know the consequences of Dumbledore trying to marry you to Weasley?" inquired Severus. Watching Harry go green, he realized that yes, he did know. "Yes, Ron told me," said Harry, a little gag leaving his mouth. "Open," Harry hissed, as the secret entrance expanded and opened up for them. Severus didn't hesitate, used to the only way they could get into the Chamber of Secrets right now. He wished there was an alternative way, but unfortunately there wasn't. He no longer made faces at the bones that crunched under his feet. He just flicked his wand and got rid of the disgusting slimy stuff off his clothes before moving forward, away from the pipe entrance. "Open," hissed Severus, smirking in triumph, as he always did when the doors opened. He was learning. He knew a few words in the SKE's language, even writing down how they were said, which wasn't as easy as it appeared. All languages were learnable, even one as odd as Parseltongue. Parseltongue had always been a desire of his to have like any real Slytherin, and if he could manage to understand it he might be able to find out more information about what Voldemort was up to. He did spend a lot of time talking to that damn SKE of his. I must admit, I am surprised you are still reading it, stated Severus, as he calmly walked into the sitting area of their little chamber. Their little chamber. It wasn't his, but Harry had chosen to share it with him. There had been no talk about bringing his little friends down. In fact, only Lupin had been mentioned, and that was more for protection for the werewolf, to help him, since he would go months down there without the full moon making an appearance even once. It would definitely be the break he needed, but there was no way for them to be sure it would work. For all they knew, it could blow up in their faces in the most spectacular fashion. He would be finding out sooner or later, since Lupin was required for the finalization of the potion, and he would also be the guinea pig testing it. Not that he could be considered as such, since the potion did work, it was just something he wanted to see for himself. According to Salazar, the potion's recipients would transform when the moon rose, then they would turn right back into human form, cured. He'd said that those he had given the potion to had never transformed again, or had any wolfish tendencies, such as a liking for extremely raw meat. In fact, the only thing that was commonly missed amongst the lichens, as Salazar called them, was their heightened sense of smell and awareness. "You'll just have to find something else to snark about," said Harry smugly, glancing up at Severus, his green eyes twinkling brightly. He loved it down here, and quite frankly, the thought of leaving was repugnant to him. He had been alone the majority of his life, listening in on happiness and love, wishing to be part of it. It had gotten to the point that he couldn't stand large crowds, he had chosen a few friends, and he'd been happy with that. It was part of what made it so hard when things went wrong at Hogwarts, especially the after-Triwizard Tournament. He'd never been happier than when he was down here, was it the company, the solitude, and not having to worry or explain himself. Or perhaps it was all three things, combined with having someone who truly understood him, despite his irritable nature. "No doubt," replied Severus, smirking wryly, as he relaxed back against the couch. Harry laughed softly. Severus never ran out of things to complain about, it was his natural disposition. Leaning back against him, he continued to read the book in front of him. At least neither Hermione nor Sev could get on at him for not having read this book anymore. Truthfully though, the book was interesting. He hadn't realized there were so many rules he'd broken until he read about the long list. Wait, there was a wandless magic class. What happened to it? Asked Harry indignantly half an hour later. That sounded extremely awesome, much better than even defense, and that was his best class. Best, not favorite, everyone expected him to be good at it, and they just happened to be right. "What do you think?" murmured Severus, feeling tired. The room was extremely warm, the blazing fire ensured that. "Dumbledore," scowled Harry, his face screwed up in disgust. "Got it in one," replied Severus, his lips twitching. He had to admit Harry looked extremely hot when he was angry. He even stopped the alchemy class. "I was very interested in it, but according to Dumbledore, there was no other such interest in the class, and that it therefore would be a waste of precious school resources to proceed with it." Which was of course drivel. I knew of at least 12 students that year who wished to take the class. It's the same each year since I've been on the faculty at Hogwarts, except these past few years, people are beginning to forget that it's even an option anymore. Alchemy, like making the Philosopher's Stone, wondered Harry. Flamel hadn't gone to Hogwarts, he'd attended Durmstrang, according to the chocolate frog cards. Which collection, by the way, he had completed while he was still down here. They'd sent Dobby all over the place in all magical districts to get their food and drinks. "Very similar," replied Severus. So much was being lost, and it bothered him something rotten just thinking about it. Regretfully, there was nothing he could do. Albus was stubborn and never listened to reason. He did what he wanted, when he wanted, regardless of anyone else's thoughts or opinions. The worst of it was he pretended to listen to them, and then just brushed it off as if it was of no consequence. It was one of the most complex classes, not that I would know, but the books when I read them to begin with were extremely difficult to understand. "Oh," said Harry, he'd never read one and found himself curious. But if it could be considered difficult by a wizard who was extremely smart, so smart he'd been creating his own spells before he was 16, what hope in hell did he have of understanding it? He wasn't like Severus or Hermione, was he? Wondered Harry, staring at the book blindly. Or was it just luck and power? He couldn't create his own spells. Hermione could, if she wasn't so blindly loyal and believed everything the books told her. It's hard to believe you found any classes hard. Why's that? Asked Severus, confused, wondering what Harry meant by his question. You're really intelligent. I mean, you changed the recipes and made them better, created your own spells. Not many people can do that, said Harry honestly. With him not looking at his companion, he didn't see the light pink flush passing over Severus' cheeks. Not as intelligent as you think, Severus told him wryly, but the smug feeling refused to budge. He joined the Dark Lord. For Merlin's sake, it was obvious he wasn't extremely intelligent. If he had been, perhaps he would have realized what a disreputable character he was. No, he wasn't even going to think on that. He'd been a desperate teen. He had so badly wanted friends who understood him, and a life beyond being made to feel inferior. He'd sworn at the age of 18, after passing his mastery, that he would never let anyone make him feel like that again. Of course that intention had gone up in smoke. He'd ended up serving two masters who both thought he was loyal and would lay his life down for them. They were both wrong. His loyalty was to himself, and Harry. They were bound to the same fate, after all. You are, disagreed Harry. Then again, by all appearances Voldemort had been so also. It's what you chose to do with your intelligence, and Severus did good with it. Well, now, he mused. I wished I was as smart as you, creating spells. I mean, what a way to get one up on people. Anyone can do that if they put their mind to it, Harry, replied Severus. It of course helped if you knew about the magical world all along. Harry had only just gotten used to the magical world, having spent 10 years oblivious to all things magical. One of the most important things is learning Latin properly. Once you do that, you are unstoppable. I never thought of that, confessed Harry, making a mental note to look up books on Latin. Harry flushed darkly just remembering the book Severus had handed him yesterday evening. It made him feel like a 10-year-old. He'd scampered to the bathroom and hadn't come out for hours. He'd read it though, and spent the rest of the night avoiding Severus like a plague. Which Sev had put a stop to this morning, again making him feel small. He didn't know if he was doing it on purpose, but damn, he spoke about it as if it was natural, and maybe given time, it would be. To him it was all too new and too embarrassing. Severus chuckled darkly. He didn't even need to read Harry's mind to know what was going on. A man of his age should have found Harry's innocent nature bothersome. Well, part of him did feel irritated by it. It wasn't normal, and there was also the fact it made Harry seem a lot younger than he was. He didn't even want to think of Harry younger. It was constantly on his mind. At least his body wasn't so scrawny anymore. Yep, Cauldron calling the stirrer black, he wasn't exactly muscled either. Harry just ducked into the book, immersing himself in it. Reading through the rules was getting tiresome, but he wanted to get to the bit Severus had been talking about. He was getting ahead of himself. He wasn't exactly desirable, except maybe to those who only saw the boy who lived, but Sev wasn't one of them. He didn't seem to care about the fact they wouldn't be together during school. Did it mean this setup Sev wanted only to be temporarily? Or did he just not want anything to happen while he was a student? Merlin, this was complicated. He wished he had the courage to ask his questions. Just then he got to the part about husbands, wives and relationships, especially the ones regarding students and teachers. A quiet ding had Severus groaning as he reluctantly got up. It was time to see to the potion again. And a good thing, too. It was to simmer for 24 hours now, so he would not have to worry about it. Harry glanced his way, but only for a moment before his attention was solely focused on the information. A criminal sentence, which meant Azkaban, for any teacher found to be fornicating with a student. Harry shuddered. Azkaban, well, it was little wonder no teacher would risk it. He certainly wouldn't. He cared too much, which was probably the cause of this little dilemma. Fornicate meant sleeping with someone outside of marriage, which made the next sentence make sense. The only clause that allowed it would be for bonded couples. Soul-bonded couples especially, since such a bond couldn't be faked, couldn't be broken, and it showed true love between them. He didn't get that. Magical marriage couldn't be broken either, so what the hell was the difference between marrying someone or bonding to them? Or could it? Was it just really magical bonding that couldn't be done? Accio soul bonding book, whispered Harry, standing up. Grasping the book as it flew towards him, he quickly made his way to the bathroom. The only problem with being in such close proximity, no privacy. At least, Sev had his lab. Harry didn't go down there unless he was asked. He had no such option here. Sliding the latch over, he started a bath running, placing the book on the side of the tub. Then he quickly undressed, putting bubble bath into the water as the bath filled quickly. Even after all these years, he was still surprised at how quickly the water filled the tub, 3 times quicker, maybe more, than Muggle taps did. Testing it to see if it needed more cold or hot water, he found it was fine. Grabbing a towel he slid into the bath and quickly dried his hands off, then took the book and opened it. Thankfully it wasn't a hardcover, it was a simple paperback, which made it easier to handle. It wasn't very thick either, so it was a book that got straight to the point of what he wanted to know. As he began reading, he realized his thoughts were right straight to the point. There were 5 stages to the bond, which all required, or rather suggested, a close proximity after the bonding. The first stage was their magic commingling together, evening out and making them truly equal in each other's eyes. Ironically enough, this happened without weakening the stronger one. The second stage allowed the partners to gain a sense of each other, even at a distance, which meant they couldn't lie to each other, or hurt each other by being unfaithful or the like. The third allowed them to communicate with one another telepathically, if they focused on their other half. The fourth allowed them to get a sense each other's location handy if their partner was hurt for some reason. The fifth and final stage allowed the exceedingly powerful male couples to conceive by using both their magic to create a womb. How the hell does that work? Men didn't have the equipment for that, creating a womb. Magically creating one, it just seemed so far-fetched. He doubted he fell under the category of exceedingly powerful, so he wouldn't have to worry about that if he ever became bonded to a partner. The last known such person was Salazar Slytherin's descendant Salazar Samuel Slytherin. What was it with having the same lettered first and last names? "You aren't hiding in there again, are you?" asked Severus, his voice muffled and sounding half exasperated, half amused. Harry couldn't tell which was triumphing over which. "No," squeaked Harry, "I'm having a bath." "Are you nearly done?" demanded Severus, definitely sounding impatient this time. "No," Harry answered cautiously. "If you need the toilet, come in." A whispered, "Alohomora," had him panicking and hiding the book under the towel as quickly as humanly possible in a slippery tub full of water without destroying the book. He'd just sat back into it again properly when Severus entered the room. Harry saw his eyes flare and his breath caught in his throat. It made his stomach do flips. He didn't know what Sev saw in him, but he liked how it made him feel. Once Severus finished doing his business, he put the toilet seat down and sat on it, gazing at him pensively. How was it that Harry was fine with being K.SD in front of him, but got coy at the mention of? Then again, sharing a room with 4 other boys would and did take body shyness out of you. Surely the boys in his dorm had spoken about their exploits. Not that he wanted to even think about Finnegan, Thomas, Weasley, or Longbottom talking about that, but surely they had. He could remember his own teen years, and the conversations they had in the dead of the night. "What's wrong?" inquired Harry, staring at Severus, who was just silently staring back. Severus just wordlessly shook his head. He would rather Harry not avoid him for the rest of the night by mentioning. Then he wondered, could it be that Harry was nervous about actually having with someone, not just the mention if it. The Dursleys had truly stunted Harry's growth in more ways than one. Of course, getting him more used to his body and the actual act itself would definitely help speed things along. Then again, where would he find his amusement without the flush that seemed to encompass the boy's entire body? Standing up, he sauntered over, his eyes never leaving Harry's, leaning over millimeters from Harry's mouth. He couldn't help enjoying the wide, doe-eyed appearance. Harry couldn't have been less Slytherin right now if he tried. "Mind if I join you?" Severus drawled, his voice positively sinful. Harry wordlessly gave his permission, as he squirmed under the mass of bubbles. How was it that one voice could tear you to shreds, yet sound so, there was no word for it, it was just so forbidden. He slid down and turned the tap on, letting more warm water fill the tub since it had long since gotten lukewarm. His toes were wrinkled prunes, the only reason his hands weren't the same was because he'd been reading. Feeling those long legs alongside his own, and the warm, firm chest behind him, he couldn't help but relax into him. When it was hot enough, he used his toes to turn the tap off, not wanting to move. They usually sat like this every night, well, with their clothes on, and sitting on the couch, but this was much more intimate. Harry wasn't sure why, but he felt all his worries melt away. Yes, Harry was definitely a conundrum, that was for sure, thought Severus, enjoying the closeness of another person after all this time on his own. Who would have thought he would be attracted to Harry Potter? Certainly not him 5 years ago, or even a year ago, come to that. He'd snorted in derision at the statement, there's a fine line between love and hate, and not just because of the word love, either. He'd known love and he knew hate, or at least he had thought so, until now, perhaps the saying was right all along. A fine line indeed, he thought as he caressed Harry's back absently. Nothing good comes out of you being quiet, what's wrong? Asked Severus, his fingers tracing old scars on Harry's back. Is this a temporary thing for you? Whispered Harry, not able to keep his worry out of his voice as he would have liked. I assume we aren't taking about training in the chamber, said Severus, already knowing the answer. No, said Harry, getting even more anxious now. I am not a teenager, Harry, so no, I don't do temporarily. I am far too possessive a man for that, believe me, stated Severus. Oh, he knew his own faults, Harry would become increasingly familiar with them. He already knew about one, his irascible nature. He would never be a cheerful, do-good wizard, the thought alone made him shudder. He was, however, extremely protective of those he chose to let through the impenetrable armor he wore. The total he had allowed that liberty he could count on one hand alone, and still have room for others. What gave you the impression it was? He asked after breaking from his thoughts hastily. Just the way you said it wasn't proper to be together, Harry revealed honestly. He hadn't been the slightest bit concerned, or said anything about after Hogwarts, Harry belatedly realized. It was little wonder he was beginning to doubt that there was anything serious between them, he truly had gotten ahead of himself. He understood better now why Severus wouldn't want to do anything while he was at school. Azkaban would put a damper on everyone. I see, replied Severus, realizing that Harry was just insecure, and probably would be for a while, until he grew confident in their relationship. He would have to try and rein his words in, at least the ones Harry could misconstrue. Dear Merlin, what had he gotten himself into? He shouldn't have listened to Salazar. Harry should be experimenting with people his own age, before he even considered a grown-up relationship. Unfortunately, the thought of anyone else getting their grubby mitts on what was his was out of the question. They would only see the boy who lived, and that would do more harm to Harry than anything he could possibly say. No, Harry, that wasn't the reason. As a teacher, it's morally wrong for us to be together. However, after the school year is up, there is nothing stopping us. He was too much of a Slytherin to care. While Hogwarts wasn't in session, legally he wasn't breaking any laws, although that was more of a technicality, since legally Harry was 16 still despite being 17 in reality. He also hadn't wanted to see if Harry even wanted to wait that long. He was greedy, what could he say? Not that they'd done much, he couldn't wait to unleash the monster in him. I know, I read Hogwarts, a history, teased Harry, grinning at him slyly. Will wonders never cease, replied Severus. He was beginning to have a very bothersome situation. Severus grabbed the towel and stood up, not that it was hiding his problem much, but maybe one day, thought Severus, one day. He was determined to take it slow for Harry's sake. It wasn't doing anything for his sanity, unfortunately. Stepping out of the bath, his foot nudged something hard. Staring down, his eyes took in the title of the book before trailing over to Harry in silent demand of an explanation. Harry froze at that look. It reminded him of all the times Severus had known he'd been up to something. He understood it now, it was nothing to do with mind reading, but reading body language. Severus didn't read people's minds. That was next to impossible without someone knowing you were there, unless you were only skimming the very surface thoughts. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet now Severus' look made him feel as though he had. Harry summoned his Slytherin and Gryffindor courage and straightened his spine. He had done nothing wrong, so he wasn't going to squirm like he had. He wasn't Harry Potter the boy who lived anymore, he was just Harry, he wouldn't be what they wanted him to be anymore. He was tired of it, he just wanted to be his own man, whoever and whatever that was. Harry? Severus asked, his voice deceptively soft. His eyes never wavered from the younger man. He was trying to understand why he was researching bondings and, the bigger question, why he felt the need to hide that fact. It was mentioned in Hogwarts. A history, I just wanted to know more, Harry said negligently, shrugging his shoulders as he scrubbed at his skin. In that case, why did you hide it? Severus then asked, knowing instinctively that there was more to it. His agile brain quickly connected the dots, the questions Harry had asked just a few moments earlier, and his offhanded comment about them being together. Inwardly cursing, he feared that Harry was so desperate for someone to love him that he was willing to bond to the first person that truly showed concern for him. He would have to tread carefully, he didn't want Harry under the impression he didn't want to be with him. The thought of him bonding to someone else and being used burned him something fierce. Harry was so desperate for love that he could attract all the wrong attention. I didn't want you getting the wrong idea, confessed Harry, standing up and grabbing another towel, then wrapping it around his waist as he climbed out of the tub. Severus moved towards Harry, backing him into a wall as he stared into his eyes before asking, "And do I have the wrong idea?" Harry paused. While he had been good at lying about his home life for 6 years, and in general about other things, Severus would know if he lied now. He didn't want to, either, strangely enough, probably because he didn't like being lied to. Not completely, Harry murmured sheepishly. I assumed as much, replied Severus, wrapping his arm around Harry's head and kissing him soundly on the lips, unable to help himself. He drew back then, knowing if he continued they would be going further than Harry was probably comfortable with at this point. Without another word he left the bathroom and headed into the bedroom they shared, drying himself off before getting into his nightwear. His mind was still spinning, unfortunately not just solely on the case, but on the book as well. They needed to talk about it, especially Harry, about what was on his mind. Severus sat on the bed on top of the covers, watching silently as Harry joined him in the bedroom. How had he never seen just how needy Harry was? How desperate he was to be loved? Did anyone have any idea? Or had Harry been really that good at hiding it? He had to have been, surely, to at least hide it from the most of the magical world. He wouldn't be surprised if Albus was already aware of it, he had a way of sensing someone's indecision and desperation. Instead of doing what most people would and help, though, he manipulated. As long as he got what he wanted, Dumbledore couldn't care less about anyone else's needs. It had taken him a long time to see that, and for him as a Slytherin it turned his stomach to realize and admit that. We need to talk, stated Severus, causing Harry to stiffen. He could practically feel the worry pouring out of the teen. All right, Harry conceded, shoving his dirty laundry and the towel he'd just used into the hamper before hopping onto the bed. Cursing silently, he rubbed at his foot, he kept forgetting about that uneven stone, and he kept standing on it. He wondered about that, still rubbing at the painful throb almost absent-mindedly. He'd been hurt worse than this, so why the hell did it feel worse when you jabbed your foot that way? Then again, they say most of your nerves are in your feet. I want you to be honest with me, Severus stated, interrupting his musing. It came out more sharply than he'd intended. Why are you so interested in bonding? I wanted to know more about the bonds, said Harry honestly. And that is all? Asked Severus, doubtfully. It was when I read it, Harry replied thoughtfully. Do many people bond? Most marriages in the wizarding world are arranged surprising, I know, and they do not bond, they do not believe in the ability to share magic, and yes, that is one of the abilities you acquire, even though it's not specified in the book. Bonding also requires fidelity, to cheat on a bonded spouse is a big insult to magic, and it is painful. In regards to its punishment, it has been likened to the Cruciatus curse, Severus said softly. Purebloods, despite their appearances, do not remain faithful. Once they have an heir, they frequently look around for other partners. Oh, said Harry, does that mean my dad? Feeling extremely uncomfortable at the thought, he let his voice taper off. I do not believe so. I do know that your grandparents were faithful to one another, they were bonded, said Severus. And Molly and Arthur, he couldn't see them being unfaithful. Going by the number of children they have, they are faithful. They aren't bonded, just married, quickly due to the war, Severus said thoughtfully. Harry nodded silently. This whole pureblood thing was making his head spin. Why would they marry someone, speaking vows they had no intentions of keeping, and then sleep around? He probably sounded like a girl, but it was wrong. If and when he married or bonded, he wanted them all for himself. It is more popular for men to bond, due to one of the allotments. Unfortunately, I've never heard of a single child being born to bonded couples, said Severus. It's not to say that it hasn't happened, just that not everyone would want to burden themselves with the celebrity craze that would surely center on them. It wouldn't imply that you needed to be powerful if at least one couple hadn't had a child through that exact means, where others had failed. Harry shuddered immediately, agreeing with that one. Although to him, it seemed as though everyone wished they were famous with the exception of Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Severus. Even Ron craved being famous, and Harry just couldn't fathom that at all. There was nothing good about having people following your every move, writing about you in the newspaper as if you were a commodity. It was horrible, degrading and downright disgusting. It's not something to be entered into lightly. It is frowned upon for married couples to divorce, but to break a bond is very sacrilegious, added Severus. It can be broken, exclaimed Harry, feeling disheartened. Merlin, no, but over time it can deteriorate until the bond simply snaps and disappears, leaving you without your partner's feelings or being able to sense them. For example, if one of the pair died, or did not want to be together and left to go overseas to escape the bond, Severus explained. It is not possible for the bond to be removed, ever, fade, yes, but you would never be able to marry or bond to another, and you would have to wait for the bond to deteriorate before you could move on without being subjected to pain. Why doesn't it say that in the book? Harry wondered. It's sacred, not something to be rushed into. Only one of the founders did it, as you know, said Severus, and that the most surprising one of all. Now Godric he could have seen doing it, or Helga or Rowena, but Salazar had been a surprise. Yeah, Harry said grinning widely, having almost the same identical thoughts as Severus. Why did it alarm you so that it could be broken? Demanded Severus, giving him a pointed look to say that he would not tolerate half-answers or lies. At least not from Harry, who had been honest with him throughout all this so far, and he didn't want the lies to begin now. Why do you think? Stated Harry wryly, giving him a pointed look. Dumbledore had tried to marry him off to Ginny Bloody Weasley, of all things. Although he doubted Dumbledore would try it again, especially considering he was now being forced to marry a 16-year-old girl. He didn't want to know how far Dumbledore would be willing to go. He had an entire year of watching his back to go. He was quite frankly worried that Dumbledore would drug him and marry him off to someone else, maybe even Tonks or something. They wouldn't care whether he was willing or not, so he couldn't be blamed for his worry. Nobody would bloody believe him over Dumbledore, either. No matter how big a hero he was, Dumbledore was revered. You assume Dumbledore will continue with his attempts? Severus muttered finally. Why did that fill him with enough rage that he wanted to kill Dumbledore right now? Oh yes, he was too damn possessive for his own good. Who wouldn't be? When a gorgeous 17-year-old, who would be 18 by the time they were out of the chamber, wanted to be with him. There wouldn't be many wizards out there who would see past Harry's savior status to the real boy behind the facade. You know him better than I do. When does he ever give up? Murmured Harry quietly, his shoulders hunched at the thought of Dumbledore getting his way. True, conceded Severus, but that is no excuse to go looking for a bonding, Harry. No, I'd rather bond to someone I like than be forced into a marriage to someone I don't, said Harry grimly. You won't have to worry about that yet. He will have to worry about his own self. his reputation, and the Order's reaction to what's happening, Severus revealed. It will take months for him to work his way out from under the backlash, if that is even possible. The fact that he is marrying a 16-year-old child could very well spell the end of him. It just depends on whether he can spin the tale in a way that gets people feeling sorry for him, or whether they're just too shocked and horrified to have sympathy. I still don't like it, said Harry, chewing viciously on his lip. I'm just saying that you should think about it before contemplating that step, said Severus cautiously. But you agree that Dumbledore won't stop? Harry pressed. He won't, Severus was forced to admit. It is not in his nature, and a setback like this probably shook him, but it won't keep him down for long. I understand why you are so worried. I'm not saying your fears aren't justified, I'm just commenting on the fact that it is a big commitment, a lifetime commitment. I know that, sighed Harry. There was only one person he would ever think of bonding to, and that was the man next to him. He had always protected him, looked out for him, and tried to keep him safe from all harm. He had been blind to it as a young child, but he wasn't a child anymore. He was legally the head of his family estate, and the Black estate, and he just wanted someone who would do what Sev had been doing, look after him without expecting anything in turn. You didn't need a physical relationship with someone to love them, that much was obvious, but he wanted to have that. It was Sev who kept putting it off, probably because of his awkward fumbling. He just wasn't used to UAL innuendos, although they were becoming more and more familiar. Salazar liked to tease him something awful, along with Sev, but at least the other founders were there to slap Sal. But when it came to Sev, there was nobody there to stop him. Even now he was stopping him from what he thought was making a mistake, rushing in like a fool where angels fear to tread. Can people sense when you are bonded? He added with a sinking feeling in his stomach. It depends, Severus answered cautiously. If you were, say, a mediocre wizard and you bonded to a very powerful one, the change would be noticed immediately. He knew why Harry was asking. Harry relaxed at that. There would be no change to their powers. If anything, his powers would be heightened. He did not believe himself powerful, in fact out of both of them, he assumed that Severus was the most powerful of them. In actuality, they both had more or less the same power levels. Harry's was just more explosive due to the strength of his emotions and his inability to stop himself getting overly emotional. If you share magic, why couldn't Salazar share his gift of Parselmouth with his wife? Wondered Harry. He got under the covers as the nip in the air grew too cool for him. It also meant if he did bond with Severus, he wouldn't understand it. He was learning from him though. He could say a few words, but it wouldn't be like him. One of the mysteries of magic, there is a restriction to everything, mused Severus thoughtfully. It was an interesting point. If they could share magic, why hadn't he been able to share his abilities with her? It must draw the line at actual magic. Their particular inherited talents must always remain their own. It's like suggesting that you would be on par with my ability to brew potions by sharing magic, which wouldn't be the case. Just like any particular subject you may be better at than I. Harry snorted. What subject would that be? Defense, said Severus immediately. You beat me all the time, cried Harry, denying the possibility that he was better at defensive magic. Do you assume I could have cast a Patronus spell at the age of 13, Harry? Because I can assure you I didn't and couldn't. Your magic finds defense quite ludicrously easy. The spell you used to blow up your aunt is an aura grade spell, although it isn't usually used to the extent you did. It is merely used to stop a suspect. It's removed or limited before they blow up quite so spectacularly, Severus revealed. Believe me, plus you've learned defense really quickly and with ease since you've been down here. Well, I always did it because people expected it. I didn't know I was really that much better, Harry said in surprise. I won't be repeating myself, don't get used to it, Severus told him in his usual teacher voice. Heaven forbid, said Harry grinning into the pillow. I really like it here. It's going to be weird when Hogwarts starts back up. In more ways than one, he knew. Indeed, answered Severus, in agreement. It was going to take some getting used to. Following Harry's example, he slid off the bed to climb into it properly. I think the worst will be sleeping on my own after this, said Harry honestly, curling up beside Severus. I don't have nightmares here, I haven't had one since we started sharing a bed. Severus said nothing in reply. He knew how violent Harry's nightmares got, and it bordered on him thinking Harry had PTSD. Children didn't get PTSD, but it was common in adults who went through traumatic events, especially if they were the subject of the assault rather than just witnessing it. Nobody could say they'd been through more trauma than Harry had these past few years, both receiving and watching it. The worst of it was seeing him so silent during one of his nightmares, as if he had trained himself never to make a sound. Although, there had been a few times where it had gotten so bad he had screamed out in his sleep. Those were the ones about Cedric's or Sirius deaths, if the yelling of their names was anything to go by. "That's Charlie," said Arthur, feeling the wards change to allow his second son entrance into the burrow. "Hey, guys," said Charlie cheerfully, opening the front door. His happiness immediately evaporated upon seeing the looks on his parents' faces. He quickly looked around, making sure his brothers and sister were all there, but the only ones missing right now were Bill and Percy. What's going on? Are Bill and Percy okay? His heart began pounding in his chest as fear consumed him. "You haven't seen the newspaper?" It was more of a statement than a question from Ron. "No, not yet, what's going on?" he repeated as he closed the door and took a seat at the table. "I don't want to repeat myself, we will wait for Bill, but I think he will have heard the news," Arthur said almost sourly. "All right," Charlie said slowly, staring at the twins, hoping they would clue him in on what was going on. For once they didn't act out, or speak out of turn and tell him what it was all about. He hadn't seen them so serious before and it was actually daunting to see. Ginny was slumped in her seat, trying to disappear and Ron, well, he looked as though he didn't want to be here. He was also shooting glares at Ginny. Charlie wondered if she was the culprit, or if she had gotten Ron into trouble or something. His mother looked utterly devastated. He wasn't sure what could cause this. Apparently everyone was alive and safe. Charlie felt extremely twitchy waiting on Bill. He wanted to apparate to him and get him back here so he could figure out why a family meeting had been decided upon. It had been written out officially as well. His dad rarely used his title of head of the Weasley family, so something big was going down, he just knew it. The silence grew to epic proportions, until at long last Bill's hand on the clock moved from work, to traveling, then home, despite the fact he didn't live here any longer. "Is Percy coming?" wondered Charlie out loud. "He better," stated Arthur sharply. He was in no mood for petty squabbling, they had to prepare themselves for what was to come. If Percy didn't show up, then he would be forced to strike him from the family tree, which would see his career at the ministry cut extremely short. Which is exactly what he had told his third-born son, and hopefully he would heed the thinly veiled warning and come. Charlie's eyes widened. He hadn't heard his father this furious since the twins had almost made Ron swear an unbreakable vow, and even then he hadn't been this angry with them all, just with the twins. Looking around at his brothers, they all stared at him in understanding. They were just as surprised. "What are you going to do?" asked Bill, making his appearance. "About what?" cried Charlie. Even Bill knew. What the hell was in the newspaper that was making his family so worried? "Sit down," sighed Arthur. If he had to go to the ministry and drag Percy home, he wouldn't be pleased. Bill said nary a word as he did as his dad asked. He just gazed at Ginny with pity, feeling for her. She was his little sister, and he felt as though he was letting her down by not being able to protect her. He didn't believe everything in the paper, but he would be finding out what really went down soon enough. Well, hopefully, he mused as he turned to stare at the clock, willing it to move. Percy was pushing his luck with their parents. If he kept this up, his dad was going to blow a fuse. Just as he saw his dad was about to stand up, the clock chimed twice. Work. Traveling. Home. Percy hadn't stepped foot in the burrow for 2 years. It was obvious how uncomfortable he was, as he tried to slide in without making a sound, only to give them a wide-eyed, caught-in-the-headlights look. "Hi," he said, looking around as if he hoped someone would have sympathy for him. Whatever he was looking for he evidently didn't find, since he just continued to stand awkwardly in the doorway. "Come in, Percy," said Arthur, giving him a sad, strained smile that did not suit him at all. Percy said nothing in turn, he just gave his dad a concerned look before he took a seat. "Have you seen the news today?" asked Arthur, looking around. "I have," stated Bill, saying the obvious. The twins nodded that they had as well. Arthur nodded, gathering his wits. "Myself and Molly were persuaded by Dumbledore and Ginny to sign a betrothal contract for Harry and Ginny." "Oh," said Percy surprised, "then why is everyone so down?" His mum would love that, marriage and weddings always made her happy. Albus Dumbledore may have been Harry's magical guardian, but he had no say in who Harry married. There is a clause in the Potter family estate that specifies it, so that no magical guardian could take advantage of the one under his care, said Arthur. "Oh no," Charlie muttered in understanding, then he asked, "How much is it?" Assuming wrongly that it was a fine. "It's not a fine, Charlie," said Molly, her voice trembling as she spoke. Dumbledore tried to set up the contract. When he signed it, it removed Harry's name and replaced it with Dumbledore's. "Ginny is going to have to marry Albus Dumbledore, unless both of them want to lose their magic," Bill explained curtly, telling them without the big runaround. "What do you mean, Ginny and Dumbledore persuaded you?" he added. "As you know, I don't approve of the archaic pureblood ways, but I was under the mistaken impression that Harry wanted this as much as Ginny. Unfortunately I was wrong, nothing was what it seemed, and I should have followed my instincts and spoken to Harry first," said Arthur. "Wait, are you saying you tried to force this on Harry without asking him first?" asked Percy, staring at his father agog. He wasn't especially fond of Harry, but he would never have signed that contract without talking to Harry first. Yet his father, who was so fond of him, had actually signed it. He didn't know whether to be shocked that his sister had succeeded in getting their dad to forget his principles, or horrified. He was a bit of both right now, to be honest. "I did," replied Arthur honestly. But, he saved your lives. Yours, Ginny's. He gave the twins the money to start their joke shop, all of our lives when he destroyed Voldemort. We owe him 10 times over," stuttered Charlie, unable to believe this. "Ginny, why? What did Harry do?" He knew he was being disingenuous. Harry was very polite, quiet, and different from the twins and Ron, more similar to him and Bill. "Harry did nothing. That's exactly the point. He's gay, for Merlin's sake," snapped Ron, defending his best friend. "Ginny is the one under the illusion she could become Mrs. Harry Potter," he added with a grimace. "Did you know, Dad?" asked Bill frowning. "No, I only learned of this afterwards," Arthur admitted quietly. "This is some seriously mixed up shit," muttered Percy, shaking his head. "From now on in, I do not want any of you associating with Dumbledore. I told him if he couldn't get this fixed, then the Weasley family was stepping down from the order," Arthur said. "He failed to deal with it, and so I will be withdrawing us." "Not a problem," said Percy, keeping the smugness from his tone, knowing it wouldn't be appreciated. "Does that mean Ginny too, when they marry?" asked Fred, wide-eyed. He hadn't thought about it until right now, but when she married him she would be a Dumbledore too. Ginny's head snapped up, staring fearfully. As much as she couldn't stand some of her family now and again, they were exactly that, family. "She will always be welcome here," said Molly defensively. "The contract, is there a way out of it?" asked Percy, thinking logically. "No, the contract is airtight, no out clauses, either Albus wrote it like that, or the magic changed it," murmured Arthur tiredly. "The press is going to hound each and every one of you, be prepared." "No out clause, does that mean, kids?" grimaced Bill, already knowing the answer. All marriage contracts had them. It was the one thing that couldn't be negotiated, except when both individuals were male partners. Ginny retched before giving a dry sob and fleeing up the stairs, having to get away from the pitying and horrified stares of her siblings. "Yes, 2 male heirs," said Arthur, thankful that with the Weasley genes, the probability of her having 2 boys was big. Once she had them then they could nullify their marriage. He wasn't sure about that though, he would need to reread the contract. Which meant going to Gringotts. He prayed he wouldn't be mobbed by the press. "Have you warded the house against animagi?" asked Ron wide-eyed. "Why?" asked Molly, wondering why her son was asking such a question. "Skeeter. She's an unregistered animagus, she could get in," Ron cried. Don't worry, ever since Pettigrew was revealed I placed wards that prevented it, Arthur said quickly. Ron sighed in relief, that was one less thing to worry about at least. Standing up, contract in hand, he opened his door and found everyone's attention on him immediately. His daughter looked desperately at him, as if she thought him capable of performing miracles. Unfortunately he wasn't able to help her, with the exception of disowning her, but he couldn't do that, not to his only daughter. Nothing, absolutely nothing, he admitted, waving the paperwork uselessly in front of him. Can I look it over? Percy asked. He had been the one that went into business, after all. He knew more about contracts than Bill, Charlie, or even his own father. Give it a try, Arthur said, although he would be astonished if his son managed to find anything. Sit next to me, Percy, Bill suggested. Working with goblins he too had quite the working knowledge of contracts. Budge along, Fred, Percy said, urging his younger brother over to make space for him beside Bill. Surprised that Percy had managed to get his name right, Fred dumbly slid into the next seat and let Percy take the one he had used moments before. It was extremely rare that his family managed to tell him apart from his twin, that was just the way it had always been. Nobody was in the mood for jokes right now anyway. No matter what happened, their lives were never going to be the same. The twins were worried that Harry wouldn't want to be their silent partner anymore, and that they wouldn't get any more people coming into their shop, now that the news was out. The Weasley name was going to be dragged through the mud, especially by pureblood society. Things had already been bad enough with them being labeled blood traitors, for their tolerance for muggles, and of course having one in the family. He lapsed into a tense silence again, watching both Bill and Percy read it together, their heads touching. This is ridiculous, muttered Bill. It was more than airtight, it was bloody ironclad, there was no leeway at all. He knew what he was doing, Percy said, his tone grim. If things had gone according to plan, Harry would have been utterly miserable for the rest of his life. Instead, his little sister would be miserable, but that was better than it being an innocent teenager. He wasn't stupid, he knew Harry wasn't lying, but he did feel that by associating with Harry they were putting themselves into danger. It had taken him a while in the real world after school to realize that, Harry or not, they were always a target. Look at what happened to his uncles. No, he'd projected his fears for his family onto an innocent boy. Rest of his life. But I thought 2 children, Molly's voice had risen in her panic. Arthur, you said. I know what I said, but it was pure speculation at that point, you know this. Neither of us had actually read the contract, Arthur told her tiredly. I made an assumption, a grievously wrong one. You mean, I would be married to him until he died? Ginny asked, wide-eyed. He was an old man to be sure, but she knew how long wizards could live. Dumbledore could live for a further 5 decades, it just all depended, but considering how healthy he was, and how powerful, she knew she was right. She could have lived with the prestige that came with Dumbledore's name right now, but she knew that there would be no prestige when the media was though with him. No, she was screwed. Harry's was and would be the best name to have ever, and things had gotten so screwed up because of Dumbledore. She should never have begged her parents, she should have done some research. 2 male heirs, the thought of sleeping with him was abhorrent. She liked her guys a few years older, but not by that much. There is nothing about dissolving the contract or an annulment, Bill stated. Since the goblin said that nothing else was changed, Dumbledore had written it that way. He had effectively entrapped Harry into a marriage with no way out. He would have admired the contract for its brilliance if it hadn't been affecting his family. Surely there has to be something, Molly insisted, her voice a trembling mess. Nothing, Percy said, confirming his father's earlier words. He didn't even know if he would have a job at the end of the day once the news got around. He would be positively furious with Ginny if he lost his job due to her shenanigans. Hell, he wanted to shake his dad and demand a bloody answer as to why he'd done it. Just looking at him once though, he knew his dad was feeling the full force of what happened and was feeling guilty. What are we going to do? Fred asked, feeling at a loss. There's nothing we can do, Charlie said grimly. We just have to keep quiet, don't fuel the fire any more than it is, it's going to be a nightmare. He was glad he had a job in Romania, at least he wouldn't be hit with this madness. Bill could go back to Egypt. It was Percy and the twins who were in the most direct path of the oncoming storm, and would be hit the hardest. Then there was Ron. This was his last year at Hogwarts, and then he would obviously need to get a job. Ginny scowled soundlessly at them. They were more concerned about themselves than the fact she was going to have to marry Dumbledore. Where was the sympathy for her? She certainly hadn't asked for it, after all. She'd wanted Harry, the current and future hero, not the old wizard, the old hero. She wanted to rage at them, but she didn't. She'd already screwed things up enough without alienating her family. She had to make them think she was a victim of Dumbledore's scheme, and then the press, maybe then the contract could be annulled. She absolutely refused to believe there was no way out of this. "How is Harry?" Percy asked, surprising his family greatly. He flushed when he realized Ron must have told them about the letter he'd sent, otherwise it wouldn't have surprised them when he asked, surely. "I know he's angry, but other than that, with what's happening," he added when he realized this question had already been asked hours ago. "He's different," Arthur commented, thinking back on his conversation with the young man. Curt, demanding, but not as angry as he could have been. He was very honest. He doesn't blame everyone in this family for what happened, just those directly involved. This, unfortunately, meant him, Molly, Ginny, and Dumbledore. He doubted Harry would ever trust him again, but as long as he remained friends with Ron, he could live with that. "Will he help us get the press off our backs? And keep our jobs?" Percy added silently to himself. "I wouldn't ask," Arthur said grimly, "not for a while. He's been through a lot and this might just push him over the edge." Harry had been forced to watch the Dursleys killed, had been kidnapped from a place that was supposed to be safe, then tortured before his rescue. Then Dumbledore had proceeded to lie to the Order about the abuse Harry had suffered. They'd known, though, they had known from the moment Harry told them that he was telling the truth, and that Dumbledore was lying. Yet they'd let the old wizard do this to them. It was a good job they had moved back here already, otherwise they would have left Grimmauld Place without any protection. "He's stronger than you think," Ron argued. "He would ask him for help if it got bad. It wasn't fair that Harry would have to come to their rescue, but he couldn't let his brothers go through hell for something they didn't do." Man, Ron thought wryly, sometimes growing up Hermione would be proud through. Hopefully she would stay here instead of at Grimmauld, now that they'd severed ties with the Order. His girlfriend would have to choose, the headmaster of her school and the Order, or him and his family. He was actually worried about her reply, but he prayed that their friendship and relationship was enough. "Does anyone want some dinner?" Molly asked, standing up and wiping away the tears on her cheeks. As much as it felt as though this was the end of the world, it wasn't. She had to stay strong. They were still in a war. The show must still go on, as the saying so often said. She had more than one child if any of them could be considered children anymore, so she had to see them all through this. "No," Ginny replied, sneering inwardly. She couldn't wait until she was older to get away from this madness. At least Dumbledore wasn't completely penniless. She'd have money and an income. She would find somewhere else to live. She wouldn't stay with the old man. She wouldn't live like her parents, in second-hand clothes like they bought. Still, the thought of sleeping with him or having children with him turned her stomach, not as much as losing her magic, though. Standing up, she left the kitchen, not wanting to hear them discussing how badly Harry was let down. It was her that was being forced into something she didn't want. Molly watched her go, sighing softly, struggling with the burdensome knowledge that she would have to see her daughter married to an old man. She'd had high hopes for Ginny. She was talented, powerful, and beautiful. She could have had any man she wanted, and like any loving mother, she'd hoped it was someone with money to see her daughter live a comfortable, content life, one they simply couldn't give her. Those dreams were gone, and it was partly her fault. All she'd seen in her mind's eye was her daughter living a comfortable life, and signed the contract, and this was the consequences. There was nothing she could say that would help, so she didn't even bother trying. Just then the flow network activated, giving them warning before somebody appeared in their fireplace. "My own," Ron cried in surprise, standing up. His heartbeat thumping through the roof. She had her trunk with her, his letter still in her hand. She'd chosen him, although he tried not to let his thoughts and hopes get too far ahead, but he couldn't help himself. I just heard what happened. I'm sorry, Hermione said as she looked at the devastated family, avoiding both Molly and Arthur. There were only a few times in her life where she'd gotten so angry that she might get into a physical confrontation or use magic. Although when she did get really angry, she forgot about magic and the basic, Muggle, instincts she'd known since a baby came forth, starting with her hands and fists. She was a guest here, so she couldn't say what she thought of them at the moment. Come on, my own, let's go, Ron said, moving forward and grasping one end of her trunk. Then they both started making their way up the stairs. Once they were in his room, he closed the door and put up a silencing spell. Let it out. What do you mean? Hermione asked, looking both surprised and sheepish. The questions, the anger. I know you, my own, Ron said, grinning for the first time that day. What happened? What were your parents thinking? How's Harry? I've not written to him yet. Hermione burst out, unable to contain her questions. What do you mean by Ginny has to marry Dumbledore? A contract is disgusting and outdated. Why are they no longer in the Order? What's going to happen between everyone and Dumbledore now? She finally ran out of steam and breathed in large gulps of air. Finished? Ron offhandedly asked. Usually she had a few more by this point, but considering she'd been shrieking, her voice probably hurt. Hermione just gave him a look of impatience. She wanted answers. She had just read Ron's letter when she finally got her hands on a newspaper, which had been hidden, by the way. She'd been so horrified, and as soon as she saw mention of the contract and children, she'd been unable to read further. Ginny was younger than her, and Dumbledore was over 150 years old. Ron moved over to his bed and sat down on his pillow, knowing Myone would end up sitting at the bottom once she stopped pacing anxiously. He tried to remember everything she asked as he thought on how best to tell her. Hermione knew a lot. She was extremely smart, but when it came to pureblood society, she wouldn't truly understand. It was mostly Ginny. She convinced Mum and Dad to sign a contract legally binding Harry and Ginny to marry when Ginny turned 16, although it could be put off until the bride is 17 and had graduated, if that was what they wanted. Not even Dumbledore could have interfered with that, Ron explained. How did it change? Hermione asked, finally sitting down but using a pillow to keep her hands occupied. I mean, how is it possible that it changed from Harry to Dumbledore? Not that I wanted it to happen to Harry, she hastened to explain. Have you read about Gringotts laws? Ron asked. No, Hermione said, shaking her head, making a mental note to put it on the top of her book reading list. Well, a long time ago, a wizard named Dunbuck Hawks gained custody of his godson, but he adopted and raised him as his son, after the boy's parents died under suspicious circumstances. There was nothing to point towards him, and when the boy grew up, Hawks put a marriage contract out on him and Maria Hawks, his own daughter. They became one of the richest families in the magical world, Ron explained. But they grew up together. That's wrong, Hermione said, appalled. It was, but there was nothing they could do. It was marry or lose their magic. They married, of course. Dying was better than losing your magic, even then. Dunbuck got his hands on their entire fortune, but he failed to realize, or maybe he just thought he had full control of them. Jackson became the head of his family estate upon his marriage, and Dunbuck got nothing. He was furious. Despite it all, Maria and Jackson made it work. They had a child and were very fond of each other. A year or so later, Hawks snapped when his own fortune ran out, and tried to hold his daughter and his granddaughter hostage, demanding all of Jackson's fortune or he would kill them. He was captured and sentenced to Azkaban. He spent the rest of his life in prison, Ron told her. What does this have to do with? Hermione questioned, just as confused as she was queasy. After that, a lot of purebloods began putting stipulations on their estates that would prevent such a thing happening again. The goblins came up with a fantastic solution that most people didn't know about. It was a clause that prevented magical guardians, godparents, or anyone who adopted the heir of a big family from being able to sign contracts of any nature, especially marriage contracts, and kept them from ever being completed. The goblins made it so that restitution had to be paid, which could be anything from a fine to actually having magic change the contract's terms to bind the perpetrator, Ron revealed. Which means that Harry's grandfather, or maybe even his great-grandfather, actually put a clause on the estate to keep the Potter fortune safe. Not necessarily, it could have been the Blacks, Hermione pointed out. Harry did get his godfather's fortune, right? Ron blinked, he hadn't thought of that. I don't know, I mean it makes sense that he did. Not only was Sirius his godfather, but his father's mother was a Black. Either way, there was a safeguard on the estate preventing Dumbledore from marrying Harry off. The contract he drew up for Harry and Ginny changed. Poor Harry, how is he holding up? Hermione asked, heartbroken for her best friend. Really angry, Ron said. I've said that too many times today, he added, thumping his head against his headboard. So now Ginny and Dumbledore have to marry. Hermione grimaced. They do, he stated before answering some of her previous questions. I have no idea what my parents were thinking. When Dumbledore couldn't stop the contract legally, my dad pulled us all out of the order. We are not allowed to associate ourselves with him anymore, and if we did we'd be seen as traitors to the House of Weasley. Dad could disown us for it, and although we know he won't, we do want to respect his wishes. What about your sister? Will she even be allowed to see any of you when she is married? Hermione asked, frankly disturbed. Of course, it's just Dumbledore, Ron explained. He's ruined all our lives, my own. We've always been considered blood traitors, but this is going to ruin us even further. I might not even be able to get a job, Percy might lose his, Ginny will never be accepted into society. Why? It had nothing to do with you. She exclaimed angrily. It's just the way society works, Ron told her, sighing tiredly. Hermione murmured, it sounded like the normal rich society in the Muggle world. If one person was shamed, the entire family was ignored by the rest of high society and practically blackened. Landing at the bottom of the society social ladder, they would then be no better than someone poor. That, she understood, and began to understand what Ron was telling her about pureblood society. Is there a chance they might understand? Maybe, I mean, if they know and see that Harry and I are still friends, then it's possible, Ron muttered, but it's just a possibility. With it being Harry, their reaction might be more forceful than if it was just someone else unknown. He was the hero of the wizarding world, after all. Well, most of the time, when they weren't cutting him down as if he was to blame for all their problems, Harry hated that. I can't wait until Hogwarts starts back up, Hermione confessed. With this happening, he's probably going to keep Harry secluded, but at least he will leave him alone. She would write to him through, she wasn't about to let Harry think she or Ron were abandoning him again and leaving him to fend for himself. She'd done that once, never again. Me either, things are going to be pretty tense around here, Ron told her quietly. I'm not surprised, Hermione said. How have you been? She was sitting up at the top beside Ron now, cuddling into him. Worried, tired, and wired, all at the same time, Ron said. I wasn't sure whether you would come or not, he confessed. Course I came, she said softly. Both of them lapsed into silence, worrying about Harry. They didn't have anything to worry about, since Harry was in a better place than he'd been in for a very long time, both physically and emotionally. You did extremely well today, Salazar commented from the portrait, as Harry opened the bedroom door. In fact, in a few more weeks I'd say you were ready for mastery level. The founder watched as Harry limped towards the couch and sat down, wincing as his muscles jarred as he flung himself down. When they first came down to the chamber he could only maintain a duel for barely 20 minutes before he began to tire, not to mention running out of any spells he knew. The same could not be said anymore, he and Severus had just been dueling for over 2 hours. That doesn't comfort me right now, Harry said, glancing at the portrait before he slumped down further on the couch, exhausted beyond endurance. It wasn't meant to, Salazar told him bluntly. Harry just smirked in reluctant amusement at Salazar's direct no-nonsense conversation. He was nothing if not honest, and Harry had to admire that. The shower he had taken hadn't even taken the edge off his exhaustion, hopefully just sitting here for the rest of the day beside the fireplace would help. You should have listened to Helga, Rowena said, staring at Harry in amusement. She wasn't feeling any sympathy for his aches and pains, not when he had dismissed their advice on what to do. They had lived in an era when people did nearly everything on foot, and even horseback riding wasn't a piece of cake. The people here and now had it so much easier, but that was not the point. I do exercise. Harry rumbled in complaint. Not the schedule one suggested, Helga pointed out, smiling sweetly. At least you've stopped casting the disarming charm first, Salazar sharply stated, changing the subject. That had been one of the first thing he actually noticed when Harry was dueling. Severus had as well, but he'd already known that tidbit of information. In fact, Harry rarely cast that spell now, since both he and Severus had gotten onto him about it. It was like putting a target on your back. If those fighting against you could anticipate your moves, you were also a sitting duck. That he has, Severus commented as he entered through the bedroom, his hair also wet from his shower. Harry rolled his eyes. The spell had saved his life, so he had taken quite a liking to it, so what? Plus it had been the only spell he really knew, the only real defensive spell. That wasn't the case anymore, so he wasn't tempted to use it all the time when he was dueling. He had learned so much down here, and he was so glad that he had thought to bargain with Severus to teach him what he knew for spell components. For if he hadn't used the basilisk as bait, then he wouldn't have found this little piece of heaven. He also doubted he and Sev would have the relationship they did. Down here the school, Voldemort, and everything else didn't matter. He had noticed how things changed when they went back up. It's why he never wanted this to end. He wanted to stay down here forever, keep Severus to himself. I can smell your brain burning, try not to think too hard, Severus told Harry as he sat down. Har, 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 Harry snorted, grinning in amusement despite his soreness. I assume you will not be visiting the Weasleys on your birthday. Sarcasm laced the words since technically it wasn't Harry's birthday, that date had come and gone. Hell, it was closer to Harry's 18th birthday than it was to backtrack to his 17th. No, but I think Ron is coming to Hogwarts, Remus too, Harry said thoughtfully. While it would be nice to see them, he hated the thought of going up. He was finding it easier to control his temper as he became even more focused and past the beginner stages of occlumency. Severus had suggested he might always be easy to anger due to his magic. He wasn't as powerful as Severus, so he didn't think that was true, but all they could do was wait and see. Indeed, Severus replied. He already knew about Lupin coming. It was when he would be invited down to the chamber. It was going to be a very awkward week, that was for sure. He would never be friendly with Lupin. In fact, he hated him, and thought of him as a coward and always would. But he would put up with him for as long as he had to, and then tell him where to go. The only reason he was even doing this was because he wanted to see if the potion would actually work, not that he doubted Salazar Slytherin, of all people. He wanted to see its effects in person, and then it would be published under both their names, Slytherin Snape, so everyone could benefit from it. Are you going to be all right with him here? Harry asked, biting the inside of his lip. He knew about the history between them, between all of them, his dad, Sirius, Remus, and even Pettigrew. It was like how he imagined being forced into sharing a room with Draco Malfoy. The thought was horrifying just as much now as it had been at the age of 11. It was part of the reason why he'd refused to let the hat put him in Slytherin. I'll survive, Severus stated. He just hoped the wizard stayed out of his way. Are you sure? Harry asked, a knowing look on his face. Severus nodded curtly. Have you taken a muscle relaxant? He asked, changing the subject and giving Harry a look that made it clear he did not want to talk about Remus Bloody Lupin anymore. If he hadn't been the only werewolf he knew, well, approachable werewolf, since he did know Fenrir Greyback. Not that Greyback would even consider the idea. The man liked being a werewolf, perhaps one of the few who actually did. No, Harry groaned, I couldn't stand any longer. Magic, Severus muttered, exasperated at Harry. Honestly, he still thought too much like a muggle born. Wands in the bedroom, Harry replied. He trusted Severus completely, so he had no fear of leaving his wand anywhere. He's flung it on the bed as he hobbled over to the bathroom and into the bedroom and had a quick shower to get all the sweat off his body. Severus paused in surprise, too shocked even to reprimand Harry for being silly enough to leave his wand anywhere. Accio, Severus demanded, thinking clearly about what he wanted and letting magic do the rest. The lab door was opening, allowing for easy access, and the potion came zooming through and straight into the palm of his hand. Here, he passed the potion over, smirking when Harry plucked it from him hastily and drank it in one big gulp. "Oh, that's good," Harry groaned as his muscles melted like he was a puddle of goo. Honestly, despite the fact he hadn't been able to brew that well until recently, potions were the best invention ever. Severus shifted, wondering to himself how long he would be able to keep his hands to himself, especially seeing that Harry is doing all the touching. A few weeks after he'd read the books, he had turned into quite a little monster. There was really no other word for it, and his determination was being worn down every day. Harry was much more comfortable with his own body now, but Severus was still able to get him to blush like there was no tomorrow from time to time. It was as if the boy was perfecting the art of seduction. Times like now, though, when he did it without realizing the effect he was having on him, were much worse. By the time Snape had forced himself out of his thoughts, he saw Harry watching him, a suppressed grin on his face. His green eyes were gleaming in a way that screamed with smug satisfaction, along with a gleam of something he couldn't quite discern. "Something troubling you?" Severus asked. He rarely saw Harry looking down lately. Down here he had nothing to worry about, after all. The day before going up he did get apprehensive, but it was still a week before they had to go. Or on the outside, one day, he was surprised none of the teachers were asking about them and why they weren't there for every meal. While it was rare during the summer, they did have a guest and it was the proper thing to do. "It's going to be different with Remus down here, isn't it?" Harry stated knowingly. He wouldn't be surprised if Severus actually started sleeping on the couch for the duration of Remus' visit. The thought left him shivering in a cold sweat. He didn't want to sleep on his own, and have the nightmares returning. "Yes," Severus replied, not doing Harry the discourteous of lying to him, not that he would lie. Harry nodded, put out, but he said nothing. There was just no point to it. Hopefully he would be able to change his mind, but he knew Severus well enough to know it would be a futile attempt. Although the looks he was seeing thrown his way, he might just be in for a bigger chance. He wanted Severus, but the wizard was determined nothing would happen. It was infuriating. Now that he'd realized what he wanted, Sev wasn't budging. He considered it his own personal challenge. A small smile appeared on his face. Salazar of course spotted it and sniggered softly. Severus wasn't going to know what hit him. Oh, he was very familiar with that look. It was one his wife sported when she was determined to have him pay attention to her. Usually after he ended up staying in his lab too long brewing, as well as teaching. A pang emanated in his heart. He missed her a great deal, and wished she was with him. "Do you think he'll like it?" Ron asked, using his wand to dust the ash off his clothes with an accomplished grin. He was now allowed to use magic. Well, he had been able to use magic for 5 months now, but it wasn't getting old at all. He, unlike Fred and George, hadn't gone completely nuts over being able to use magic. He rarely apparated from one place to the other despite having his apparition license. Although, that might have something to do with things being so tense in the house. His mum was snapping at them for every little thing, and their dad was unusually solemn and disapproved of his mum's behavior. His dad had taken him to test for his license last week, and he had been successful the first time, which made him feel extremely pleased with himself. His dad had been proud of him, and that meant a great deal to him. "Of course he will," Hermione said, rolling her eyes at how self-conscious Ron was still about the gifts he was able to get Harry. He had been that way for years, despite the fact Harry was always happy with whatever he received. They understood better now that Harry had not had the best living situation, but at 11 they had been completely clueless. "It's the thought that counts," she continued. Not having much money, he wasn't able to get Harry, or her, the gifts he felt they deserved. "Oh good, you're back," Arthur said. "How was it?" he asked with dread. At least at the ministry he wasn't being hounded, but the looks he was receiving had him wondering if he would have his job much longer. He hated the way that this had affected all his children. He had overheard his eldest sons, they wanted to return to their respective countries to do their jobs, Egypt and Romania. The only reason they didn't was the loyalty he had instilled in them, and their fear that something might happen to the family. He was very tempted to tell them to go, at least he would know they were safe. It's too early, not many people were out, Ron said honestly. And his dad shouldn't have been surprised that they'd returned, he'd been staring at the clock waiting for them to get back. Although he knew he would have to watch his back for that damn beetle that was Rita Skeeter's. Good, your mother will be making breakfast soon, Arthur said, noticing that Hermione wouldn't meet his eyes. She evidently had something she badly wanted to get off her chest, but as a guest she knew better. He couldn't have picked better for his short-tempered son, and he hoped this scandal wouldn't change her opinion of Ron. Okay, Ron said, do we still have wrapping paper? Yes, my office, second drawer, I'll go and get it, Arthur said, standing up and making his way through to his office. Perhaps he should have a small talk with Hermione, see if he could put a stop to this quietness and avoidance. Picking up the wrapping paper he moved back out and handed it to his son. Hermione, if you have a moment I would like to speak to you privately. Yes, sir, Hermione said, staring at Ron in silent enquiry. Ron shrugged his shoulder, giving her hand a squeeze before he sat down on one of the kitchen chairs and began to wrap up the selection of sweets he had gotten for his best friend, Bertie Bott's, sugar quills, and a box of chocolate frogs. It had been ages since he'd heard from Harry, and he hoped he was okay. Harry was at Hogwarts. Ron knew he wasn't being attacked or starved, but having been kidnapped and forced to watch the Dursleys killed would have left its mark. Not that Harry would be unduly upset about their deaths, but he would be blaming himself, he knew Harry well enough by now. Hell, Harry would blame himself for Lucius Malfoy's death and what Draco Malfoy was going through, if something happened to that disgusting man. Unfortunately the blonde was able to weasel out of the most damning circumstances. Close the door, Arthur said. Please, he added, sitting down in his chair and observing the 17-year-old. She was very protective of those she cared about. Ron had gone on about how she'd punched Draco Malfoy in the face a few years back. Ron had been positively in awe of her, and Arthur had seen the starting of the attraction even if his son hadn't realized it yet. Take a seat, he added once she had closed the door behind her. Hermione sat down on the threadbare couch, wondering what he wanted. She didn't want to talk to the Weasley parents, but she couldn't ignore them completely, after all she was in their home. She was so excited at getting to see Harry for his birthday that she wasn't as angry today as she had been since she'd found out what was going on. I know you do not approve of what happened, Arthur quietly said, watching her closely. I just hope that it hasn't reflected badly on my entire family, or soured your opinion of Ron. Of course it hasn't, this wasn't Ron's fault or doing, Hermione said bitterly. Ron and Harry, as well as her parents, were all she had, and she would protect them even at the cost of her own life. They were her everything. She was so glad that the Weasleys' contract had gone sour, even at the expense of their family, since she knew Harry would have been utterly miserable for the rest of his life. We aren't bad people, Hermione, we just made a bad decision, Arthur continued, his solemn gaze meeting Hermione's. If I could go back and do it all over again, I would in a heartbeat. It hurts that I have forever changed Harry's opinion of this family, even yours as well. Hermione's own eyes softened seeing the torture and self-disgust in those eyes so similar to Ron's. I know you do, unfortunately it doesn't make it all right. Harry is the sweetest, most caring boy I've ever met. All he's ever wished for was a family to love, and he had that with you. He cared about you deeply, and he's risked his life, nearly at the cost of his own, to help your family. To make matters worse, he's probably blaming himself for your own actions. I know, Arthur said, sighing softly. He nearly died saving your daughter. He was bitten by a basilisk, and all he cared about even then was saving Ginny, so you never had to know the pain of loss. Dying, he stabbed the diary and told Ginny how to get out to where Ron was waiting. He didn't care about himself, and it was only because of Fawkes he got out of there intact. Hermione was shouting now, laying it all bare for the wizard. Bitten, Arthur echoed, shrinking further. That was news. Albus had said he did it to keep Hogwarts from closing as well as saving his daughter. He hadn't told him Harry had actually almost died, only that he'd risked his life. Surprised that Dumbledore didn't tell you everything, Hermione stated shrewdly. He never tells the whole story. This was something she'd realized early on during her first few years at Hogwarts. He awarded them points for bravery and such, but withheld the information that Harry had risked his life and that it was Voldemort that was the cause. Nobody at Hogwarts even realized to this day that a basilisk had been roaming the halls. The old wizard tried to keep all information he got contained. Some Veritaserum would have proven that Sirius Black was innocent, but no, he had just had Sirius go into hiding. No, he doesn't, Arthur agreed, rubbing at his brow as he digested everything he'd just learned. This was something he had only realized himself when Harry told them about the abuse. Albus had made it sound like Harry was exaggerating everything, that Harry had only been put in his cupboard as punishment, and had been spanked only upon occasions when it was required. Everyone else had believed the lies, Molly and himself hadn't, but they'd still let Dumbledore dictate their lives. To make matters worse, he would have to hand his daughter off to the old reprobate, and if he tried to manipulate them further, he, Arthur, wouldn't be responsible for his actions. Do you feel better with it all off your chest? Not completely, I just wished you had a real reason for almost destroying my best friend's life. Hermione replied. Harry was more like her brother, really. It was not my intention, you must believe that, Arthur said, hiding his desperation. I know it wasn't, it doesn't change that it happened, though, Hermione agreed. Indeed, Arthur stated, knowing she was correct, she wasn't the smartest girl in her year for nothing. Can I go now? I have to wrap Harry's present, Hermione said, using any excuse to get out of the room. She felt so bad for him, he looked so broken down and weary she almost wanted to tell him everything was okay. Unfortunately it wasn't up to her. How she continued to feel about them would depend on how Harry was when she saw him. Arthur sat alone in his study once again. He had taken to spending a lot of time in there, his guilt eating him alive not only for what he nearly had done to Harry, but also for his inability to save his daughter from marrying an unscrupulous old man. His family was disgraced, and it shamed him to the core. He felt worthless, disgusted, dishonored, and weak. He had been raised better than this, thank Merlin his parents weren't around see him so disgraced. It was true that he and his brothers had grown up without a lot of money. His mother Cedrilla had been disowned from the Black family after marrying his father. The elder Weasley had been considered a blood traitor by all purebloods, especially those steeped in strict traditions and the dark arts. His parents and siblings had done well enough, yet here he was, fighting a losing battle to keep the family name above water. To make matters worse, with all the time he had been taking off work to go to order meetings and such, he didn't have enough money to get Ginny's school supplies and pay off the loan from Gringotts. Their food and such was already being deducted from it. He had been paying on the loan for a few years now. Due to Harry and Ron taking the car flying, he had faced a serious enquiry at work, which had resulted in a stiff fine. He most certainly couldn't have paid that without the aid of Gringotts. He had to make the loan payments, there was no getting around it. If he did not pay it, they had the right to take his home and possessions to pay it off. Which basically meant that his daughter wouldn't be able to get the supplies she needed for her new year at Hogwarts. There was no way Dumbledore would help, or even sign the damn form giving them the money they so desperately needed to get her things. Not that he wanted to ask, the thought of asking that old lecher was enough to make him sick to his stomach. He shook his head wearily. He was so tired he barely had the strength to move these days, sleep wasn't coming easy to him with all this stress. Sitting back tiredly, he couldn't help but wonder at how he was having such troubles now, with only 2 children left instead of when they'd had a full house. Granted, he did have quite a few children in the house at the moment. He knew why, though, taking so much time off had made him earn a lot less than he should have. The war had been more important, or so it had seemed at the time. It wouldn't do any of them any good if they were evicted from their house, they'd have nowhere to go. He contemplated asking his aunt-in-law Muriel for help, that was how desperate he was. He did not think she would be in the giving mood, though, considering all that had happened. She certainly wouldn't give it for Ginny, not now that she was betrothed to be married. She would argue that it was Dumbledore's duty as her soon-to-be husband that he provide for her. There was nothing for it really, they would just need to make do, like always. "Arthur, are you coming to breakfast?" Molly asked as she entered his office, her gaze filled with worry and apprehension. "I'll be through momentarily," Arthur said, giving her a smile. Things had not been the same between them since this all occurred, all of them were strained and trying to deal with it. He didn't know if things would ever be the same, but they had to soldier on, like everyone else did. She would need to be told, he realized. She had never had to worry about their money troubles, that was his duty as a husband and father. Yet this time he could see no way out, he couldn't get another loan from Gringotts until this one was paid off, and that wouldn't be for another 6 months. "All right," she said, before going back out. She still had things cooking so she couldn't linger. She wished she could take the pain away from Arthur, but she couldn't. Nobody could, she was responsible for it also, having begged her husband to sign the contract. She'd known he couldn't deny her. He always said he couldn't give her half the things he wished he could, but he always gave her what he was able to, and she'd used that against him. She was more to blame than Arthur, but nothing she said got through to him. "Good morning," Molly said without her usual cheerfulness when Ron, Hermione, and Ginny came into the kitchen, ready for breakfast. She quickly began plating up the food and passed it around. She kept Arthur's warm just in case he stayed in his office longer. She plated her own and placed both hers and her husband's on the table and began to eat, further proof that they didn't adhere to the strict customs most purebloods followed. To them, starting before the head of the house had sat down was a very big insult, even if they were just among family. "Where's Dad?" Ron asked as he ate his breakfast. He couldn't already be at work or his mother wouldn't have put the plate of food down, surely. "He'll be through in a moment," Molly said, pacifying her youngest son with a tolerant smile. Ginny just rolled her eyes as she ate her breakfast quickly, she just couldn't wait to get away from them all and up the stairs to her room. It was beginning to sink in that she truly wasn't getting out of this fix, that no amount of sulking could prevent it. A part of her had known that, but she'd shut it off. It was called denial. She was angry at her family, especially that she wasn't getting her own way, but she did love them, at least part of her did. Most of the time they were just an annoyance that she could do without. The thought of being away from them, and stuck with Dumbledore made her heart wrench in agony, though. She would prefer to be the twins' bloody tester forever before this. "Morning," Arthur said, coming through and sitting down, gratefully digging into his food, trying to forget his troubles, as temporarily as it may be. "Morning," they all murmured half-heartedly. Molly clenched her hand around his, squeezing it in comfort. They would get through this, they just had to, there was absolutely no other alternative. Hermione wanted to disappear. Every time she'd come to the Weasleys before this, it had been bustling, happy and joyful. Despite the fact they didn't have much, they all seemed happy and healthy. She thought of them as a second, well, third family. Her parents were first, Harry and Ron were second, although Harry was like a brother whereas Ron was not. The tense silence was practically constant now, unless she went to Ron's room, and even then Molly was constantly hounding them. It was as if she feared they might actually get a chance to never mind do anything else. She was always giving them chores to do, and trying to get her to sleep with Ginny, saying that it wasn't proper for a young lady, and a guest, to sleep in a room with a boy. Ron had nipped that in the bud and insisted she would be staying here, that Ginny needed time alone. Thankfully Molly had not been able to refute that statement. Of course Ron had decided against telling his mum that Hermione would probably kill Ginny if she had to listen to her whining about her life as if she had done no wrong. Hermione was vicious when anyone hurt family or her friends, he would never want to be on the wrong side of her. Hagrid had been right, there was no spell that his Hermione couldn't do. "Do you have Harry's present?" Ron asked the very second he swallowed the last of his breakfast. Hermione just gave him a look, silently asking when was the last time she had ever forgotten anything. She mutely gestured towards her bag, which was as always charmed so that a lot more fit in than was humanly possible. It was one of her favorites, she'd brought it to Hogwarts and charmed it years ago, and she used it during the summer. She was always one for finding ways around things, especially the rules. That was Ron and Harry's fault, she thought wryly. Before going to Hogwarts, she wouldn't have dared do half the things they had gotten up to. All right, not any of them, she admitted with a mental snort. Flow or apparate? Ron asked, letting Hermione decide while she finished her own breakfast. Can I come? Ginny asked, anything to get out of this house. No, both Ron and Hermione said in unison, their voices coated with disbelief and anger. You are going nowhere, young lady, you are grounded, as you well know, Molly said with a harsh lilt to her voice. Molly didn't want Ginny getting any ideas about trying to run away. She would rather her daughter marry Dumbledore, than end up a squib when the contract pulled the magic from her for going against the terms. Her daughter couldn't go without magic, it was the biggest horror in her mind. It wasn't happening, she wouldn't allow it. Marrying Albus Dumbledore for a few years was better, Molly consoled herself. I didn't do anything, Ginny snapped, pushing her plate away. Standing up she faced her mother and spat out, there is nothing wrong with wanting to marry someone you love. Or the money you wanted to spend, she thought to herself. You still lied, Harry didn't love you or want you. Ron argued angrily. Enough, Arthur ordered, rubbing his temples harshly. Ginny screamed in anger before stomping up the stairs. She'd never admit it, but she just wanted one of her mum's hugs, with the promise that everything would be okay. For Dumbledore to die, so she would be free of the damn contract and not forced to marry the old man. He was powerful, yes, he had a name that she didn't mind, but he was old. She didn't want to have children with him. He didn't have as much money as Harry, and she wouldn't be able to fool him with her acts either. Arthur stood up and moved away from the table, retreating to his study. He closed the door behind him and sat down in his seat, sighing resignedly. He didn't even react to the door opening, he knew who it was without looking up, his wife. Arthur, Molly quietly murmured, moving towards him and beginning to massage his temples, I've not seen you this stressed for so long, there's something you haven't told me, isn't there? She asked. Arthur closed his eyes and groaned inaudibly. Merlin, that felt good, his headache was beginning to fade quickly. We don't have the money for Ginny's school things, he confessed tiredly. Ron didn't have any additional classes, so he was fine for this year. He didn't need books, they had enough to buy his potion ingredients, and the twins had bought him new robes, much to his son's delight. Ginny, though, needed a full uniform including a cloak, scales, ingredients and a new trunk. Her old one had been repaired so often that it was no longer holding together. Ginny had said she didn't know what had happened to it, but he had noticed her looking at trunks, very high-end trunks. Unfortunately, he could never afford to buy her one like that. He couldn't afford to buy her one at all, never mind anything else. Molly closed her eyes, wondering at what to do, what she could do. Unsurprisingly she came up empty. Well, I could see what they would take for the Pruitt chalices. She suggested. The thought of parting with them was horrific, but she would do what she needed to for her children, she always had. I don't think that would be enough to cover it, Arthur confessed. They were silver, the Pruitts hadn't had all that much money, just enough for a dowry, for their daughter Molly, which of course had already been spent, on their first son. She had also received what was left of her brother's shares when they passed away, which had helped them for a few years more. Then I'll see what my grandmother's necklace will fetch, she said resignedly. Molly, you cannot do that, I will not allow it, Arthur vowed. Those were the most precious things she had, along with her clock which she loved. We can't not send Ginny to Hogwarts. Arthur, she doesn't have many other prospects, she needs to take her NEWTs. Molly argued. We could speed up the contract, Arthur suddenly suggested, then she could get everything she needs for school from him. He didn't even want to say his name. That would mean the marriage happening this summer. Molly squeaked, shocked and surprised by her husband's words. It's going to happen anyway, dear, we cannot get out of it. Perhaps it would be easier on all concerned if it happened quickly. Arthur suggested, turning around to face her, grasping her hands that had fallen from his head when he turned. Can you see any other way? But Ginny would need to go with him, Molly objected uncertainly. She didn't want to lose her daughter, she knew it was inevitable, but so soon. Not necessarily, the marriage is a farce, I doubt Albus is interested in keeping Ginny at Hogwarts. He won't want a teenager under his feet all day, Arthur mused thoughtfully. They need to have kids, which means they'd need to consummate the marriage. Molly whispered, horrified at the thought. She began wringing her hands in Arthur's grip, terrified for her daughter at the prospect. A task he will no doubt find distasteful. And if they want children, there are potions to help with that, and Albus won't need to touch her, Arthur said, feeling sick to his stomach even thinking about his daughter that way. She was supposed to find love, be happy and, well, the marriage would be short, perhaps she would find another partner in the future. Not everyone cared about the pureblood society. She was a beautiful, caring girl, and she would find someone in the future, he had to believe that. Of course, they all underestimated the depravity of Albus Dumbledore. Ron beat a hastily retreat from the office door, pasty-white and looking ready to throw up his recently consumed breakfast. Grasping a hold of Hermione, he urged her out of the house and down past the orchard they had until they had passed beyond the Fidelius wards and could safely apparate. Both of them apparated individually, appearing before the gates of Hogwarts. "Ron, what's the matter?" Hermione asked. "What did you hear?" They began to walk towards the big magnificent castle. "Dad can't afford the money to get Ginny's school things. They're thinking about speeding up the contract so that Dumbledore has to pay for it. They also think it will help if it's done right away, instead of the constant waiting, worry and fear," Ron quietly told her, his tone pensive. "I'm sure Fred and George would pay for her to go if I asked. She doesn't deserve their help, and your parents are right, Ron. Whether it happens now or in a year's time, waiting longer for it doesn't make it easier," Hermione said, grimacing in disgust at the thought. She still didn't think it was right. Those sorts of contracts were horrific. They shouldn't be allowed anymore. She's my little sister," Ron groaned. Part of him wanted to protect her at all costs, no matter how angry he was at her. He kicked at the stones on the path in agitation, watching some of them scatter and settle further down the path. "I know," Hermione sighed. While she didn't have a sibling in blood, she considered Harry just that. It's either that or lose her magic, and Ginny wouldn't survive without it. She wouldn't be able to, and she had only known about it for 6 years. She couldn't imagine how they felt, having known and grown up with it and around it. Ron nodded. "I don't suppose it matters, it's up to Mum and Dad." "It is," Hermione agreed. "Still, it must be hard. Part of me knows she deserves this for trying to trick Harry." Ron shrugged helplessly, unable to continue. "But she's family, I know," Hermione whispered sympathetically. "Come on, it's Harry's birthday. Let's just celebrate that and forget everything else for now. Plus you don't want to be talking about it here of all places." "I suppose not," Ron muttered as they began to walk up the steps and into the ancient castle. As always, it felt like home. "Our last year," Hermione said wistfully. "It's going to be very strange leaving and not coming back." "Especially for Harry," Ron agreed, his eyes dim. He remembered what Harry had said after his first year, "I'm not going home, not really." Hogwarts was definitely his home. It always had been from the first moment he stepped within the castle walls. At least he would find a home and someone to love that wasn't using him. Not that he thought Ginny was, not really. She just had a big crush on him and had gotten so far ahead of herself, dreaming of a life he wouldn't and couldn't give her. He wanted his friend to have happiness, such as he shared with Hermione, more than anything else. "Come on," Hermione said, starting to walk again. "Well, jog really. Is it just me or does it feel weird being here during the summer and the halls empty?" "No, I felt the same," Ron said, grinning in amusement. Hermione gave him a small smile before they both turned into the hallway and up more stairs, heading up to the Great Hall. The doors were open as always, and the teachers were seated at their usual places eating breakfast. The lone boy at the Gryffindor table was impossible to miss. "Harry," Hermione called, walking towards him. "Happy birthday," she exclaimed, hugging him tightly, for much longer than usual. "Hey, my own," Harry said, grinning at her. His back was straight, and he was looking a lot more confident than usual. "How are you feeling? Are you all right? I can't believe what happened. I would have come sooner, but I was at home when I heard about the attack." "I'm so glad you got back okay. What happened?" Hermione asked, all in a rush. Harry just waited patiently for her questions to end. He'd known it was coming from the second he saw her. Ron just laughed silently behind her, giving Harry a faint consoling look. "How about we go somewhere else to discuss this?" Harry asked, not wishing to be in Dumbledore's company any longer than necessary. "Room of requirements," she whispered in suggestion. As soon as Harry finished speaking, she'd looked up at Dumbledore, knowing he was the reason why. Harry nodded in agreement. "Let's go." 7 floors. This is the summer, Ron whined, groaning as he was forced out of the Great Hall by his girlfriend. "Stop complaining," Hermione reprimanded him, giving him another push as they got to the stairs and began climbing them. All 7 floors of them, although thankfully the staircases stayed where they were meant to. There were no nasty surprises. Harry walked back and forth 3 times, being specific in what he wanted. He made sure to add the stipulation that no portraits were to be allowed in at any time. He knew how Dumbledore got a lot of his information, and he didn't want the old fool to know what he thought or what he told his friends. Then the door materialized in front of them. Opening it up, he wandered in, sighing softly. It was almost like being back in the chamber, almost, since he hadn't added the chamber walls, just the outlook, chairs, fireplace, and such, even the books. "Wow, this is," Hermione began, but found herself at a loss for words. She stared around in awe, before snapping her eyes back to her best friend. There was something very different about him. She just didn't know what it was. She did vow to find out what it was, though, before she left Hogwarts later. "Nice," Ron exclaimed. "I don't suppose we can get some food up here?" Harry laughed, then called, "Dobby." "Master Harry," called Dobby. The house elf asked, staring at him with his usual exuberance, as if he didn't spend all day, every day with him in the chamber. The only reason he was out now was so he could get food for them again, that and his master had called him. He had been baking in Hogwarts' kitchen, though, he hoped to get it finished before going back down. "Can you bring up some food?" Harry inquired. "Dobby will do that right away," the house elf exclaimed, popping away from the room. "You are okay, aren't you?" Hermione asked Harry, her big brown eyes filled with worry and suppressed tears at the thought of what her friend had gone through. "I'm fine, honestly, my own, nothing happened that hasn't happened before." He waved her concern off. "They rescued me before he could do anything permanent. You shouldn't be used to it," Hermione said angrily. "It was wrong." "Hopefully, the next time we meet will be the last," Harry solemnly said. "Me too, mate," Ron said, sounding just as grim as Harry. He wasn't sure how much more Harry could take. He'd been fending off you-know-who since he was 11. Back then it had been nothing more than an adventure, without them realizing the gravity of the perilous situations they were in, but as they grew older, they began to realize the possible consequences of their adventures. It had dawned on Ron with sudden clarity during the whole Ministry escapade, seeing his sister and Myone hurt. Talk about a big wake-up call. "Harry, are you wearing a glamour?" Hermione asked. "What happened? What did he do?" she demanded, horrified. What could be bad enough that he would hide it from them? I'm fine, really, Hermione, nothing happened," Harry insisted. He shouldn't have been surprised that she worked out he was wearing one. "Then why are you wearing a glamour?" Ron asked, frowning in concern. Sighing softly, knowing he wasn't getting out of this one, he closed his eyes and allowed the glamour to fall, showing the true him beneath. He waited for their reactions, knowing he wouldn't have to wait long. He would have to tell them what was going on so they would understand, perhaps just a slightly different version, of course. Hermione gasped. Harry looked so different. Fit, healthy, filled out, and so much older, but that might just be due to the differences in him since she saw him last. "What? Harry, are you using a time turner?" It was a logical conclusion to reach for a girl who had used one for an entire year during her 3rd year. "No, not really, I went down to the chamber. Know how I said it was just smallish with a big bust of Salazar Slytherin?" Harry said. "Yes," Hermione said. Why would Harry want to go back to the chamber? To get away from the teachers. Dumbledore. "Well, I was wrong. Past the opening, it's more than just some living quarters," Harry confessed. "What is it then?" Hermione asked, not really understanding this explanation. She tried to work it out though. It's a time bubble, Harry said. But they're illegal, there aren't any books on them. Hermione protested, taken aback. Then how did you know about them? Harry queried, grinning in amusement. Well, they were mentioned in the book on time turners I read. It was just one sentence about them, the rest I sort of deduced on my own. Hermione admitted reluctantly. The Ministry tried to burn all the books about them, Harry agreed, but you know as well as I that things have a way of surviving. I would love to see it, Hermione said in awe. So what is down there? I doubt he would have put a time bubble or whatever you called it down there for nothing, Ron said pensively. A library, which by the way is self-updating, Harry said, watching Hermione's eyes get steadily wider as she realized that there was over a century's worth of books and information down there. A potions lab, kitchen, and a bathroom, it's like having your own apartment down there. I'm taking Remus down with me today, there's something I want to try that I found. Do you need my help? Hermione asked immediately. Harry shook his head, nope, for once I know what I'm doing, my own. Well, if you're sure, Hermione slowly conceded. You have to promise to take me down one day, though. I will, Harry said honestly, despite the fact part of him was protesting at the thought of anyone else coming down there. It was his and Severus' place, part of him didn't even want Remus down there, but he wanted to help him more than he wanted to be selfish. What has Dumbledore been doing? Ron asked, scowling a little. I've not seen him much, I try to avoid him as often as I can. He's trying to set me up with Tonks, Harry said with a brief scowl. Happy birthday, Master Harry. Dobby said, suddenly appearing with a birthday cake, with 17 candles and a twinkle in his eye. In the blink of an eye there was also another tray of food that Ron immediately began drooling over, but the cake definitely won his attention. Thank you, Dobby, Harry said, smiling kindly at him. He'd already had a cake from the house elf, but this was a pleasant surprise. What do you mean, he tried to set you up with Tonks? Hermione cried, not distracted by the food. Isn't she, you know, in love with Remus? Harry nodded. He doesn't care about that, he just wants me to have enough power to defeat Voldemort, Harry stated derisively. Here, happy birthday, Ron interjected, passing over his present and trying to cheer the atmosphere up. Thanks, Ron, Harry grinned, ripping at the paper to get at his customary sweets. He always got sweets from Ron. Brilliant, he exclaimed, as if he had received the best gift ever, causing Ron to flush self-consciously and feel rather pleased with himself. You're welcome, Ron said. He didn't know how Harry could act as if it was the best thing ever, but the kicker was, Ron knew that Harry really was and always had been very pleased with every gift he'd ever been given. This is mine, Hermione said, having quieted down, despite her conviction that what Dumbledore was doing was so wrong. Thank you, my own, Harry said, sharing a look of bemusement with Ron, knowing without opening it that it was, as always, a book. Ripping the paper apart he looked at it. Great. I've wanted to read this, Harry added, knowing that it definitely would be something he would read very soon. He liked books on defense. What are you going to do about Dumbledore? Hermione asked. I don't know, Harry said, shaking his head, until he noticed Ron eyeing the cake. Go ahead, Harry laughed. We'll do what we can to help, Hermione declared firmly. I know you will, Harry said, smiling at her in gratitude. I can't believe he's up to his old tricks despite the fact he's already in deep trouble. Ron said in amazement. They're seriously considering giving him the boot from both Hogwarts and his job as head of Wizengamot. How do you know that? Harry inquired curiously. Dad, Ron said quietly, not sure how his friend really felt about his parents right now, or Ginny. They've left the Order, Dad's declared us enemies of the House of Dumbledore. Oh, Harry murmured. It's a good thing, Harry, Hermione questioned, wondering at his sudden quietness. It isn't totally your dad's fault, Ron, Harry said, shifting slightly. Arthur was supposed to show up today so they could speak to him about it. What do you mean? Ron asked in confusion. Well, he was coerced into it, he just doesn't know it, he couldn't have denied Dumbledore even if he wanted to, Harry told his friend. He was supposed to come today so I could suggest he go to St. Mungo's to get checked up without outright telling him. No, Hermione gasped, shocked to her core. He wouldn't. Anger bled into her voice at the thought of that betrayal. Harry just nodded curtly. Checked up. You mean he was manipulated with a spell? Ron calmly asked. No, it's a potion, Harry corrected, remembering what Severus said. You'll just have to convince him instead. You can't outright tell him, though. He will wonder how I know, and I can't have it getting back to Dumbledore that I know more than I'm supposed to. Who knows what he would do? I'll do it, Hermione said. Me and Ron will think of a way, I promise. Anything to make this easier on Harry. Thanks, Harry said, accepting the cake that Ron passed him, then Hermione. The three settled down, feeling a little better. So what have you two been up to? He asked. Then they spent the next few hours talking and laughing about little things as they ate their cake and just enjoyed spending time with one another, before Ron and Hermione would have to leave. Considering Dumbledore's mood, Harry was surprised he hadn't tried to force them to leave already. Harry sat, waiting impatiently for Remus on the steps outside Hogwarts Castle. It was warm, sunny, down in the chamber. You missed that quite a bit, despite a spell that let natural sunlight in from somewhere. He had no idea how it worked, but quite frankly it was astonishing. They were underground, after all. It shouldn't be possible. Harry had learned to accept the impossible a long time ago. With magic, that word could be pretty much discarded from your vocabulary. Remus was over 10 minutes late. He knew Remus well, he was never late. He was worried about him. What if Dumbledore had found out and sent him on a mission? What if he had been hurt? Just as he was beginning to truly fear the worst and get himself worked up into a right state, the sound of someone apparating in cut through his panicked thoughts. Relief sped through him as he watched Remus summon a carriage and get on it. In 5 more minutes he would be here, and they could get back down to the Chamber of Secrets. It might be in Hogwarts, but Harry was coming to see them as 2 different places. Given the choice, he would always choose the chamber. Before he started going down there this year, he never imagined he would feel like that for it. After all, the first time, well, that hadn't been the nicest experience. He had almost died due to basilisk venom. He'd had seconds left to live when Fawkes came. Harry, Remus called, jumping down from the carriage and running up the steps to meet the young boy. He stood in front of him smiling, happy to see him. Good to see you, Remus, Harry said, hugging him tightly and sensing Remus' surprise. Remus stared down at the teen before hugging him back. He wasn't used to people being very openly affectionate with him. Especially when they knew he was a werewolf. It was as if they thought he would just turn into the wolf out of the blue and attack them. When his parents had died, that was the end of anyone showing proper affection for him, well, other than when Sirius had come back into his life, however briefly it had been. He was glad he'd gotten a chance to make it up to his friend for what he had done, turning his back on him. He was doing as he'd promised Sirius, taking care of Harry. A frown appeared on his face. He didn't seem all that healthy, yet when he hugged him he didn't feel rail thin as he looked. A glamour, Remus thought, but why? What are you up to, Harry? He questioned the teenager curiously. Did you bring everything? Harry asked, avoiding the werewolf's question. He'd told Remus to bring everything he would need for a long, extended holiday. Yes, Remus said, patting his pocket. A long extended holiday to him was 3 weeks. He wasn't going to be in Harry's company for the full moon. That was out of the question. Good, let's go, Harry cheerfully said. Go where exactly? Your letter was extremely vague, Remus admonished as he followed Harry back into the school, his confusion growing. Did he have his own place inside Hogwarts? Some guest quarters? From the letters he'd gotten, he assumed Harry was rooming with Severus, due to Dumbledore's insistence. You'll see, was all Harry said as he began to swiftly make his way up the stairs, looking around as if he suspected someone to be following him. Once they were up 1 level he pulled out his map, which Remus idly noticed was already activated. Remus followed Harry, feeling extremely worried by his secretive nature. He felt as though Harry was being too paranoid for his own good. Although after everything he had been through, maybe it couldn't be helped. He was at Hogwarts though, nothing could harm him there, surely. You are safe here, Harry, it's Hogwarts, one of the safest places in the magical world, the werewolf soothed. Why are you going into the girls' bathroom? Remus hissed quietly, staying outside the door. His amber eyes had gone wide in shock, his previous conversation with Harry forgotten. "Get in," Harry grumbled in complaint, somehow managing to pull him in and close the door. This was no small feat since Lupin was a werewolf, but he hadn't actively struggled against the boy. And if Hogwarts was so safe, I must have imagined everything that happened to me here over the years. He added indignantly, rolling his eyes at the stupidity of Remus' statement. Remus did become sheepish. "I should never have forgotten to take my wolfsbane potion," he said grimly. "He could have killed, or worse infected, 5 people that night." "I didn't mean that time," Harry corrected, giving him a steely look. "We'll discuss it later. Open," Harry hissed, looking at the map and seeing Dumbledore rounding the corner. "Sorry, Remus," Harry said, shoving him in before jumping in himself, hissing again to make the entrance close. He just hit the bottom when he heard the clanging indicating that it had closed completely. Dumbledore was still in the corridor, so he would have no idea what was happening. He would assume that the flimsy spell he put on it would have held, preventing anyone from getting down here. Not that he went into the bathroom, evidently he didn't even consider the possibility that anyone could bypass his safeguard, he merely walked past and down the other corridor. Harry sniggered to himself, imagining Dumbledore's face. "Where are we?" Remus squeaked, trying to stand up. He grimaced at the feel of the fishbones under his hands and wiping them urgently on his cloak, at least where it wasn't wet. "Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets," Harry said, cleaning both of them up. "Sorry about shoving you in, Dumbledore got too close for my liking." "Please tell me this isn't where I am staying," Remus said, gazing around in disgust. It was cold, damp, disgusting and downright freaky. "Well, not here exactly, further along," Harry replied. "Let's go, so we can talk." "Talk? I have a feeling I'm going to regret coming here, aren't I?" Remus said quietly as he followed Harry, listening to him hissing once again. He had heard that Harry was a Parselmouth, of course, that he could speak in Parseltongue. He'd had many years to get used to it. He found it soothing, the undertone of hissing that he was sure no human could easily pick up with their hearing. He wasn't like everyone else, fearing something just because everyone said it was dark. He'd been a werewolf since he was 4 years old, and he knew just because one person was bad, that didn't mean everyone that had it was the same. Harry snorted in amusement. "I somehow doubt it." He grinned back at Remus before he hissed in Parseltongue once more. "Welcome to Salazar Slytherin's inner sanctum," Harry said as he ushered Lupin in through the giant head's mouth, his tone peaceful and filled with pride as if he wanted Remus to like it as much as he did. "It's about time," Severus sharply stated, standing at the fireplace. "I was about to come and look for you." "Nothing to worry about." Remus was 10 minutes late, Harry said, his tone never changing from its peaceful one. "Sorry about that," Remus quietly said, gazing around in awe. It was so different from just outside these rooms. It was beautiful, and he could see so many books. He just wanted to run over to them and read to his heart's content. Severus just grunted in his direction before he faced Harry again. "Remove the glamours," he instructed. He didn't like seeing Harry looking like an underfed waif here. Harry grinned and did as Severus asked, commenting, "Hermione figured it out within a few minutes, and I owe you 10 galleons. Severus smirked in amusement. Indeed, he might find the girl annoying, but she was smart and he had to give credit where credit was due. She was just overzealous in her attempts to prove herself worthy of the magical world. The Granger girl was much like Lily had been in the beginning, but with his help he'd tempered it down a bit. Remus watched the pair of them. They were getting on well, especially for people who up until a week ago couldn't tolerate each other. Severus had always helped Harry when he needed it, but he had not been able to tolerate the sight of him. That was probably due to the fact that Harry looked mostly like James, his father. Although it seemed that wasn't the case anymore, Harry had somehow filled out and become his own man without him realizing it. How could it be so? He had seen him only a short while ago, after his rescue. "How is it possible?" Remus asked. "I only saw him. This sanctum is immersed in a time bubble. Time on the outside is so much slower than when we are in here," Severus explained, waiting until they were all sitting down before continuing on in detail about how much time had passed. and how long time would pass in here and on the outside. He told Remus about Harry's training and how well he was doing, and how Salazar Slytherin and the founders were helping when they could. But, why haven't they shown themselves before this? Remus cried in astonishment. Severus and Harry looked at each other, knowing despite what he had done to Harry that the wolf held a lot of respect for Dumbledore and might not believe them. Dumbledore froze them in their frames, although we aren't sure exactly when. It was when he was younger, though, since they described him as having red hair, Harry told Lupin. He held his hand up and quickly spoke again. He really didn't want to hear him go on about what a great guy Dumbledore was. Please don't start a tirade about how good Dumbledore is, or what he's done. Yes, he let you into Hogwarts, but it was only because he felt like it. Do you see any other wizards or witches who are werewolves being allowed in, Remus? No. He did it on the off chance of getting something out of it one day. And he had, tenfold. It was just too bad that Remus wasn't Greyback and the wolves didn't listen to him. I wasn't going to, Remus protested, but the embarrassment on his face indicated he had been about to say something at least. Okay, Harry said, glad that was out of the way. The reason we asked if you wanted to come down is because, well, we have a way of changing your lycanthrope. Change, Remus blankly echoed, not believing for a second that it was true, or what he hoped it could be. There just came a time in his life where he had accepted it. His parents, on the other hand, or rather his father, had never accepted it. That wasn't to say he hadn't loved him. He had, dearly, but he had tried everything he could to cure him, and hide what he was from the world. Haven't you ever wondered why it's so easy to change into an animagus form, but not for you to turn into the wolf? Harry asked, figuring it best to start off there. Severus snorted derisively, unable to keep quiet on that front. Nothing can stop the pain, Remus said, not when you are changing your species so quickly. Now that is a lot of poppycock. Salazar Slytherin complained, unable to keep silent either. Harry was beginning to think it was a Slytherin thing. You tense up, fearing the change, fearing your wolf, that is why it hurts so badly. Lupin, meet Salazar Slytherin. Salazar, may I introduce you to Remus Lupin, Severus said, smirking almost devilishly. That was until he saw Harry gazing at him with undeniable hunger written in his green eyes. He quickly wiped all emotion from his face, cursing the boy for being so damn obvious in his affections. Remus gaped a few seconds before he gathered his scattered wits and nodded in the portrait's direction. The potion will give you the ability to change into a wolf whenever you like. You'll still spend the full moon nights as a wolf, but you'll retain your own mind, and of course if you just shift into your wolf form before the moon rises, the change cannot hurt, Harry explained. The potion, as in something that's already created? Remus asked, hope beginning to rise in him despite his best wishes. Salazar created it, Harry revealed to the stunned wizard. And nobody knew all this time. Remus was half horrified, half amazed. Wizards and witches came to him for help with their problem. He cured them of course, but when he died, his secrets died with him and them. His ancestors did not find the Chamber of Secrets, at least not until the Dark Lord did 60 years ago, and even he did not find this inner sanctum. I mean, coming in, would you have expected this? I know I didn't, but I'm glad I did see it, Harry said, his smile genuine. I can speak for myself, Salazar said bitingly. Of course you can, we can hear you, Harry laughed, shaking his head. Salazar grunted. Gryffindors, he said resignedly. Only in name, Harry scowled, they knew better than that. Perhaps, Salazar mused. This is so weird, Remus admitted, I always thought he was. If you were about to call me evil without first hearing my side, you leave. Salazar hissed, he wasn't going through that again. Two sides to every story, Remy, you should know that, Harry said, trying to dispel the tense silence that had awkwardly overcome everyone. He didn't like it, he wanted things to be normal, like before. You have my sincerest apologies, Remus said, inclining his head and staring at Severus as he said it. He should have known better than to judge, Severus was a prime example of it. So, the potion, would you like to try it? Harry asked, eager to turn the conversation around. Remus stared at Harry, his doubts warring with his trust that Harry wouldn't do this unless he was sure. Salazar Slytherin might have been evil, or he might just have gotten the shitty end of the stick and been made to look like it. Although his attitude wasn't exactly winning him any points. Then there was Snape. He could be a piece of work when he wanted to be, but he would never do anything to harm someone. He knew potions inside and out, and if he said it would work, then it more than likely would. There was nobody as good at potions as Snape. The chance of getting rid of his furry little problem, as he liked to call it, won out over his cautiousness. Yes, Remus agreed. He understood why he was going to be here for longer than he'd thought. The Burrow. Do you think this means that the contract will be null and void? Ron whispered, speaking quietly while his girlfriend thumbed through the pages of a book she was reading. I don't think so, Hermione said. In fact, it could be the reason it actually failed. What do you mean? Ron asked in confusion. Why would it do this to Ginny if it was because of that? Maybe it sensed her intentions, I don't know, but, Ron, I don't think this is going to get Ginny out of marriage to Dumbledore, otherwise the contract wouldn't have been made. Nobody can be coerced into these things. It's always been said that contracts won't work if either party is reluctant. By that I mean those that are signing it, Hermione said, frowning as she thought about all she knew. It might salvage your family's reputation though, but only just. All right, but how do we do it without outright telling Dad to go? Ron asked. He wouldn't let Harry down. Wait, what about if you practice on me a few times, and I pretend to get annoyed with you using me as a guinea pig and complain that you should use someone else? That is brilliant, Hermione admitted. The chess master in Ron must be coming out. He was good at strategy although he didn't display it often enough, but when he did, it made her proud. But will your dad go with that? Why not? I mean, he's all for us learning, and he knows you won't mess up. Ron said. Everyone knew Hermione was brilliant. It's not as if it's dangerous, it's only a simple diagnosis charm, after all. All right, Hermione said, nodding in agreement. Do we have a backup? Yes, I'll sit next to him and you can accidentally do Dad. Ron suggested, but it was a weak plan. Yes, that's definitely just a backup, Hermione said. All right, will we wait until after dinner? Ron nodded. It was nearly dinner time anyway and it would guarantee his dad would be in the kitchen, not stuck in his office. Which was of course, out of bounds to him and his brothers as well as his sister. It always had been since they were kids. Unless they had gotten into trouble and were there to be punished, which was a rarity. His dad didn't do the punishing, it was their mum normally. We have to do this, Hermione said grimly. They had to save Arthur from guilt that wasn't deserved, and so that Harry didn't end up being found out by Dumbledore. Merlin, Harry looked so much better filled out like Ron, but he seemed older, more grown up, maybe. His time in the chamber had obviously done that. It made her feel a little sad too, since she was missing out on her friend growing up. She had no idea how he could hide this from Dumbledore, but she would help him as she always did. Both of them would. Ron just nodded as if he could hear her thoughts. Ron and Hermione were tense during dinner. Both of them were under pressure to see this through and make it seem real enough that nobody could ever suspect they'd known beforehand, that anyone had known beforehand, especially Harry. Dumbledore had already made Harry's life a living hell, almost to the point of actually always making it a living hell by forcing marriage upon him. It was worse since Dumbledore was in a power of position. They couldn't protect Harry from him like they could when something happened like Death Eaters or Voldemort, just like they had done in the Ministry. Admittedly that was probably the first time they'd actually seen the conclusion of a battle or fight between Harry and Voldemort. During first year Hermione had been forced to flee for help while Ron lay unconscious after sacrificing himself to end the game of chess. Second year Hermione had been petrified and Ron had been forcefully separated from Harry. Although third year had seen Hermione and Harry seeing it through, sort of, while Ron and his mangled leg had been stuck in the hospital wing. Neither of them had been able to help him during Voldemort's rebirth, regretfully, other than just being there for him afterwards, and give him someone to talk to and be comforted by, although there hadn't been much comfort to be had. They had all known life was about to change, not only for them but their families, their friends. Last year was still too raw to even think about, but Harry hadn't even gotten a reprieve after being kidnapped and tortured. After dinner they watched Molly use a spell to get the plates into the sink and begin washing themselves. Almost immediately Hermione pulled out her book, and delved into it. "My own," Ron complained, "it's the holidays, come on." "Ron," Arthur chided, shaking his head. "You should be doing the same thing, this year is going to be extremely difficult," he pointed out honestly. His children couldn't even escape the war that had ripped through the magical world when he was a teenager. They shouldn't be worrying about dying, or worse their family being hurt, like he had. Of course he hadn't been an Order member the first time around, although Molly's brothers had been. They had joined this time to protect the family, such a stupid decision that had been. "Exactly, NEWTs are going to be extremely difficult, Ron," Hermione said. Her eyes had a twinkle in them as she stared at her boyfriend, deeply amused but not showing it. Ron just stared back uninterested. He was never going to be the bookish kind of guy, he would read when he needed to, but that was it. Hermione had very nearly been sorted into Ravenclaw. She should have gone into Ravenclaw, but back then she wanted to be in the same house as the great and powerful Albus Dumbledore, whom she had read so much about. Of course that opinion had long since faded away. Although Hermione was braver than him, than any Gryffindor he knew other than Harry, so maybe the Hat's decision hadn't been that far off its mark. He wondered briefly if Hermione would stay in Gryffindor if given the chance to go back and do it all over again. Silly question, of course she would. Ginny snorted bitterly before she stood up and walked away, something she was doing all the time now. Any conversation she heard, she conveyed her disgust or bitterness before leaving in a huff, usually after breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She spent most of her time in her bedroom, trying to gain her parents' sympathy, but it wasn't working. They weren't coming to her with comfort and telling her everything would be okay. For years she had been able to get her own way, for everything to unravel so suddenly was incomprehensible to her. The knowledge she would have to marry an old man weighed down on her. The thought of running didn't even enter her mind. Not only could she end up running into Death Eaters or Dark Sympathizers, she would lose her magic, and that was even more inconceivable to her. Ron watched her leave, a frown on his face. He honestly didn't know how to feel when it came to his baby sister. He loved her, there was no doubt about that. He had let her down during her first year at Hogwarts. He'd just been so happy to be at Hogwarts and friends with Harry, who hadn't responded to his letters all summer. He had assumed the boy didn't want to be his friend anymore. Then finding him in a room that was bare, really bare. At 12 he hadn't thought too much of it, of course, but growing up he'd figured it out. Finding out Ginny was being hurt and taken into the legendary Chamber of Secrets had terrified him. Yes, he loved her, but what she'd done, or rather tried to do to Harry, infuriated him. It wasn't fully Ginny's fault. His mum had brought her up on tales of what Harry had done, made him seem like a hero, when he'd been just a boy who'd lost his parents. Fascinating, Hermione muttered under her breath as she continued reading. Ron's attention was diverted to his girlfriend. When it sank in what she'd said, his lips twitched. Go figure, Hermione would get into her reading when they were supposed to be doing something else. What was she waiting for? He wasn't sure, but he was getting bored and wanted this done with. He couldn't sit and let his dad feel guilty about something that wasn't his doing. Shaking his head, he watched his mum move into the living room and take over the knitting. This year's Christmas jumpers, if he wasn't very much mistaken, and he wasn't. Arthur stood up and made himself a cup of coffee before joining his wife in the living room. They remained silent, as they usually did as of late. Neither of them was happy with what had happened, and the fact they couldn't change it made the situation worse. Pelego, Hermione muttered to herself as she removed her wand. Pelego. Hermione. Ron grumbled, I'm not your guinea pig. Oh, Ron. It was only a spell. Hermione scolded him, hiding a grin by biting her lip. Thankfully nobody could see her face other than Ron. The scroll unfurled from her wand and she curiously began to read it, curious more than anything. She didn't understand half of it, but that was no surprise. She wasn't a healer, and these were words only a healer would understand. Hyaego. Hermione once again cast a different version of the spell on him. This one was just a little bit better than the basic one she'd used the first time. My own. Ron sighed in despair. Wow, Hermione said, evidently intrigued by the results, or perhaps it was the fact her spell worked. Arthur watched them both, amused. It was nice to hear something other than silence or the worries for his daughter or money troubles. It was the slice of normalcy he needed. It was too bad the twins weren't here, or the loudness would be even better and more amusing. The twins had their own flat, above their shop. He still had no idea how they'd gotten the money for such a big expenditure. The consensus was that they'd begun selling their products until they acquired enough for the premises. Molly hadn't approved of their career choice, but he had been proud of them for taking the risk, especially since that risk had more than paid off. All his elder children had careers that afforded them a lot of money, so they could buy the things they desired, that he hadn't been able to get for them growing up. Out of them all, Percy was probably the one that made the least amount of money, although he made more than he himself did. Exploro, Hermione muttered, once again aiming her wand at Ron. Are you going to use every spell in that book on me? Ron cried out in exasperation. They're just simple medical examination spells, Hermione rebuked. I just want to see if I can do them correctly. Then try them on Dad. Ron sighed, running his hand through his ginger hair. I need the toilet. With that he stood up and left the kitchen, running up the stairs. Hermione sighed, looking decidedly put out as she stared at the book, as if there were so many spells she still wanted to try out. She was waiting for Arthur to volunteer himself for the spells, praying this would work. Each second that went by was torture. Their backup plan was so flimsy that it didn't deserve to be called a backup plan. They would need to think of something else if it didn't work. She heard Ron going to the toilet and walk along the corridor but stay hidden out of view, probably just as anxious as she was. Nothing happened as the minutes ticked by, and eventually Ron came down the stairs, his brown eyes filled with disappointment. It hadn't worked. Just then another idea hit him, and he mimed to her, hoping that she would understand, that he would sit opposite her, and then move out of the way. Hopefully then the spell would hit his dad. It was sort of like their second plan, but not completely. He gazed at her, wondering if she understood. The sudden smile on her face indicated that she had. She nodded shortly, once a blink and you would have missed it. I wonder when we will see Harry again, Ron mused as he sat down opposite Hermione. His father was right behind him. He prayed they could do this. Probably when school starts back up, Hermione commented as she began reading the book again, looking for the best diagnostic charm to cast on Arthur. One that would most certainly show any potions in his system. She should have asked Harry, that way she would have known for sure. Hopefully the best one would reveal everything they knew to be true to Arthur. She idly scrunched up the results of Ron's scans in her hand as she continued to read. Ron took the bunched up parchments and began to throw them into the bin, succeeding each time causing him to grin. Hermione found the one she wanted to use and aimed it straight at Ron, making sure he knew what was coming before she even began to utter spell. Only once she had Ron's full attention did she say it, wondering if it would work or if Ron would be too slow and she'd get him with the spell. Olfacto. Ah, Hermione, Ron exclaimed, moving out of the way, but he misjudged his distance and went crashing to the floor. Giving out a bellow of pain, he clutched at his side, that had bloody hurt big time. Ron, Hermione cried, moving around the table hastily and staring down at her boyfriend, her brown eyes filled with worry. She knew without her gaze even leaving Ron that it had worked, as paper unfurled out of her wand. She picked it up feeling successful but worried about Ron. Ron, Molly shrieked, trying to get to her son quickly. It looks like you might need another spell cast on you, son, Arthur said, sounding amused, not angry at being hit with a spell as he knelt before his son, getting there before Molly. I'm fine, no more spells, Ron muttered petulantly as he was helped to his feet. Oh damn, his side hurt like hell. It did give credence to the maxim that the bigger you are, the harder you fall. He envied Harry. He could fall and never seemed to hurt himself. It was as if he knew how to roll down without hurting himself or something. Sit down, Molly fussed, trying to take over as she always did. Mum, I'm fine, Ron grunted, cursing himself for falling. Hopefully he wouldn't have to endure endless hours of his mum checking on him. He was 17 years old. He didn't need to be babied and coddled like a child. This is weird, Hermione said, sitting down with a frown on her face. What is? Ron asked, trying to bat his mum's hands away. Was it showing? Well, Mr. Weasley, this says you've got a potion in your system. A bad one, if this is right. Hermione exclaimed, looking wide-eyed at the printout from her spell. What are you talking about? Molly asked, her hands settling on her hips, gazing at Hermione as her lips began to purse. Here, see, Hermione said, giving it over to Arthur. I think you should go to St. Mungo's and get it checked out. Arthur took the parchment scroll, frowning. That was until he began to read the scan. Then his face began to pale before redness bloomed up his neck all the way to his cheeks like Ron's did when he was mad. Molly was reading it over his shoulder and looking deeply concerned. She, like Arthur, understood the results of the test. Dad, what is it? Ron asked quietly, his concern obvious for his parents to hear. Don't leave the house. I mean it, don't let your sister go anywhere either. We'll be back as soon as possible, Arthur told his son grimly. He was taking his wife with him. He had to get them both tested. If this was right, well, he didn't even want to think on it, if he was honest. Gasping a hold of Molly's arm, he dragged her over to the fireplace, not even waiting on his son's confirmation. He knew that Hermione wouldn't let Ron do anything stupid. She was very good for him. With that, the burrow disappeared and St. Mungo's flow room appeared before him. My own, you are bloody brilliant, you are. Ron said in awe. Hermione just gave a smug smile. They'd done it, and maybe now the Weasleys' reputation could be somewhat salvageable. Not that she particularly cared, she just didn't like to see Ron so down about things. Ron wasn't what anyone would or could call an overachiever, and if he wanted a job she would need to help him by making sure someone from this society would want to take him on. It probably sounded worse in her mind, but she truly loved Ron and wanted the best for him, wanted him to have a career, and he couldn't have that blacklisted, now could he? Do you think it will get traced back to him? Ron inquired, a thoughtful frown on his face. Even he cannot cover this up, Hermione said firmly. It would be impossible. Going to St. Mungo's is the right thing to do. Those scans cannot be faked. The truth will be known. Will he be booted from Hogwarts? Ron wondered hopefully. It will take weeks, maybe months to come to a decision on whether they will press charges. The fact that Dumbledore is the only one Voldemort is afraid of, well, they might be too scared to press charges or take him out of the school. The next generation has always been the most important thing to the magical world, the pureblood section at least. Hermione acknowledged, feeling slightly bitter. Ron scowled darkly at that, knowing it was true. It didn't make it any easier to swallow. I'm so jealous of Harry, Hermione admitted. To be down there, he must be learning so much. He's hiding something, Ron said with certainty. He'll tell us when he's ready, Hermione told him firmly. It might even be about what happened to him when he was taken. Don't go off on him again because he isn't being forthcoming with you. Just remember, you don't tell Harry every little thing about yourself either. Yeah, Ron admitted, blushing red at his juvenile actions in the past. I wonder how the bubble works, Hermione wondered. Well, history says that you could go weeks in one and only an hour or so passes outside, maybe a day, Ron replied idly. Really? So long? Hermione gaped. She shouldn't have been surprised. Harry looked so healthy that he had to have been down there a long time. Yeah, Ron nodded eagerly. It wasn't often he knew information Hermione didn't. Why is it considered illegal? Hermione pressed. Ron shrugged. Best guess is that someone went nuts and did something very dangerous or something. Of course history always left those details out. They were probably just looking for something to blame and that was the first to go. It also saps magic up, or it does in theory. That might just be a scare tactic to stop you. How do you know so much about it? Hermione inquired. I grew up hearing tales about it, listening to Dad, Ron told her, shrugging once more. Hermione, HHMED, quietly, thinking on it thoughtfully. The chamber. Remus Lupin sat trying to process everything he had heard in just a few hours, not just about the potion they were going to give him when the moon would be full, in the outside world, which would be months down here apparently. He was apprehensive about it, to be honest, and told them he wanted to be locked up when it was supposed to be the moon in a fortnight down here, just to be on the safe side. Salazar Slytherin had said it was pointless, but if he wanted to be locked up, then fine. Of course he'd said it in his usual sarcastic demeanor. Harry had laughed. He was obviously used to the Slytherin's humor. Well, he would be, with him being down here with one. Severus, he was very strange down here, not the usual wizard he was used to seeing at order meetings and such. Oh, he was still as sarcastic as ever, of course. He just couldn't put his finger on what it was. He was definitely different with Harry. He wasn't sure if it was due to the fact he'd seen him tortured by Voldemort, or actually saved him, or from spending time down here. Maybe he'd figured out that Harry wasn't his father. If he didn't transform when he was supposed to, when his body should be going through the change, he wouldn't know quite what to do with himself. Technically he shouldn't be able to, since there was no moon there, but he would never risk anyone's lives, or worse risk giving them this bloody curse. He'd made that horrific mistake a few years ago. Merlin, he could have killed or worse infected 3 school children as well as 2 adults, Sirius and Severus. It didn't matter that Severus had revealed him as a werewolf. To be frank, he deserved it after forgetting to take his potion. He would have quit regardless. Lupin, Severus stated smoothly as he sat down in the chair, closing his eyes tiredly. It had been months since he'd had to sleep on that couch. Usually he and Harry shared the bed. Unfortunately that wasn't going to happen with Lupin down here, although truthfully Lupin wasn't any more comfortable with the idea either. He'd decided on sleeping on one of the training mats at the other side of the room. "Call me Remus, please," Remus requested, still wide awake, processing everything. "How long did it take to get used to this?" "No time at all," Severus said smoothly, regarding the werewolf shrewdly. "Why, my mind is spinning," Remus confessed, his amber eyes wary. "About?" Severus inquired, his eyes narrowed. "Everything," Remus revealed. "I mean, Merlin, the wolfsbane potion was a miracle for me, but this is unexpected. And after all these years it's a little hard to take in, never mind accept as a reality. My dad tried for years to get rid of it, but nothing worked. I gave up hoping of ever being free of this curse when I was 9 or 10. You only made it worse on yourself. You should never have fought your nature. That's why it's so bad, and why you look so grotesque when transforming," Severus stated honestly. "I'd like to see how you would have accepted it. Don't you understand how agonizingly painful it is? Especially for a young child," Remus argued. "You are not a child any longer, and I know you will have read everything on werewolves. It is not the madness within the wolf, and it's the madness within you that causes the pain. If you had become one with your wolf, the pain you feel when transforming would be cut in half at the least, perhaps more," Severus replied harshly. Lupin wasn't the only one who had experienced pain far too soon in life. Lupin would find no pity within him. Most people had their crosses to bear, and he was no different. Remus nodded curtly, conceding Severus' point. "With luck it will no longer be a concern," Severus added a little more softly. "Perhaps," Remus stated calmly. He tried not to get himself excited. He did not want to be hurt if it didn't work. "How long has passed out there?" Remus asked, after a few moments of surprisingly calm and peaceful silence. "An hour or 2 at most," Severus replied wryly. He still hadn't gotten the hang of it. He had a rough idea though. "Is Harry's training always that intense?" Remus inquired curiously. He wasn't sure what he'd expected but for Harry to keep up with Severus. It had blown his mind, probably more than the thought that he could be cured. It was why he was still up despite the fact it was 2 o'clock in the morning. "Yes," Severus said seriously. Harry had offered him quite the deal. Basilisk parts, mostly skin, of course how could he have refused? Added to that was the fact he got to be down here and could read priceless books and brew potions. Of course he would ensure Harry was trained to the best of his ability. He probably would have done it regardless. Someone had to. Otherwise Harry would not survive another encounter with the Dark Lord. How he had successfully evaded the Dark Lord so many times was baffling to him. 7 times in total, twice the amount of anyone before him, with the obvious exception of himself, if you conceded that each time he went before the Dark Lord and lied to him was considered evading. "I'm glad he's getting the help he needs," Remus confided. "I just wish he didn't need it," he added bitterly. He didn't want to lose Harry too. He considered him a son. his cub, and would have said as much if not for his undying respect and love, platonic, of course, for James. He shuddered slightly when remembering just a few weeks ago fearing that the torture Harry had gone through had been too much. That was probably when he realized the full extent of his feelings. "Don't we all?" Severus replied. He'd never thought his life would revolve around whether Harry Potter succeeded in defeating the Dark Lord. Yet here he was, training him so that when they met again he'd have a chance to defeat the wizard, bring peace to the magical world, a world filled with cowards who would rather sit down on their asses than get up off them, face their fears, and try to bring the dark down. Admittedly, there were those committed to bringing him down, but when one counted them against the entire magical population currently on the British Isles, they were nothing but a blip. "Do we?" Remus uttered bitterly, thinking of Dumbledore. He was all too happy to send a student, a bloody child, off to fight against the most evil, vile, loathsome, disgusting wizard the world had ever known. He was worse than Grindelwald had ever been, and that was saying a lot. "Touché," Severus stated, knowing what he referred to without needing to glimpse into his mind. Not that he could with Remus, werewolves have natural mind defenses. "I just wish," Remus started but bolted upright, his cup falling from his fingers hearing that terror-filled scream. "Harry, no," Severus snapped, grasping a hold of the werewolf and stopping him from running in. "Do not rush in there, you fool, his nightmares are bad." Guilt was swelling inside of him. Harry never had nightmares when they shared a bed. It was part of the reason that Harry was so eager to allow it. One of the main reasons he stayed was so his sleep was uninterrupted, or so he tried to tell himself, of course. Remus swallowed thickly, nodded his head and allowing Severus to take point. He had no idea what to do and it was obvious that Snape did. Severus sighed softly, as he began walking towards the room. It was a short distance, of course. Opening the door, he saw that Harry wasn't awake. He was writhing in agony, looking as though he was being tortured. Stepping forward, he placed his hand on Harry's head, and softly began to stroke his hair. "Harry, you are having a nightmare, everything is all right. Come on now, that's it, easy does it," he said in his most soothing voice. "They're back," Harry croaked, his green eyes staring accusingly at Severus. "They're back," he repeated again, shivering. "Back? How did you stop them before?" Remus asked. "He rests easier, if someone is beside him," Severus replied grudgingly. He hadn't wanted Lupin to know how close they were. Severus spelled Harry clean, getting rid of the sweat that coated Harry's hair and body, before dyeing his pajamas. "Don't leave," Harry begged. He didn't want to have any more nightmares, didn't want to see those he loved dying repeatedly or the torture he'd had to endure. He just wanted to sleep, just sleep. Was that too much to ask? Severus turned to face Remus, his black eyes twitching as if he was undecided or irritated. "I'll just go," Remus said quietly. He was far from stupid. They must have been sharing a bed. He had also seen how much Severus being there had comforted Harry. There was definitely something going on there. He would get to the bottom of it though, one way or another. He closed the door, and walked back over to the couch and sat down, cleaning up his mess absently. Staring at the empty portrait of the founders, he would have liked some answers and they would have given them. He guessed it wouldn't be tonight. Arthur Weasley. A receptionist with a file in her hand called, gazing at the wizard and waiting for him to stand. She was dressed in Mediwitch's robes, indicating that she might only be temporarily acting as a receptionist or she was in the process of training to be one. Everyone knew the Weasleys, mostly by the color of their hair, so she picked them out quickly. The waiting room was quite crowded. They were behind, but she knew how quickly it could change. Arthur's head snapped up and he gazed at the woman, absently standing. He made his way over along with his wife. As soon as they were near enough, the receptionist asked them to follow her. They made their way through the hospital, until they got to the door that had Healer Williams engraved in a gold plaque on it. She knocked on the door once and opened it, allowing them to enter. "Arthur Weasley here to see you," she added before handing over a file, one that had all of Arthur Weasley's information in it. With that she stepped out to get ready for the next healer that would need their patients' files, as well as their patients, of course. "Please take a seat," the healer asked both of them as she quickly looked through his file, merely giving it a cursory glance. This wasn't hard since Arthur Weasley, it seemed, was rarely at the hospital. Although he had been there nearly 2 years ago, she noticed as she read the notes. "Thank you," Molly said kindly, keeping her manners despite the strained situation. "How are you feeling today?" Healer Williams inquired, gazing at the wizard and giving him her full, undivided attention. "My son's girlfriend was practicing her spells and one hit me accidentally," Arthur explained grimly, gripping the results of Hermione's spell in his hands, still trying to come to terms with it. Seeing the healer's worried look, he hastily began to explain further. "It was nothing alarming, merely a diagnosis spell." "It's what was found that's alarmed me," he admitted. "I see," she said. "Are those the results of the scan?" The healer asked, gesturing towards the paper scrunched up in the wizard's hand. "Yes," Arthur confirmed, handing it over. "Are the results true?" Molly asked, glancing anxiously at her husband and the healer. Healer Williams took the paper and flattened it out and began reading the results to see what they were talking about. Halfway down she realized what they were concerned about. She continued reading just to make sure that nothing else was wrong. He had healed properly from a dangerous bite that almost killed him, it seemed, with no negative reactions from the venom. The potion had been well made, whoever had brewed it. Once she was done, she stood up, silently gesturing for Arthur to stand up as well. "I'm going to do a full scan, it will give us a more thorough reading." As well as telling her who had done it, although she didn't say that aloud. Arthur nodded as he stood, remaining still as the healer chanted her spell. He could tell the difference in the spell from the one Hermione used as his toes began to tingle, and the sensation continued up his legs and further up his body until it got all the way to his head. It was a full scan, he realized. The last time he'd had one was a few years ago. They'd had to make sure he was truly healed from the bite, otherwise they wouldn't have released him. He was grateful it had healed. The cost had almost seen them broke, but unfortunately not as broke as they were today. Probably because of the time of year, while their kids were at school, they managed to save some money up, since they only needed to feed the 2 of them, as opposed to 6 when the kids were home. "Take a seat," she said, as she reclaimed her own and began reading the results, concerned by what she was reading. "I'm afraid the results were accurate. I have to ask, do you want the Aurors involved?" "Aurors? But there are only a few people we trust enough, who gave it to him." Molly insisted, her voice higher than normal. So they had been betrayed. Was it only her husband, or had she been drugged as well? She hadn't wanted to believe the results, but she really should have known better than to doubt Hermione Granger's abilities. Arthur hadn't, and that was why they had come here straight away. "The results are very clear. The potion wasn't the only thing used to coerce you," the healer told Arthur professionally. "They also used a charm that enhanced the potion that was in your system." She could scarcely believe the results herself. She didn't know the wizard personally, having gone to Durmstrang like her parents before her. However, everyone spoke so highly of him. So it was a surprise, but not as big a one as it would be to, say, someone who'd actually attended Hogwarts and revered the headmaster. "Who?" Arthur demanded, very unlike him, but he wanted answers. He had been manipulated in the worst way possible, and he would not stand for it. He was quite frankly terrified of the answer, just as much as he wanted to know who had drugged him. Like his wife had said, they didn't trust many people, and he wouldn't like the answer. The only people he could conceive of it being was someone in the Order, and it hurt to even contemplate that. He would be the first to apologize for his doubts if he was wrong, of course. "Albus Dumbledore," Healer Williams replied, her lips pursed in contemplation. "What?" Molly shrieked at the top of her lungs. "Can you check my wife, please?" Arthur managed to rasp out as he went into shock. The healer, recognizing the signs, went straight to her cupboard and took out a calming potion and an additional potion and measured out a small amount of calming draft before passing it over to the stunned man. His wife, she assumed, went from furious to concerned, in the matter of seconds, as she tried ineffectively to help her husband. Eventually Healer Williams managed to get Arthur to swallow it as he slowly came back to himself. Once she was sure he was back, she told him, "This is the potion that will negate the controlling potion," giving it over as well. The brown murky potion looked rather disgusting, but needs a must. "Thank you," Arthur murmured quietly, guzzling the potion down and grimacing only once it had been drunk completely. He handed the empty vial back to her and she promptly put it in a little green bin, which was collected at the end of each day. They were cleaned out, sterilized, and taken back down to the potions lab to be refilled with new potions. There had been a time when the empties were just banished, but they had needed to find new ways of saving money, and this had been one of the ideas suggested. "Please stand up, ma'am," Healer Williams requested, picking her wand back up from her desk where she'd put it to read Arthur's results. "Call me Molly, please," Molly asked quietly, as she stood up, remaining still as the scan did its work, hoping she hadn't been drugged as well. "Please, sit," the healer stated once her scan was finished and the results sprouted from her wand. She quickly read the results, seeing as they were so anxious. "The good news is that you don't seem to be under any compulsions, and there are no potions in your system." She placed Molly's results, clearly labeled as such on the scan, next to Arthur's. "The question remains, do you wish to press charges?" She was obligated to ask, especially with a crime as bad as that. Controlling potions were illegal for a reason. "Arthur, does this mean we can get Ginny out of the contract?" Molly whispered, hope filling her voice. It had to work. She couldn't let her daughter to go that disgusting man who had drugged her husband. What on earth would he do to her precious daughter? The thought terrified her. "Give me the results, I'll hand them into Madame Bones and open an investigation," Arthur ordered grimly. He wasn't about to let this case go. He was making copies, keeping one on hand and giving one to Madame Bones. He knew she was incorruptible, but he was not going to take the chance of the results mysteriously going missing. Now that he had taken an antidote, he knew any future scans wouldn't be able to pick up Albus Dumbledore's magical signature, so he couldn't risk anything happening to his evidence. "Of course," Healer Williams said, passing the scans over after stamping the official street Mungo's seal on it, proving that it was genuine and the results untampered with. "Thank you," Arthur sighed softly, taking the results and immediately putting them in his cloak pocket, said cloak having seen better days. Standing up, he was glad that at least Molly hadn't been touched. Although it was true, this might be the thing they needed to get Ginny out of that contract. Seeing as he probably had another medical bill to pay now, there was no way they could get Ginny the things she needed for school. Perhaps it would be best if Molly home-schooled her from here on in. It was looking to be the only option. At least she'd gotten her OWLs done, it was only her NEWTs left to go in 2 years' time. It would be simple, all she would need to do is go to Hogwarts on the days of the exams and take them. "You're welcome," the healer added quietly, watching them go. Even if she wanted to speak about what she'd just learned, she couldn't due to the fact she had sworn never to reveal facts about her patients. She picked up Molly's results and flicked her wand, sending them down to the records rooms to be put into her file, seeing as she hadn't had hers here. "Come, Molly, let's go," Arthur said, after closing the door, guiding them back through the hospital. "Arthur, what are we going to do? We cannot afford these bills," Molly asked in concern. She had only found out recently how badly off they were. "Please let me sell something to help us this month." "Molly, I will not let you sell what few heirlooms we have," Arthur whispered harshly. He'd already said no. Merlin, he hated not being able to pay the bills and having enough left over to at least afford something nice. At least his children wouldn't know the struggle he and their mother had to get by every month. Especially the twins, they had their own business and he was in awe of their ingenuity. He was glad they'd had help to expand their potential. "We have no choice, Arthur," Molly insisted as they stepped out of the hospital. She didn't even have a chance to draw a breath before she was being side-along apparated. Her breathing hitched when she saw them outside of Gringotts. Arthur must think they'd be able to break the contract. She prayed that it would be the case, she so badly wanted to get Ginny out of it. If she married Dumbledore there would be no going back, she would be stuck in a loveless marriage. The only consolation was that Ginny wouldn't want for anything. The Dumbledore fortune was quite large. She walked by Arthur's side deep in thought, only brought out when her husband spoke again. "Can I speak to Griphook please?" Arthur asked before the goblin could look up from his podium. "In private if there is a room available." Gringotts was empty save for them. This was quite unusual, but he wasn't going to complain at least he wouldn't have to wait for long. Room 2 was grunted before the goblin began barking in gobbledygook to the security officers to allow them through. Do you think we have a shot? Molly asked, as they wandered down towards the business section of Gringotts. There were wizards standing guard as well as goblins. They had employed them when you know who came back, just as a safety measure, although if he attacked the bank, they wouldn't be much help whatsoever. I do not know, Molly, Arthur sighed, but if there is a chance, we have to take it. His tone was bitter. His daughter might have to marry the man who had drugged him. This was his fault, he realized, this entire mess. If he hadn't been drugged he wouldn't have given in, wouldn't have contracted his daughter and Harry to marry. Not that it had worked, due to the clause which had caused it to backfire on Dumbledore. He would have found it poetic justice if his daughter wasn't also on the receiving end. Room 2, Molly pointed out, opening the door and entering, her husband following beside her. Can I help you? Griphook asked, looking at them with disconcerting beady eyes. I am here to inquire, if the parents were coerced into signing the contract, can it be broken? Arthur spoke as he sat down opposite Griphook. Desperation filled his voice. He was quite frankly worried what Dumbledore would do to Ginny now. Just days ago he had assumed Dumbledore was at least a decent wizard who would find it all distasteful, but it was becoming apparent he didn't know the old man at all. The wizard he knew wouldn't have drugged him and forced this on them, after all. Who was coerced and how? Griphook leaned over, genuinely interested, knowing without receiving an answer from Arthur Weasley that it wouldn't happen. The contract wouldn't have been pushed forth if anyone had been unwilling. Magic itself had created it and magic would have known if they were unwilling. Arthur coughed and shifted. A potion and spell was used on me by Albus Dumbledore. His brown eyes went dark as he thought on it. He couldn't even get angry due to the calming potion in his system, but it wouldn't be there forever. When he did explode, he had to make sure he was in his shed. He wasn't easy to anger, but right now nothing could compare to the rage he felt for this travesty. And you? Griphook asked Molly, eyeing her curiously. Only Arthur, Molly admitted. If both of you were drugged then there would have been a chance. The magic acted on intent, not just those signing the contract, but those it was intended for. It would not have worked if both of you had been coerced, but 2 signatures is all that is required. I'm sorry, there is no way to get out of the contract, even with this news, Griphook informed them, inwardly amused. Dumbledore couldn't get out of it no matter what he did or confessed to doing. The old wizard was finally getting what was coming to him after all he had done. He didn't feel guilty for the youngest Weasley. They were humans and they didn't care for them. It wasn't personal after all, but the humans didn't care for them either. Arthur closed his eyes in despair. He was really going to have to give his daughter away to a wizard who had drugged him. It was even harder to hear that, even if he hadn't signed it, the document would have been agreed to. Of course it would. Molly was the last of the Pruitts, and a lot of people forgot she was from a good pureblood line of her own. Even if the old man ended up in Azkaban, which was doubtful, Dumbledore would just have to marry while in prison, forcing his daughter to be exposed to Dementors and Azkaban during a farce of a marriage. This is ridiculous. He forced this on us. Molly screeched angrily. He drugged my husband. I won't let him have my daughter. I'm afraid you really don't have a say in the matter, Griphook stated. Magic gives and magic takes away. Nobody knew it better than they did. He had honestly expected them to be in sooner, like the day the contract was formed, not now. Although it did make sense for them to think that since one person was forced that the contract could be null and void, but it just wasn't true. But, Molly began to protest but she was unable to articulate how she was feeling. Let's go, Molly, Arthur sighed, admitting defeat. He supposed it was too good to be true, that they could actually get out of his intact. At least this might shed some measurable light on the Weasley name, stopping his other children from suffering for having the Weasley name just because they were disgraced. But, Molly protested again as Arthur managed to get her to her feet. I know, there is nothing they can do, Arthur told her, defeated and tired. Let's just go home. The goblins didn't lie. If he said there was no way to get out of it, then it was true. Arthur closed the door and walked them towards the front of Gringotts, tense and alert. He was honestly surprised the press weren't hounding them. Home. Aren't we going to the ministry? Molly frowned. He wasn't going to let Albus Dumbledore get away with this, was he? If he thought that, then he had another thing coming. She would make sure he gave in and went to the ministry. This would keep their daughter safe and out of his grasp, especially if he was sentenced to Azkaban. Madam Bones isn't at work right now. I'll need to wait until tomorrow morning, and I won't trust anyone else, Arthur admitted grimly as he descended the marble steps outside of Gringotts. He was speaking so softly that his wife had to strain to hear him, but he didn't want anyone overhearing him. He wished he could trust the Aurors, but quite a few worked with Dumbledore or revered him still. He couldn't risk it. They would think this had all been a big misunderstanding and get rid of the evidence for him. Oh, Molly made a small sound of agreement as they left Gringotts pale, shaken, and defeated. They would do what they had to at the end of the day, and only hope that this all blew over. It had to, for their children's sake. They'd trusted Dumbledore, and look where it had gotten them. It could be worse. He still had his job. That was the most important thing. No, his family was the most important thing. He was now gladder than ever that he had distanced himself from the Order and Dumbledore. He was definitely going to let the Order know what had happened, perhaps persuade them to actually get checked themselves. Morning, Remus said, observing Harry closely without being too obvious about it. He seemed so different from the teenager he had spoken to last in the hospital wing. He wasn't sure how long had passed down here, but the difference was astonishing. He was becoming a man, and he had to admit he was glad to be part of it, even for a while. "Hi, are you all right? You look tired, didn't you sleep?" Harry asked as he poured himself a coffee and picked up a plate of food that Dobby always left for them on the table. Instead of 2, though, there were 3. The food was going to disappear quicker than usual, though hopefully not too quickly. With a bit of luck Dobby would have brought more, knowing that Remus would be there. Not much, Remus admitted bemusedly. He'd had a lot to digest. Excited? Harry asked, grinning, putting his cup on the couch and crossing his legs as he began to eat hungrily. "Salazar did the potion in the past and it worked, so don't get worried that it won't work." "Where are they?" Remus inquired. Their frame had been empty all night, although they could have come in the few hours he'd been asleep. "They don't stick around all the time," Harry explained, picking up his toast and folding it in half to keep the scrambled egg inside it. "Helga usually goes up to the hospital wing. I don't know about the others though." He did have a good idea though. "Harry, have you thought about seeing a healer about your nightmares?" Remus asked, his amber eyes guilty. If they had just been able to get to him quicker, then Harry wouldn't have gone through what he did, being tortured. Thank Merlin James and Lily weren't alive, the knowledge would have eaten them alive. Lily would know what to do, she always had. On the other hand, he wasn't too good at offering comfort. He tried though, he was better at talking. "Are you nuts?" Harry muttered through a full mouth, glaring at Remus. "Why the hell do I want to talk to people? Especially about what I went through. They wouldn't understand, and the fake sympathy would turn his stomach something awful." "It will help, believe me," Remus told him firmly. "I am not going to someone who pretends to understand what the hell I've been through." Harry glared defiantly at Remus. "Even you probably don't have a clue. Don't push this, Remus." He wasn't going to see anyone, and he didn't want to fall out with Remus over it. A bloody therapist, of all the things he'd suspected Remus and he would talk about, that was absolutely nowhere on the list. "All right," Remus said in defeat, holding his hands up in surrender, cup and all. "All right, it's up to you, but you should have had help from the end of your first year, really." An 11-year-old coming face to face with his parents' killer, he couldn't have possibly come out of that unscathed. Harry shrugged. "But I didn't, nobody bloody cared," he admitted bitterly. "I doubt I would have said anything even then. I'm not used to talking to people, if you haven't already guessed." "True," Remus mused, still it hurt to know that Harry was so traumatized that he couldn't sleep without nightmares. "Do you want to brew some potions with me today?" Harry asked, changing the subject to something safer. "Salazar will be here in around 20 minutes. He teaches you potions?" Remus asked, his amber eyes blinking in surprise. "He and Severus both do," Harry stated. "How are you doing so far?" Remus inquired now that they were on safer ground. "I'm past 7th year potions, but nowhere near as good as them," Harry admitted, grinning wryly. He didn't think there ever would be someone as good as them. They were renowned for their potion skills, well, Salazar more for his ability to speak Parseltongue than his potions, which he had to admit wasn't fair. Life wasn't fair though, and he should know. He'd been on the receiving end of their shit for 6 years. Don't sell yourself short, you're halfway through what most would consider to be an apprenticeship, Severus informed him as he took a seat, having heard his previous statement, sitting with Harry on his left and Lupin on his right. He hated the fact the wolf was here, but on the plus side he so badly wanted to see the results of the potion firsthand. How would you officiate an apprenticeship? Harry asked in curiosity. Severus swallowed his breakfast before answering. It's quite simple really, you just sign apprenticeship papers. Remus nodded in agreement with Severus. Would Dumbledore know? Harry inquired. If he did, then it was definitely not something he could do quite yet. You're supposed to inform the headmaster if there is an apprenticeship ongoing, usually because they aid in classes, and of course have to leave the school to do various tasks, such as collect ingredients at certain times. There hasn't been an apprenticeship under the age of 18 in quite a long time. I'm afraid the last 2 headmasters have never agreed to allow it. Dippet was just a front for Dumbledore. Back in the day, he listened to whatever he said, so anything that came out of his mouth Dumbledore had fed to him. If rumors are anything to go on, Severus replied with a cold look on his face. You were one of them, weren't you? Harry said, shaking his head. He knew Severus was the youngest potions master in the UK, but to think, if Dumbledore had just kept his nose out of everyone's business, he would have been even younger. Is that true? Remus asked, wide-eyed, a slightly horrified look on his face. It's not like you to not get around his rules. What did you do? Harry asked, grinning in amusement. Remus glanced at Harry and was blown away by the real amusement on his face. He rarely saw that look unless Harry was with his friends. Even playing Quidditch didn't bring that look out in him. Severus smirked. I did a mail-order apprenticeship for the first year. My master made an exception, when he realized how good I was and that I wasn't about to give up. A year out of Hogwarts I gained my mastery. It's how I became the youngest potions master. He wasn't worried that they weren't your potions. Remus was astonished now instead of shocked. Oh, he knew all right. I would brew with him every Hogsmeade day. I even changed dozens of his recipes, Severus said wryly. How did Harry know Snape so well? He never gave anything away to anyone, yet Harry was able to read him like a book. Oh no, there was something going on down here, and he would get to the bottom of it. Not even a truce could cause this change. He and Severus had one, and he still didn't know much about him. Speculations would get him nowhere, and give him a headache, but he was good at figuring things out. Too bad I can't do it, not without arousing suspicion, Harry said thoughtfully. It wasn't just Dumbledore he had to be watchful for, but Voldemort as well. Both had people in the ministry, so it would be next to impossible to get away with it. When all is said and done, and you produce a potion you've created on your own, I will ensure you receive your mastery, as long as you continue as you are, Severus informed him. You've been doing extremely well. In fact, you surpassed my expectations, not only just of you, but of what a student is capable of. Harry grinned as Remus gaped in astonishment. Praise from Severus Snape. Harry teased, his green eyes twinkling. Frame it, Severus replied dryly. You'll definitely have to, a new voice proclaimed. Salazar was staring drolly at them. Harry laughed uproariously. Merlin, he loved it down here and he never wanted to return to the surface. Dobby popped into the room looking apologetic. Order meeting, Harry guessed, his laughter trailing off. Yes sir, in 10 minutes, Dobby answered, handing over a letter for Severus which just had a date and time he found when he opened it. Arthur waited impatiently in Amelia Bones' office. She had been called away as they'd sat down, just as he was ready to inform her of what Dumbledore had done to him. Hopefully she wouldn't be gone long, but he knew better than that. She was one of the busiest women in all the departments within the Ministry of Magic. There were no Wizengamot meetings or court dates due to be held now, though. He had checked before approaching her, which gave him hope that it was just something small she had to deal with. Rubbing his temple, he sighed softly. Last night's sleep hadn't come easy for him. Molly hadn't had much sleep either, if her tossing and turning had been any indication. He had informed his children of what had happened. Hermione and Ron had been suitably enraged, but Ginny, there had been something off about her reaction. She had merely rolled her eyes and didn't seem to care. That wasn't his daughter. She had always been so full of fire, especially when it came to protecting her family, just like Molly. She was changing too much for his comfort and he honestly didn't know how to deal with it. "I'm so sorry, Arthur, a few documents were mislaid and I had to get it sorted," Amelia said as she re-entered her office slightly out of breath. Sliding into her seat, she removed her monocle and let it fall to her chest. "Now, what can I do for you today?" It wasn't often she actually had Arthur Weasley in her office, and on business at that. "I would like to press charges for coercion by means of a potion," Arthur whispered self-consciously. He had no idea what Dumbledore was capable of, and he was quite rightfully worried about what would occur. He had his family to think about after all, but hopefully once the charges were filed the old wizard wouldn't dare risk trying anything. "A potion. There was nothing on the last surprise drug test we had." Amelia was confused. "When was that?" Arthur asked. "I don't remember having one this year, or the last, come to think of it." "Around September last year, if I remember correctly," Amelia said, her eyes narrowed slightly as she tried to remember the exact date. "Same time the year before. Nearing the end of the school year. I was not at the ministry during that time. I was in St. Mungo's dealing with a SKE. Bite," Arthur confessed, realizing why he hadn't taken that test. "Of course, that's right." Amelia nodded affirmatively. She had sent in a bouquet of flowers and a card from the ministry as a whole, just to let him know the ministry was thinking about him. "How did you find out? Did you catch them in the act?" Her quill was poised at the ready. "No, my son's girlfriend, Hermione Granger, was practicing her spells and she hit me with a diagnosis spell, quite luckily, but I wish it had occurred earlier," Arthur said darkly. "We had it confirmed at St. Mungo's just last night. The worst part is who it was that had given it to me. It's quite a harsh betrayal," he admitted. Amelia sat up straighter, concerned by the talk of betrayal. It must be someone Arthur held in high esteem. "Why earlier? Have you been forced to do something you wouldn't have otherwise?" "Indeed," Arthur nodded grimly. "I signed a contract, betrayed a young boy I love like a son, condemned my daughter to a loveless marriage and having to bear heirs to a man old enough to be her great-great-grandfather." "You aren't implying that?" Amelia was struck dumb as she stared at Arthur, wishing for confirmation or denial, but she knew what the answer would be. She wasn't a stupid woman. "Yes, it was Albus Dumbledore. You know now why I chose to come to you instead of the Aurors. Many are fond of Albus and would do anything for him," Arthur said, not giving anyone away, but certainly implying that there were a few Aurors in the department who were part of the group of vigilant fighters, as they were known as in the ministry. "I see," Amelia replied gravely. "So you wish to press charges?" "I do," Arthur told her firmly. He wouldn't be swayed on that. "You do understand that it means your daughter will be forced to marry him earlier, or worse, in Azkaban, don't you, Arthur? Otherwise you risk her losing her magic, as well as Albus Dumbledore. The marriage contracts must be honored." Amelia's tone was unusually quiet, as if she didn't want to offend him. "I know," Arthur croaked, his face pained and strained as he was forced to think about it yet again. "Okay, then, if you are sure," Amelia inquired, seeing that he looked very wounded and undecided. "I have to. He can't get away with this," Arthur admitted, his eyes meeting Amelia's with a tortured expression. "I can understand that," Amelia sighed. "All right, who did you see?" "No need to inquire about the results, I took them with me." "I have them here," Arthur said, already knowing why she was asking about the healer he had seen at St. Mungo's. "I trust you with this. Without it there isn't a case, and he will get to go free." "You've removed it then?" Amelia asked, relaxing just a little at learning that Arthur wasn't still being controlled still. She had been about to ask Arthur if he was comfortable with a healer from the ministry removing the potion. She should have guessed that St. Mungo's wouldn't have let him leave with such a controlled substance in him. "They did, yes," Arthur confirmed. He handed over the paperwork, almost reluctantly letting go of it, praying that things didn't fall sideways. "How long until he's arrested?" It can be hours or days, depending on the validity of the evidence, Amelia told him seriously, not surprised that Arthur didn't know. This wasn't his department after all. Thank you, Arthur sighed wearily, rubbing his eyes now. At least he had one thing done. The rest was up to fate or destiny to decide. No problem, I'll keep you updated, Amelia said seriously, making sure he understood she was being very sincere. I will do everything in my power to see justice prevail. I know, Arthur confirmed, his head jerking back up to look at Amelia. It is why I entrusted this to you. Standing up, he put his hand out, shaking hers in his own before he nervously swallowed back whatever he wanted to say that was clearly on the tip of his tongue. Part of him wanted to tell Amelia to forget it, to burn the evidence. His daughter's life was going to be difficult enough without the added pressure, but he couldn't put her before his entire family. Ron and the others all deserved peace, to not be branded with unfavorable names, and have the ability to get a job they wanted, not be cast aside by magical society. If he and Molly had grandchildren, they deserved to live without a tarnished family name. He had to do this, even if it was tearing him apart inside. He felt as though he had to choose between his daughter and the rest of his children and their respective spouses. Take care, Arthur, Amelia said as the wizard retreated from her office. Slumping back down onto her seat, she stared at the results of the test. Albus knew that they were tested. Why would he have risked it? Unless he'd planned on giving Arthur the antidote, but he had cut himself and his family off from him, preventing the exchange from occurring. It was the only thing that made sense. It wasn't as if the wizard could have wanted to be found out. Surely he wouldn't have risked his reputation, but then again, he had done that just by giving Arthur the potion in the first place. Still, there was nothing to be done. Charges would be pressed, and Dumbledore's name would be in ruins. Next morning, Ron, 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 Hermione shouted insistently, shaking her boyfriend, trying to rouse him, which she knew from experience was next to impossible. Ron was such a deep sleeper, even when he had dreams and spoke in his sleep. The first time that had happened it had been freaky, until she realized it was a normal occurrence that all the boys in the dorm were used to it. Now she was too. Grunting in frustration, she warned him, hissing, I'll pour water over you if you don't get up right now. My own. Ron moaned, trying to turn over to go back to sleep only to bolt up, sputtering incredulously, glaring at his girlfriend and looking for all the world like a drowned rat. What did you do that for? He spat out angrily. I warned you, she said sweetly, smiling at him and trying to stop herself laughing. This better be good. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, and this is the summer holidays. Need I remind you? Come back to bed, please. Ron begged half-heartedly. He doubted he'd get back to sleep after that shock. He was cold, shivering, and his duvet was soaked as well. You'll want to see the paper, Hermione insisted, handing it over. Ron accepted it, glancing at her in confusion before he looked at it, only for his eyes to widen. Albus Dumbledore had been arrested. Everything was on the front page. It was information that shouldn't have been possible to get unless someone was where they shouldn't have been. The Ministry wouldn't leak information like that. Skeeter was using her animagus form again, and this time for once, she had written the truth as it was, not an edited version to suit her needs, or the twisted stories she liked so much. The Weasley name might just recover after all. I wonder why she told the truth without exaggerating. Hermione finished as she sat down at the edge of the bed. I've been thinking about that too, she confessed as she absently tied her frizzy hair back. It was too early to tame it, plus she had other things on her mind. I guess she's still scared of you, Hermione, Ron teased, grinning widely, before beginning to read the paper again. Scared of Azkaban more like, Hermione muttered darkly. Rita Skeeter had been an unregistered animagus, invading people's privacy and being in places she wasn't allowed to be. Of course she would get Azkaban. But I would need to check the records. Records? Ron echoed, staring back up again, confused. Had he missed something, or was Hermione as usual 10 paces ahead of him? Animagus records, for all we know, she's registered herself now, Hermione explained further. Oh, yeah, true, Ron nodded. I'm surprised not more was said about us. I mean, she doesn't like us for some reason. You haven't noticed, have you? Hermione said, shaking her head. She hadn't written anything about Harry, you, or me ever since it came out that Voldemort really was back. She would be stupid to, now that Harry is a hero, he's also an adult, and he could press charges and see her out of a job quicker than lightning. The magical world of course will scramble to help after doubting him with all he's been through. A look of distaste was on her face as she spoke about the duplicity of the people. No, we had other things on our mind, Ron pointed out. This year's going to be worse, I have a feeling. It's not a feeling, it always gets worse, Hermione told him, her heart sinking just thinking about it. We must remember he will at least be stronger and magically more competent than before. The only good thing that happened this summer, Ron sighed bitterly, pushing the paper away, not ripping it or scrunching it. After all, the rest of the family had to see it too. I know, Hermione replied, but it's a good thing, he might be able to do it. We will, Ron added. He wasn't about to leave his best friend to carry the burden alone. He didn't deserve it at all, never mind carrying it alone. Why is it that those not responsible have to clean up other people's messes, Hermione? Can you tell me that? His tone was slightly caustic. It's always been that way, destiny is screwed up, but all we can do is meet it straight on, and embrace it. Fighting it never helps, Hermione said softly. Look at what happened to James and Lily, they had tried their best to fight fate and lost. Voldemort had tried to circumvent his inevitable fate and destroyed himself, putting in motion everything that followed. Tell me about it, Ron muttered, running his hands through his hair. I wonder if we could get a letter to Harry. Well, we can write it and call for Dobby. It seems to me they would need someone down there with them to help, and Harry only really trusts him. Hermione suggested. The rest of the house elves were kind, yes, but loyal to Hogwarts and with it the headmaster, so Harry wouldn't tell them anything. Admittedly Dobby was a blabbermouth, but he had a very strong sense of what was right and wrong, even if he went about it in odd ways. I suppose so. Are you still getting a copy of the Daily Prophet so we can send it to him? Ron asked as he moved out of bed, going over to his wardrobe and hastily dressing. No, I've cancelled the subscription until school starts. When I came here, Hermione explained. I could order one for him, it would be here in a few hours and I doubt we will get Harry before then anyway. I don't think the owl would be able to find us, would it? No, we will just have to make sure to keep it. Come on, then, Ron insisted, grabbing the newspaper from the bed and quickly making his way downstairs with Hermione hot on his heels. Mum, I didn't expect you to be up yet. He was startled to see her up and just about to start cooking. Breakfast? Molly inquired, facing them, tired beyond words. Are you okay, Mrs. Weasley? Hermione asked, alarmed by the bags under her eyes. She looked as if a simple feather would knock her over today. She certainly wasn't her normal exuberant self. If you like, I can make breakfast. She was old enough to cook a few pieces of food. She knew even as she asked, though, that Mrs. Weasley wouldn't allow it. She was very proper and saw her as a guest, even if she was dating Ron. No, no, she insisted immediately. Sit down, I'll whip you up something in a second. Is Dad already at the ministry? Ron asked, from where he sat gazing at his mother's back, concerned about her. He loved her despite what she'd done. Just like he still loved Ginny after all she'd done, but he was through defending them, though. He was sticking with his best friend, who had been the one hurt by all this. Family stuck together, and his mum and dad had made it clear that they considered Harry family, yet they'd hurt him. Yes, Molly replied as she flipped the bacon and sausage over. He's been to see Amelia and everything is sorted, as you can tell by the newspaper. Molly's lip was stiff as she plated some of the food and added more. He's working today. She wished he wasn't, the backlash might be too much for him to handle. She just wanted him home where she knew he was safe. Glancing at the clock, the only thing consoling her was the handle that said, at work. He was safe, not in any peril. At least not yet, Molly thought to herself anxiously. I can't believe he was arrested so soon. I didn't think he would be. Ron exclaimed, drooling over the food, eyeing it as if he hadn't had any food for weeks, not just since last night. The seriousness of his crimes and the irrefutable proof will have sped up the process, Molly informed her son, putting the cooked food on the table. Dig in, she said, glancing at the clock again, relaxing a little more, drinking some of her coffee before it got cold. She couldn't wait until Arthur got in, which was only 9 more hours to go. Mum, stop worrying, he's at the ministry, nothing will happen, Ron tried to reassure his mum. He'll be home at dinner. Dumbledore can't do anything, it's after he gets released. Dad should take a few days off and stay here. Under the Fidelius where it was safe, he meant. Yes, I'm sure you're right, son. Molly was surprised, but she shouldn't be. With a girl like Hermione he was bound to learn a thing or two. Do you think we could go to Diagon Alley? Hermione asked. She wanted to pick up a few books, learn more about the time portal and see if she could find a few books that might be usable for Harry, after she had read them of course. She had to make sure it was a suitable gift after all. It's not safe, but I cannot forbid it. If you must go, use the Flow network and don't be any longer than 10 minutes. If you are, I'll be coming looking for you, Molly insisted. If anything happened to them, she'd never forgive herself. Plus she was in charge of Hermione's welfare since her parents couldn't be. They were muggles, and not around to do so. We won't be, Hermione confessed. She didn't want to risk it. Good, Molly said. She couldn't deal with worrying about everyone in her family, she had enough to contend with dealing with Ginny. She had no idea what to say to her, to make her see that it wasn't all bad. She was acting as if it was the end of the world, but at least she would be moderately comfortable. It could have been so much worse. Azkaban came to mind, but of course she was only fooling herself. Her daughter knew what had happened to her father. She'd come to the same conclusion they had and been overjoyed, only to be told that the contract was still binding. She'd screamed blue murder and stomped up the stairs. She hadn't seen Ginny since. Remus was going out of his mind trying to figure out what was going on. Harry was acting very strangely. He didn't know whether to put it down to him losing Sirius, spending time in the chamber and growing up so suddenly, or if it was something else entirely. It didn't help that Harry spent most of his time in the training room or the potions lab. He had gone down a few times, but he felt extremely awkward. Both Harry and Severus moved in sync, like they had been around each other for years, and he felt as if he was just getting in the way. The Founders didn't spend much time down here with them. When they did, Harry and Severus got into spirited debates with them. One good thing did come out of being in the chamber, though. He didn't go through the change when it was meant to be the full moon, to him, not the outside world. He had calculated the days, and had locked himself away, so sure he would turn into his werewolf form. He hadn't, and he was feeling stronger than ever. His body was recuperating fast, now that he didn't change forms just after healing from the previous transformation. Hello, Helga said, speaking to the surprised wizard. Hi, Remus said smiling. Is everything all right? Do you want me to get Severus and Harry? The Founders rarely spoke to him, so he wasn't under the impression she would want to talk to him. Oh, no, they don't like being interrupted, Helga said shaking her head. Only Salazar is impatient enough to interrupt their duels, never their potions, though. She was teasing him now. Of course not, Remus replied amused. How are you feeling? Helga then asked after a few moments of silence. Better, Remus said feeling odd. It might be just one word but the implications behind it said it all. I'm not surprised, Helga informed him. Soon you'll be free of the part that obviously terrifies you. Of course it does. Remus cried out indignantly. I'm terrified I'll hurt someone, kill them. I understand that, but if you had just connected with your wolf, your transformations would have been a lot smoother. With age is supposed to come understanding. You should have been able to change into your wolf form at will. Unless the lycanthrope has changed and adapted since our time, Helga admonished him. She didn't like being spoken to as if she was a child with no understanding on how the world worked. I don't think it has, Remus said, his amber eyes astonishingly wide. There's been rumors of certain werewolves that can change at will, rumors that even if they bite while in that form not on the full moon they can't change anyone into one. Then it hasn't changed or adapted since my time. Accepting the wolf is accepting yourself. You haven't, thus the transformations back and forth are 10 times worse. All this knowledge, instead of dealing with it, the world has separated you all. A divided magical world as a weak one, Helga acknowledged grimly. Something had to be done, but what? What could she do? She was nothing but a portrait on the wall. It would help, though, once Dumbledore was gone from Hogwarts, their portraits could take their rightful place on the wall of the Great Hall and finally show their faces in the individual portraits in the common rooms. The quicker this came to pass, the quicker they could reunite everyone within Hogwarts walls. This ridiculous prejudice had gone on far too long. Poor Salazar had borne the worst of it, as had his name. This wasn't going to be an easy fix. Rowena had warned them as much. Remus looked down. He knew all too well what she was talking about. He wished it hadn't been the way it was, but it had, and there was nothing he could do about it. Merlin, when his friends found out, he had thought he would be killed by the Ministry for sure. Yet they'd accepted him. Oh, the feelings that had swept through him, he hadn't felt anything like it even to this day. They had been his strength, his pack. Without them he had been nothing. Yet their friendship hadn't been enough for them to believe he was good. They had suspected him. That had killed him. It had hurt him so much. He had been alone after that. Then in one fell swoop they were all gone. Harry was all he had left, and they were helping him remove his cursed nature. What were Severus and Harry like when they first came down here? Remus asked, changing the subject. He didn't want to talk about being a werewolf or magical society. He hated remembering the bad times. What do you mean? Helga inquired, sitting down in the seat within the portrait. Well, did they get on? Remus queried. Of course, it was Harry that asked for help. Together they reached an understanding. There were more important things than being stuck in the past, Helga told him. Harry had proved to Severus that he wasn't his father, nor was he his mother. He was his own man, more like Severus than he originally believed, and a Slytherin in disguise too. Severus should never have treated Harry that way, but they'd moved past it, so she wouldn't bring it up. Nowadays they acted like a married couple, just like they had done with their spouses. So they weren't arguing or fighting? Remus asked cautiously. Well, they do have their arguments, but it's more of a debate. Helga finally settled for a word that described it. They're both quite alike in many ways, especially in temperament and personality, believe it or not. Both of them hid their insecurities, Severus better than Harry of course, but Harry was just a young teenager. He had a lot to learn. Given how they had been raised, it was no surprise both of them doubted themselves so much. Personality. Remus snorted, not believing her in the slightest. Do you know anything of Harry's upbringing? Helga asked sternly. Yes, I just found out a while ago, Remus said, deflating. And what do you remember of Severus when he came to school? Helga then said, glaring. Remus remembered, and he also remembered what Harry would wear to their extracurricular lessons and felt his heart sink. He hadn't noticed it before. He had only ever seen James when he looked at Harry during his third year, especially with the whole map debacle. Harry had second-hand clothes on, ones that were much too large for him, the same as Severus had back in the day. All right, I understand now, Remus confessed, seeing what Helga obviously did. They're more alike than you can ever imagine. Both have seen things that even you would be terrified of. Done things they didn't want to, just to survive. Nobody alive could understand Harry the way Severus does, or will continue to do so. Helga sighed. Hopefully this will help the stubborn Gryffindor understand their relationship when he figured it out. Harry has been telling Severus everything. It's helping him in ways that not even a mind healer would be able to. Honestly, Helga, you know they won't like you talking about them like that behind their backs, Rowena admonished as she appeared in the portrait, yet she had a small smile on her face showing she was happy about something. You're right, Remus realized. Harry hated people talking about him behind his back like this. I just worry about him. He's changed so much, although he still could use some work on his anger. He was still very easy to wind up, but he was still a teenager, and that was what every teenager went through. Of course he has. You do realize how long they've been down here training, don't you? Rowena remarked, shaking her head and looking even more amused. I think so, Remus said, at least roughly how long they'd been down there at least. Did you know this would happen? I mean, did you see anything before your portraits were frozen? He knew about Rowena's ability, it was well known, it was what the Ravenclaw line was about. I saw a lot of things come to pass, unfortunately it wasn't something I was able to discuss before he came, Rowena confessed. Even if we had managed to get out of the frame, there is a spell to return us to our original frame, which was exactly what he would have done. Is there? Interesting, Remus said. I haven't read about it. Surprisingly enough, there is information you haven't read, Rowena replied firmly. There are many books which you can read down here if you wish to. You do not have to ask. All we do ask, however, is that they are treated with respect. Most of them are no longer available to the wizarding public. So much knowledge has been lost, destroyed, and kept secret. It made her angry just thinking about it. She was just glad that Salazar had had the foresight to add a charm that copies all books that were placed in the library to appear in the chamber. Even if they were removed, a copy remained here in these hallowed halls. Remus flushed darkly. He had been too into trying to figure out the secret to the chamber and the time bubble, as well as what was going on with Severus and Harry, to really bother about books or the fact he would get to read books long lost to the magical world. Rowena, be nice, Helga scolded. He wasn't used to their ways and would likely take offense. Why would she need to be nice? Severus asked, causing them to jump in surprise as he made his appearance, silent as always. Severus, you need to stop doing that, Helga said, clutching her heart. Even in a chamber where a pin falling or drop of water was heard for miles, he could be silent. No shouting, please, Harry groaned, rubbing at his temples and wincing in discomfort. What happened? Remus asked, getting up looking worried. Fine, Harry grunted, sitting down on one of the chairs. Remus glanced at Severus in confusion. What had happened to Harry? Was it Voldemort? Was he seeing something in his mind? Had he been hurt during the duel? He is learning occlumency, Severus stated, seeing the look on Lupin's face. It takes a lot out of you, and of course causes headaches. How could it not, when someone was penetrating your mind? Looking through your memories, smashing through the shields you did manage to erect to defend your mind. Are there any headache relievers down here? Remus queried. He isn't taking one, Severus replied immediately. The quicker he gets used to them, the less bother they will be. Hiding from the pain will just make him even more vulnerable when someone, say the Dark Lord, tries to gain access to his mind. He isn't about to ask him if he wants one after a few minutes. No need for sarcasm, Remus said, shaking his head. He'd only asked, honestly. Severus just smirked and didn't grace Lupin with a reply. I thought you were dueling, anyway. Remus whispered, so not to aggravate Harry's headache further. We were, for 2 hours, Harry answered instead of Severus, who ambled away to the kitchen. Then occlumency for a further hour and a half. An hour and a half of that. Remus rasped out, shocked. Yeah, when we first started I could barely do 40 minutes, Harry confessed wryly. Now it's getting longer, and I'm able to keep my shields up as well. Sev only got through them 5 times today. Pride and smug satisfaction were coursing through him. Don't push yourself too far, Remus stuttered. Sev. He'd only ever heard Lily say that, and even then she had been the only one allowed to back at Hogwarts when they were children. Severus had never been able to say or deny her anything. Severus doesn't let that happen, Harry admitted. He had tried a time or two to get Severus to keep going, insisting that he was fine, but as always he saw right through him. It was probably a good thing. Trying too hard too soon would just make everything harder. Good, Remus said, nodding his head, still stunned. Helga and Rowena were giggling, amused by the look on Remus' face. Harry, of course, was oblivious to it, his eyes still closed as he relaxed back onto the sofa, getting rid of his headache. They giggled even harder when Remus turned to glare at them for laughing at him. In the end he just shook his head, entirely amused by it all. The potion is ready, you will need to take it in exactly 50 minutes, Severus told him, making a reappearance. By then it should have cooled completely, but it might still be a bit warm. Either way you cannot delay in taking it. The next step will be ready in exactly another fortnight. The last stage a fortnight after that. Will it cause any side effects? Remus asked. He wanted to know before he took it, but regardless he would take it, uncaring about the effects. The thought of being free of his curse was incentive enough for that. Actually, the book doesn't delve into it, but there will be side effects, Severus explained bluntly. Here, Harry, drink this, handing over a cup to the quiet teen. He always was quiet after occlumency lessons, half of it was shame at what Sev was seeing, the other was just the headache. Ask Salazar when you see him next, Harry murmured quietly, sipping on the hot brew, smiling his thanks to Severus. Is Dobby here or is he gone? He isn't around, Severus explained. I shall make dinner tonight, anything you would like. I'm fine with whatever, I'll make something for dessert, Harry replied a little more strongly. The headaches vanished quite quickly these days. Severus merely nodded in agreement. Despite the fact his family forced him to cook, Harry actually liked it. He also liked to know whether the food was up to standards as well. I wonder where he is, Harry mused. Hopefully he'll be getting food as well while he's out. We aren't low on supplies, so I doubt it, Severus brushed it off. What Dobby did in his own time was up to him. Are you done for the day? Remus asked them once they were all sitting down, his face turned to the portrait. Do you have any idea when Sly Salazar will be back? He wanted to ask him about the effects the potions would have on him. He'll be back in half an hour, Helga, Rowena, Harry, and Severus said in unison. Harry was the one that added, I have a potions lesson, Salazar always oversees it. Severus was actually learning potions as well, or rather lost and forgotten recipes, since he didn't need lessons on how to brew properly. Does the time act the same for you when you leave the portrait here? Remus inquired, puzzled about that. We are magical paintings, it doesn't affect us quite so severely, but yes, it affects us, Rowena explained. Poppy would like to see you before school starts, Harry, she wants to make sure you've recovered. She knows about you being down here, and training, but she would feel better knowing you aren't pushing yourself too far. Helga quickly spoke, realizing she had forgotten to tell him, very remiss of her. Severus chuckled around the cup that had been drawn to his lips, she knows him all too well. He was stubborn to the core. Not funny, Harry grouched, he hated the hospital wing. He knew Severus was going to make him go before the school started. Sev would want to make sure he was fine himself. While he could heal things, he wasn't an actual healer and had no problem admitting he'd miss things Poppy wouldn't. Severus just smirked, not bothering to reply. Just then a pop startled them. Dobby had returned and he wasn't empty-handed. Dobby, Harry said, relieved, did you get some chocolate while you were away? He asked, hopeful. Remus was a chocoholic. If he left any lying around, the werewolf would eat it. So his supply had rapidly disappeared. He wasn't a chocoholic though, he'd gone his childhood without any sweets, so he was just playing catch-up. I did, Dobby replied, without his usual exuberance. I have a letter from Master Harry's friends and a copy of the newspaper, they is saying you'll like it. With a click of his fingers the shopping was placed on the kitchen counter and Dobby made his way over to them. Dobby will make dinner now. It's your day off, remember. Harry said, we will make dinner today. Yes, sir, Dobby replied, a big smile on his face before he left them to it. May I see the paper? Severus asked, sitting forward but refraining from grabbing a hold of the paper. Harry opened the paper and arched an eyebrow. Well, he couldn't wait to read that. He then flung it over for Severus to read while he opened the letter from Ron and Hermione and began reading it. A smile spreading across his face, he was relieved beyond belief. Well, it looks like I'll get peace from Dumbledore at long last. What do you mean? Remus urged, trying to see the newspaper, but Snape wasn't at the right angle for him to see the front page. There was only Quidditch results on the back and that didn't tell him anything. He had a funny feeling he knew what was going on, though. He's been arrested, Harry confirmed what Remus was thinking. What about Hogwarts? It will be left extremely vulnerable. Remus gazed at them in worry, he didn't want to see any of the students hurt. You don't get it, do you? He doesn't want to attack the school, Harry said quietly. It's not because of Dumbledore. Wait, what do you mean? Remus was confused. Hogwarts was his home, Remus, just like it was ours, Harry replied, gesturing to both himself and Severus. He will take it, there's no doubt, but only once he has control of the ministry. When that goes, the rest of it crumbles. He doesn't want to kill the next generation. Don't get me wrong, he will if they stand in his way, but what I'm trying to say is, it isn't because of Dumbledore that Hogwarts is safe. Dumbledore damn well knows that, but lets everyone believe whatever they want. How would you know that? Have you been in his mind again? That's rather dangerous. Remus' eyes were wide as he spoke. The last war he had nearly taken over the Ministry, and Azkaban, the next stop after killing me would have been Hogwarts. You are forgetting there is someone here with intimate knowledge of how the Dark Lord works, Harry stated bluntly, irritated that everyone just assumed he was getting into Voldemort's mind. Oh, Remus muttered sheepishly, sorry. You should be, you're acting like I had a damn choice in whether I wanted to be in his mind. Harry snapped irritably. For your information, I didn't. Thankfully, with him learning occlumency it wouldn't happen again. What did I miss? Salazar asked the other two founders quietly as he entered the portrait, looking all too happy to watch the confrontation. I believe Lupin has some questions for you, regarding the potions, Severus said, noticing his arrival and his disgruntled look at being found out so soon. Severus just smirked before disappearing behind the newspaper again. What does he want to know? Salazar asked, now curious. How will it affect me? Remus asked, ignoring the fact Salazar had asked Severus, not him. The first one will make you feel weak, for the entire duration until you take the second scheduled potion. That will ease many of the symptoms, you'll feel better, but it won't be completely abated until the ritual is completed. Only then will you begin to recover fully without any negative effects. The lycanthrope is embedded deeply in you, the potion is wiping your system completely. Purging it, you could say, and the length of time you've been one also factors in as well, Salazar droned on, knowing the information by heart, and so he should, he'd created the ritual after all. How weak? Harry asked, glancing at Remus seeing he was deep in thought. Some say it's worse than dragon pox or wizarding flu, Salazar replied honestly. So I'll have to look after him. Harry pursed his lips, I should be able to do that if I move my schedule around a bit. He could brew later at night, duel a little less, and have the same amount of occlumency lessons. He could read while looking after him, so that would be all right. No, Remus denied him immediately. No, I'll be fine, Dobby can help me, your training is far too important to waste time on me. His tone was firm. If it can be called training anymore, Salazar cut in, he's very good, I cannot wait to see him duel properly. Even if it was against another of his descendants. Oh, if he could have just one word with the deluded boy, he swore he would wring his neck then make sure he understood why he was wrong about all this pureblood nonsense. He didn't understand, the man wasn't pureblood, so he shouldn't be drawn into all those idiotic beliefs. All right, you should ask Dobby though, Harry pointed out. He might belong to both of them now, but as far as they were concerned, he had free will and a mind of his own. Dumbledore has been arrested, he will be released in a few days, but his court date is set before the school resumes, he will be in Azkaban by the time September rolls around, Severus informed them, putting the newspaper aside. The evidence is irrefutable, they have the original scans done at St. Mungo's. How long do you think he'll get for compulsion potions? Harry asked, and how will that affect the contract? A vindictive smirk was on his face, the old fool deserved everything that happened. It depends, the Wizengamot might be lax with him due to who he is, or they may choose to make an example of him. We will find out soon enough either way, Severus replied. As for the contract, it will probably be moved forward, it's better than the alternative of marrying in Azkaban. The Weasleys won't stand for that, she is their only daughter and sister. Actually, she's in the bad books, nobody is talking to her, except Molly and Arthur. It seems they know what she's like and how far she'd go to get it. They believe it's her own fault, and they're angry at her for doing this to their names. Even Bill and Charlie, despite the fact their positions are safe, Harry confessed. The fact they found out about the potion is their one saving grace. Ron says his dad is relieved about it, although their mom is devastated that Ginny will still have to marry, and I quote, a disgusting, wrinkly, manipulative, old man, and have children with him. He was trying to hold in his laughter. It is rather disgusting, Remus admitted looking sick. She's only just turning 16, or just turned 16. He wasn't familiar with her birthday. It is, but it's no less than what she deserves. Karma working at its greatest. Perhaps this will be a lesson to her that she cannot just demand all she wants and expect to get it, Severus agreed. For a Weasley, I'm surprised she'd got to such lengths, but having nothing may have been a great motivator. Why does everyone care so much about money? Harry scowled darkly. I have an entire vault, and it's barely been touched. I'd give it all away in a heartbeat to have what they do. It's a matter of perspective, a human condition. We want what we don't have, Severus answered. Stepping into someone else's shoes doesn't even matter. They would only see the good, not the bad, for however long the duration was. Yeah, Harry said quietly, thinking of how Ron used to be and somewhat disagreeing with that. People can change, it just took a shock to the system to enable it. His friends and family nearly dying had caused Ron to grow up and take an active interest in school, trying to learn what he could to keep himself and his family safe. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.